transform their lives and have access to transportation they could have never had before.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu/research.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their businesses strategically. Yet the most competitive managers in the market know with the right partner and a flexible operating system, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
Determination and operational strength are both essential factors for growth in asset management. I'm Steve Meyer, President and Head of SEI's Investment Manager Services Division. We know that disruptive forces create opportunities around the world. If you see potential in change, our industry specialists will maximize SEI's integrated platform of data and risk management, global investment operations, compliance support, and investor services to position your asset management business for success. Come grow with us.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at seic.com/seize change.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Stocks are slipping so far this morning amid the ongoing impasse over a pandemic relief deal. The FDA says it will rapidly work toward finalization for Pfizer's vaccine to be authorized for emergency use in the U.S. after the agency's advisors yesterday signed off on the vaccine. Shares of Disney are hitting new highs after a bold forecast for its new streaming services. Disney said yesterday it estimates as many as 350 million subscribers worldwide could be on board by 2024, thanks to a bunch of new programming from Marvel, Star Wars, and Pixar. But Disney Plus is also getting a price hike. It's going up $1 to $8 a month. AMC could be facing a closed curtain for good. The movie theater owner says it needs to raise at least $750 million to stay afloat and might go bankrupt if the effort does not succeed. The world's largest movie theater chain said in a filing today that without the new financing, existing cash will be depleted as soon as next month. Gina Cervetti, Bloomberg Radio.
Some business leaders rely on instinct. Others are masters of data. But to understand what they create, you need to think about how they work.
Why did Deutsche Bank decide to do this now?
Bloomberg Markets.
Give us the economics with these vaccines.
With Paul Sweeney and Vonnie Quinn.
Can China afford to be so generous?
We welcome thinkers.
How does that influence your outlook?
Weekday mornings at 10 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening. From the financial capital of the world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is Bloomberg Radio. Now on Bloomberg 106.1.
We shall pay any price there.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Vonnie Quinn and Paul Sweeney.
The Fed action, essentially unlimited quantitative easing.
Companies taking aim at coronavirus vaccines and other treatments.
This could be a lower for longer hit.
Market sell-off blowing global once again.
Breaking market news and insight from Bloomberg experts.
It's possible that this is going to be a scarring recession.
The Fed is really showing that they're doing whatever it takes.
A lot of people don't expect that the economy will reopen in full.
This is really hitting industrial America, and it's a major crisis.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Vonnie Quinn and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Good Friday morning from New York City and points beyond to our worldwide audience. Coming up, we will get the latest on market action here on this Friday. Plus, we're going to chat with Michelle Cortez, senior medical reporter for Bloomberg. Going to get the latest on the FDA advisory board approving Pfizer's vaccine. What does that mean for timing? But first, let's go to Greg Jarrett of Bloomberg News for a Bloomberg Business Flash. Greg.
All stocks edge into the red as the impasse over an almost $1 trillion stimulus package signals slimmer chances of a deal anytime soon. Mike Feil, BlackRock Investment Institute Global Chief Investment Strategist, tells Bloomberg December, January, and February are going to be tough.
I think our view is being driven by two things. One, which I think is pretty common in the market, and that's the view around the restart that we expect to see globally and economic and social life as we get into 2021. I think the second big driver, though, is what we're calling the new nominal. And here, I think this is less appreciated by markets. And this is the idea that we're going to expect to see, relatively range-bound nominal rates. But we also expect to see central banks increasingly successful at firming inflation in the years ahead.
Let's check the markets now. The S&P's down 0.3%, down 12. The Dow's down 0.1%, down 36. And the Nasdaq's down 0.4%, down 46. The 10-year's up 7/32 with a yield of 0.88%. West Texas Intermediate crude's little changed at 46.76 a barrel, while COMEX gold's up 0.3% at 18.4380 an ounce. The dollar yen 103.97. The euro's $1.2122, and the British pound $1.3211. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Bloomberg Markets is on. Paul Sweeney and Vonnie Quinn.
Well, thank you, Greg Jarrett. Bloomberg's Market Drivers is brought to you by New Jersey Institute of Technology. NJIT makes industry-ready engineers in more than 20 fields. If it's engineering, it's at NJIT. More at njit.edu. Well, Dave Wilson, whatever are we going to do today? We don't have a massive IPO that's going to be overpriced.
Well, we can talk about how the initial public offerings in the last couple of days are doing and start there. I mean, Airbnb is added to yesterday's gain. We know the shares more than doubled. The company got above $100 billion in market value, and it's up 2.2% at the moment. DoorDash, though, is not faring so well. It was down yesterday in its second day of trading. It's lower again today, off about 8%. So, you know, those are going to be a couple of stocks to watch. But I'll tell you, you want to watch a stock. Look what's going on with Walt Disney today.
Yeah.
Shares are up 10%. Stocks set a record. I mean, all this tied into the outlook for the streaming service, Disney Plus. You know, Disney's looking at 350 million subscribers by 2024. That's 4 times the number they have now. And, you know, we're seeing growth really kind of accelerate, arguably, at Disney Plus. You know, and so it just goes to show you how kind of the world is changing. You know, Disney's ramping up their production of movies and TV shows, you know, Marvel, Pixar, Star Wars. And, you know, you're going to have to go to Disney Plus to see them if they don't show up in the theaters, which they still plan to release a whole lot of stuff in the movies first and then go to streaming, you know, unlike, say, what's going on at AT&T with HBO Max getting films the same time they go into theaters. That's certainly been a bit of a, you know, issue for some since the company announced that the other day. So, you know, Disney, though, definitely benefiting from this push into streaming.
Well, Paul, I'm laughing because at the Investor Day, the CFO said that most Disney Plus customers don't have kids.
Yeah, which kind of shocked me. What are they watching? But, you know, what I find fascinating, Dave, and I know you've been around the stock business a long time, is how in the space of, I would say, no more than 2 years, the Disney investor story has gone from the great earnings and predictable earnings and cash flow growth of the theme parks, of the broadcast networks, of the cable networks, most notably ESPN, and of the blockbuster movies coming to theaters. It's completely changed to the promise, there's not the profitability, the promise of streaming. It's amazing how the company and the stock has been able to make that transformation.
Yeah, absolutely. And bear in mind, you know, you look at Netflix, I mean, it's got a whole lot more valuation than Disney does. But the gap is starting to close a bit. I mean, given, you know, that Disney sort of is reclaiming sort of a growth mantle, arguably. You know, I mean, when you talk about, you know, the theme parks and the cable networks and whatnot, you know, more predictable kind of cash flow. But this has really opened up a whole new area for Disney. And, you know, so far it seems to be getting well established. I mean, it's going to be a couple of years down the line before it really starts paying off in terms of earnings. But in the interim, I mean, they've got the kind of growth that, you know, you saw with Netflix several years back as it became increasingly a streaming service and got away from its roots in distributing DVDs.
Dave, Deutsche Bank analysts are on a roll today. Michael Lindenberg downgrading American United, Delta and JetBlue to hold from buy. And we also had Patrick Colville talking about winter coming for Snowflake after its massive, massive run-up.
Yeah, I mean, let's face it, with the airlines, it's all a matter of, you know, how does the situation with the coronavirus unfold? You know, when do people feel comfortable getting back on planes and traveling? And that's sort of the great unknown at this point. You know, I'm just doing a quick look at an index of airline stocks, not just in the S&P 500, but elsewhere. And, you know, it's sort of recouped half its loss in February and March now. So, pulling back a bit today, no surprise there. And as far as Snowflake goes, I mean, this is another company that really had quite the run-up over the last few months after going public. You can certainly put it in, to the same context as DoorDash, Airbnb. They went public at $120 a share in September. And yesterday, before this call out of Deutsche Bank, the shares were more than triple their initial price. So, big win for Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway, which actually got in on the ground floor of Snowflake, this software developer, in a rather unusual move, but it certainly seems to be paying off. It's just today, Deutsche Bank kind of looking at that and looking at, the idea that, next week, actually, shares that had been locked up as a result of the initial public offering are going to be available for sale. That restriction will end. So, there's a lot that you have to get through, especially with the shares having done as well as they have in the 3 months of trading.
So, Dave, you and I are grizzled veterans of this stock market thing. We remember the late 90s, the dot-com boom and stocks IPOs tripling, or more on their IPO date. Are you a little concerned here about what we saw from DoorDash and Airbnb in terms of the price movement on the IPO day?
Well, it's certainly getting people's attention. My chart of the day from yesterday focused on Jonathan Krinsky, sort of at Baycrest Partners, looking at what's going on with indexes of IPOs and SPACs, these blank check companies. Yep. And really, since late October, it's been a similar story. The Renaissance IPO index had been up 32% earlier this week from the October low. We've seen the IPOX SPAC index up 40%. So, what we're seeing with these individual stocks, Airbnb, DoorDash, you can also throw in C3.ai, the artificial intelligence company that went public a couple days ago. It's raising the question of speculative excess, whether investors are kind of going too far in pushing up these newly public companies. And, it's an issue that is going to be on people's radar screens going forward.
Yeah, it's really an interesting phenomenon. We had Gene Munster on from Loop Capital just in the last hour, and his analysis of that question was these are much bigger, more established companies as opposed to the late 90s when they were really much more early stage, much more speculative. And so he does not sense a similar type of market risk as it relates to some of these technology IPOs, but we'll certainly find out going forward. But just a phenomenal week for the IPO business. Bloomberg Stocks editor Dave Wilson, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it. As always, we will chat with you next hour. Right now, let's head down to our 99.1 studios in Washington, D.C. to Nathan Hager. We'll get world and national news.
Paul, the Food and Drug Administration will approve Pfizer's coronavirus vaccine. That's according to Health and Human Services Secretary Alex Azar. He said as much this morning on ABC's Good Morning America.
They do intend to proceed towards an authorization for their vaccine. So in the next couple of days, probably, as we work to negotiate with Pfizer the information doctors need to prescribe it appropriately, we should be seeing the authorization of this first vaccine.
And Azar says the first shots could be in Americans' arms as early as Monday, and they're coming in the middle of a raging pandemic. Centers for Disease Control Director Dr. Robert Redfield says COVID-19 will kill more people per day than the September 11th attacks for the next 2 to 3 months. Dr. Scott Harris with the Alabama State Health Office says daily case counts continue to set records.
We have not seen deaths at quite the same rate that we had in the summer, but we're certainly concerned about that given the recent Thanksgiving holiday and the fact that our deaths seem to lag by 2 or 3 weeks after we have these big spreader events.
Talks on Capitol Hill over coronavirus relief continue to hit snags. A dispute over liability protections is threatening to drag the negotiations into next week. Wendy Schiller is political science chair at Brown University. She says President Trump's a wild card.
Secretary of Treasury can negotiate, but do we know that Trump will sign this bill? And if he doesn't, then the GOP has gone out on a limb as a party to extend the deficit even further.
In his opening floor comments this morning, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell called on Democrats to drop their demand for state and local government aid. He says revenues are up in some states and small businesses need help now. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nathan Hager. This is Bloomberg.
Your week. It's
The Happy Honda Days sales event is here, and thousands of new Hondas are marked with clearance prices and payments. Well-qualified buyers can save thousands with financing as low as 0.9% on select 2020 Hondas. Every Honda model is clearance priced. Accords, Civics, HRVs, CRVs, Passports, Pilots, and more. Don't miss the Happy Honda Days sales event with thousands of new Hondas in stock with financing as low as 0.9%. Search your local Honda dealer today. See dealer for financing details. Offer ends 1/4/21.
Jody Schwartz, noted tax attorney, tells us why she recommends Jewish Communal Fund.
I recommend the JCF to my clients, to my colleagues, to really anyone who asks a question about charitable giving because it's convenient. It allows you the maximum tax deductions permitted by law, and it just makes your life easier, organized, and simple. Another aspect for clients and for other colleagues who don't want their identities to be known or don't want to talk about the property that they're giving away to charity, I found JCF's confidentiality, its aggregate reporting to be very attractive to people.
JCF can help you and your clients organize your charitable giving with a donor-advised fund. A fund can be established with a tax-deductible contribution of $5,000 or more. Contributions to JCF qualify for the highest tax deduction allowed by law. Visit jcfny.org or call 212-752-8277.
This holiday season, shoot for the stars with sparkling gifts from Pandora Jewelry. When you shop December 7th through 14th, a sterling silver Moon and Stars open bangle is yours free with any purchase of $125 or more. Shop Pandora Jewelry today. Free bangle with purchase while supplies last at participating retailers. No substitutions. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Visit the Pandora store at Southland Mall, located off Florida's Turnpike on Southwest 205th Street and US 1. Pandora, Southland Mall.
Get your holiday shopping done early at Macy's one-day sale with deals of the day priced so low you don't need a coupon. Winter is here, so get ready with cold weather essentials $19.99 to $29.99 and cozy boots 40 to 50% off. Then snuggle up with a 3-piece comforter set for just $19.99. Plus get $10 in Macy's money for every $50 spent. Now at Macy's. For details, visit Macy's.com/Macy's Money. Savings off sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
At the Home Depot, we improve things. This holiday season, we've improved holiday shopping. We've made it easy to order online, right from our app, right from your couch. We can have it ready and waiting the same day for faster pickup to save time and stress. Or if you can't make it to the store, rest easy. We'll deliver. Holiday shopping, improved. This year, make the most of your holidays with a little help from the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Let's say you just bought a house. Bad news is, you're one step closer to becoming your parents. You'll proudly mow the lawn. Ask if anybody noticed you mowed the lawn. Tell people to stay off the lawn. Compare it to your neighbor's lawn. And complain about having to mow the lawn again. Good news is, it's easy to bundle home and auto through Progressive and save on your car insurance, which, of course, will go right into the lawn. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Discount not available in all states or situations.
Lines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Stocks come off earlier lows, but the S&P has still extended its weekly losses led by financial and energy shares, while the NASDAQ has underperformed amid a slide in giants like Apple, Intel, and Tesla. Tesla sank as Jefferies downgraded the electric car maker, saying it won't be able to dominate the auto industry. Right now, Tesla is down 2.1%. AMC Entertainment Holdings, the world's largest movie theater chain, slumped after saying that without new financing, existing cash will be depleted as soon as next month. Let's take a look at the markets. The S&P is down 0.3%, down 10. The Dow's down 0.1%, down 30. And the NASDAQ's down 0.25%, down 28. The 10 years up 7/30 seconds with a yield of 0.88%. West Texas Intermediate crude's up 0.25% at $46.90 a barrel. COMEX gold's up 0.7% at $18.50.30 an ounce. The dollar yen 103.91. The euro $1.21.22, and the British pound $1.32.22. A gauge of U.S. consumer sentiment unexpectedly increased in early December to the second highest level since March. Amid prospects for the vaccine, the University of Michigan's preliminary sentiment index rose 4.5 points to 81.4. The consensus was 76. And that's a Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm Greg Jarrett.
You're listening to Bloomberg Markets with Vonnie Quinn and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
This is the cleverest thing I've seen in a long time, and it's thanks to our next guest that it's out there. Her name is Sarah Ponczak. You know her because she comes on daily to give us some little bites of wisdom. Well, today, her question is, just how many hours would you have to work at the average wage to buy into the S&P 500 index? And it gets to the very heart of everything that we've been talking about over the last few months about the K-shaped recovery and just how unequal the value of work is relative to investing. So, Sarah, tell us exactly what that number is these days.
So that number is 145.6 hours. Now, this comes from Ned Davis Research.
Wow.
Ned Davis over there, he put out a research report just highlighting different ways to look at valuations these days. What he titled the report was Valuations in Wonderland. So you can get the sense that he was showing that valuations are relatively high. Well, one way to think about it, in almost these quasi-real way terms, is to take the value of the S&P 500, then divide average hourly earnings over time and see how many hours it would take to theoretically buy the S&P 500 if it was a dollar-valued index. And now it's at a record high, close to 146 hours. And really the way to think about this is really just the fact that we have seen markets rise at such a pace that is so far above the pace at which wages have risen. And all year long, we've spoken about the gap between Wall Street and Main Street, the gap between the stock market and the economy. And you really, there are ways to divide it that make more sense and show that the stock market is reflective of the economy in a way. But if you just think about your regular person working an hourly wage or average hourly wage, they'd have to work basically a record amount now to invest in the stock market.
Yeah, nowhere, I guess, was Main Street and Wall Street, the differences there made more apparent than this week. Sarah, with some of these IPOs, you think about DoorDash and Airbnb, these companies, these are huge companies, and, doubling on their IPO day. Being a former investment banker who was paid to do this kind of stuff, I'm kind of saying, did the bankers forget how to value companies here? Because they were so far off. Are you seeing any pushback on the street about some of how these deals traded in the first day?
It really is quite staggering. You have a company like DoorDash is not profitable. On Wednesday, up 86%. Then we have Airbnb yesterday, more than doubling. And even Brian Chesky, the company's CEO on Bloomberg Television, looked surprised. It was great. It really was. It was a great interview by Emily Chang. And just seeing his face when she read to him the price at which the stock was indicated to trade at was really amazing. So even those who run these companies are surprised themselves. And I've been asking some investors about this gap that we have seen, not just in the gap between private valuations and public valuations, because if you take Airbnb, for example, we have Airbnb now, about $100 billion company. Meanwhile, its last debt funding round, sure, it was at the height of the pandemic, but placed it at $18 billion. So you have this massive gap between private and public markets. At the same time, though, you have this massive gap between what the investment bankers are pricing these companies at and what they actually trade at once they hit the public markets. And yes, you have a liquidity premium typically. So you do see the stock rise a little bit above its price if it's priced well by the investment bankers, but not to the point where you're supposed to see a stock double like we've been seeing all of a sudden. And what investors have been telling me lately is that when you think about how investors or investment bankers really go about pricing an IPO, they're looking for investors who are long-term fundamental holders and are looking at the financials of these businesses. However, especially in the year of 2020, when you have retail investors, day traders making up a fifth of the stock market, we've seen them moving individual stocks here and there, that all of a sudden it hits the stock market, and you have many traders who almost get this sense of euphoria and feel as though they can't miss out. And you just see them start bidding and bidding and bidding the prices ever higher. Airbnb, for example, just this morning I took a look. Robinhood lists the 100 most popular stocks. Airbnb is already on that list. One day in, it's trading. So it gives you a sense of the type of people who are really getting involved here.
Yeah, I was just going to ask that. Do we know how much we have Robinhood to thank?
So we don't have a dollar amount. However, Bloomberg has reported that when it comes to Airbnb, according to people familiar with the matter, there is proof and evidence that retail was a big part of the surges that we have seen. And I think just the fact that if you look at that 100 most popular list that Robinhood does provide, no longer can we look at hour by hour, day to day trading numbers, the amount of users who actually hold the stock. But to think that Airbnb now lies on a list with the likes of Alphabet or Amazon, also the cruise lines, airlines, they're on there too. But it took one day to really just catapult the stock onto that list. So clearly you had a lot of buying going on.
So, Sarah, about 30 seconds. Do we have more IPOs to go this month?
I'm not 100% sure. I believe the big names are gone, but we've even seen IPOs not just in the U.S., but elsewhere in Asia, for example. There was a Chinese toy maker, PopMart International, jumped 112% in its debut. So this is an international phenomenon that we really are seeing, and it's been quite the year 2020 has been for the IPO market.
Hey, Sarah, thanks so much for joining us. As always, we appreciate it. Sarah Ponczek, cross-asset reporter for Bloomberg News, joining us on the phone from New York. And you think about the markets at or near all-time highs, it makes a lot of sense for companies to jump in and try to take advantage of the valuations we're seeing out there. And, typically December is a quiet month for deal making here, but given that we were shut down earlier in the year, probably some pent up demand and part of the issuers, and again trying to take advantage of the historic tops we are seeing in equity markets. More coming up. This is Bloomberg.
This is a Bloomberg Money.
Ho, ho, ho. At Academy Sports and Outdoors, the sounds of great gifts and Christmas hot deals are everywhere. Get up to 40% off Adidas Fleece, 50% off Cannon Valley Forge 24 capacity safe, and 20% off coolers. Or get Academy gift cards for everyone on your list. Shop at academy.com and get free curbside pickup. Find gifts for everyone on your Christmas list at your local store and at academy.com. Exclusions and restrictions apply. Cooler offer excludes Yeti while supplies last. See academy.com for details.
The Happy Honda Days sales event is here, and thousands of new Hondas are marked with clearance prices and payments. Well-qualified buyers can save thousands with financing as low as 0.9% on select 2020 Hondas. Every Honda model is clearance priced. Accords, Civics, HRVs, CRVs, Passports, Pilots, and more. Don't miss the Happy Honda Days sales event with thousands of new Hondas in stock with financing as low as 0.9%. Search your local Honda dealer today. See dealer for financing details. Offer ends 1/4/21.
How long will it take for the economy to recover?
How many of them have remained on the job throughout this?
People are not going to be in public transportation.
Nobody knows.
You have received £600 million from the UK.
But we can promise the most complete information and the most detailed analysis.
The question is, what kind of recovery will it be?
Through every twist and turn.
Would you be wary of investment in China at this point?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
If knowledge is power, the Bloomberg Terminal is your power up, connecting you to real-time financial data, market-moving news, powerful analytics, and an influential network of financial decision makers around the world. Share ideas, negotiate trades, and gain the insight you need to make more informed decisions. See how the Terminal can take your workflow to the next level at Bloomberg.com/professional.
A minute. Coronavirus cases continue to spike, and that's putting pressure on stocks this Friday. The Dow falling 60 points and the S&P dropping 0.3%. Stocks are lower even as we move closer to a coronavirus vaccine getting approved. Saying the benefits outweigh the risks, an FDA advisory panel is recommending emergency use authorization for Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine. The vote brings a shot closer to approval by the FDA, which could happen within days. Walmart is preparing its more than 5,000 pharmacies to receive COVID-19 vaccine doses. It's adding freezers and dry ice to handle cold storage demands and creating ways to tell customers when to get their shots. And Southwest Airlines sees a turbulent start for the industry in 2021. The grim outlook from CEO Gary Kelly comes as Southwest said seasonally. January and February are soft anyway. Domestic travel remains only about a third of last year's levels. Courtney Donahoe, Bloomberg Radio.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk.
Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Everyone seems to have an opinion about who's in, who's out, and what comes next.
We have a virus that is actually expanding. Their shot stopped about 70% of participants from falling ill.
Our advice? Rely only on the most accurate sources.
We are thrilled that the World Bank chief economist could join us this morning.
That's what we do too.
Governor, what's the situation with your hospitals?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening. The market's in focus every business day. The Bloomberg Markets Podcast with Paul Sweeney and Bonnie Quinn.
Are there some sectors that you want to have more or less exposure to?
Market sell-off glowing global once again.
Analysis of the day's Wall Street action.
What's the thought on Apple here?
From Bloomberg Intelligence, Bloomberg Opinion, and influential newsmakers.
There's very, very disturbing dynamics at work.
Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Bonnie Quinn. Subscribe today at BloombergRadio.com, the Bloomberg Business app, or iTunes.
1 in 3 adults has prediabetes. 1 in 3. That means it could be you, your football buddy, your football buddy, or you, your best man, your worst man, you, your dog walker, your cat jogger. While 1 in 3 adults has prediabetes, with early diagnosis, prediabetes can be reversed. Take the risk test at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
The following is a message from PGIM.
Welcome to Outsea in 60, Perspectives from PGIM Thought Leaders. Here's Lisa Davis, Impact Investing Portfolio Manager at PGIM Real Estate.
I think we used to believe in ESG circles that climate change was the great systemic risk to financial markets that we needed to find a way to account for. And the challenge was to connect the individual investments that we were making to addressing climate risk at a systemic level. I think the challenge now that I see is that inequality around the globe is an equally important systemic risk, often connected to climate risk, that we have to address in financial markets.
Hear more PGIM perspectives at pgim.com. That's PGIM.com. Partner with PGIM, the investment management business of Prudential. These statements are not intended to be investment advice and should not be used as the basis for any investment decision.
How are financial services firms managing in this new reality? Claire Santaniello, Managing Director at BNY Mellon's Pershing, explains.
If the current times have taught us anything, it's the critical role that technology plays in client relationships. Global conditions have created a business imperative for firms to digitally transform the way they meet client needs and the way they work. Pershing's industry-leading technology enables you to adapt to the evolving ways your clients want to do business, now and in the future, and can help you build an even stronger digital client experience in a simpler, smarter, and safer environment. We have worked with clients of every size to transform their business. Pershing gives you the foundation to stand on, plus our unique perspective, to help you run your business even during the most uncertain of times. We help you consider everything.
To learn more about how Pershing can help you transform your business, visit Pershing.com. Pershing LLC, member FINRA, NYSE, SIPC.
Listen, as a hiring manager, I've got to tell you, the best job candidate isn't always the typical candidate. Sometimes they're a grad of life.
Meet the grads of life. Young adults of unique determination and experience. An ideal fit for your company in an entry-level position, internship, or mentorship. They might not have every qualification you typically look for, but they're exactly who your company needs.
Sometimes the best candidates aren't the ones you're used to.
Go to gradsoflife.org to learn how to find, cultivate, and train this great pool of untapped talent. Brought to you by the Ad Council and gradsoflife.org.
You need more than a soundbite. You need someone who can talk to everyone.
Give us a sense of what this could do to our economy.
Bloomberg Balance of Power with David Weston.
That's something Dr. Fauci warned about.
Weekdays at noon Eastern on Bloomberg Radio. Bloomberg, the world is listening. Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 1061 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119 and around the globe. The Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Markets.
Coming up, we're going to have the latest on the vaccine and the FDA saying that it's giving the go-ahead for the vaccine to start getting distributed. We'll also be speaking with Barry Riddles on this crazy week in markets. First, let's get a Bloomberg Business Flash from Greg Jarrett.
Bonnie, we're sponsored by Witham, a forward-thinking advisory and accounting firm helping clients be in a position of strength in the new reality of business. Learn about their innovative solutions by visiting witham.com. Stocks have come off earlier losses as an unexpected jump in U.S. consumer sentiment tempered concern about an impasse over fresh stimulus. Let's take a look at the markets right now. The S&P is down 0.4%, down 15. The Dow's down 0.25%, down 75, and the Nasdaq's down 0.4%, down 48. The 10-year is up 6/32 with a yield of 0.88%. West Texas Intermediates in the green, up 0.3% at 46.93 a barrel. COMEX Gold's up 0.7% at 18.50.10 per ounce. The dollar yen 103.83. The euro $1.21.28. The British pound $1.32.39. Prime Minister Boris Johnson and European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen both warn a no-deal Brexit is looming on December 31st, otherwise known as New Year's Eve, as they continue last-ditch talks to try and reach a deal before Sunday. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm Greg Jarrett.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Bonnie Quinn on Bloomberg Radio.
Some more positive news on the vaccine front. Pfizer today getting FDA approval, advisory board approval. So it looks like it's just a matter of days before the Pfizer vaccine makes it to the U.S. market. Let's get the latest on that. We can do that with Michelle Cortez, Senior Health, Science, and Medical Technology Reporter for Bloomberg News, joining us on the phone from Minneapolis. So, Michelle, give us a sense of timing here of when we can really expect this Pfizer vaccine to actually get into the market here in the U.S.
So the Food and Drug Administration has told Pfizer that they plan to issue the emergency use authorization. Not only that, they've told the CDC that they're planning to do this and given the go-ahead for that rollout process to begin now. It's interesting how they're doing it. They haven't actually signed off on that EUA yet. So they're just really trying to accelerate every step that you could possibly imagine. The CDC has said that it could start shipping within 24 hours. So that means tomorrow we're going to start seeing trucks and planes with the vaccine spreading across the United States. As soon as Monday, we're expecting that people could start getting the actual injections.
Now, we had a day of arguments, let's say, at the FDA yesterday. Michelle, why was it not a smooth sailing process? What were the objections?
Well, it's so interesting. I think it's a coronavirus issue here, right? This is the first time they've ever really done anything that's this high profile that affects the entire world. Not only that, they were doing it, over a Zoom call, the way that we're all getting used to now, but the process was a little different than it normally is. The issue that hung the advisory panel up at the end was the issue of 16 and 17-year-old kids getting this vaccine. Of course, we know adolescents' developing body is not fully formed yet, and there were some pediatricians on that panel. Now, the question that they were asked to answer is do the benefits outweigh the risks for 16 and older? And some of those pediatricians were very clear that they're excited for this vaccine, they wanted it, but they're just not sure yet because we don't have a lot of data in those younger ages. Those studies are coming, but they're not here yet. So I think that the understanding is that a couple of those folks voted no because they thought they were going to come back with another question of, okay, how about 18 and older? How about 21 and older? But the way that the panel worked is they just cut it off abruptly. Normally we hear the reasoning from these experts, and they just ended it without any of that. So that's the expectation. Really, we do think that it would have been a unanimous recommendation for adults. It's just those younger kids that run into a little bit of an issue.
So, Michelle, it looks like, again, the Pfizer is getting into the marketplace. Let's talk about stockpiles here. There's, some news reports recently that the Trump administration passed on the chance to buy hundreds of millions of Pfizer vaccine doses. Is that accurate, and do we know why that happened?
So there's a couple of pieces that are going on here. What the administration did, what the U.S. did, is there are, dozens, hundreds of vaccines in development and about a half a dozen in late-stage trials. So what they did is they bought 100 million doses across 6 different vaccine companies, vaccine manufacturers, right? We have 330 million Americans. Some of the doses some vaccines do require 2 doses, but some also do not. So if you're buying 100 million doses from 6 different companies, that's 600 million doses, should probably cover America if everything works. Now, we also don't expect everything to work, and in fact, we are seeing some setbacks in that particular area. But we did get positive results from Pfizer and Moderna. The issue is do we need to double down? Do we need to get more of those vaccines? And when these decisions were being made, we didn't know the answer to that. The administration was going to stick with its diversifying portfolio. Just like when you hedge, we all know financial markets, you're taking off some of the upside, you're taking off some of the downside. It does look like perhaps we might need those Pfizer vaccines. The administration is negotiating with Pfizer now about getting more of them. They do think that by the summer they'll be able to do it. The administration is saying Pfizer is trying to negotiate pricing in the media. Pfizer is saying, no, we were just offering. We don't know why you wouldn't have accepted it. So there is some negotiation happening here. In the end, hopefully we will get all that we need, but that's a matter to still be determined.
Another little hiccup in the analysis of this came this week with Evercore's analyst talking about the period between the first Pfizer shot and a week after the second shot. Michelle, give us a synopsis of what he found.
Right. Well, so this is really interesting, and this is exactly why you have these FDA advisory panel hearings that are going into all the details so that we can see all of it. Everybody's heard these numbers, right, that in fact the vaccine is unbelievably effective, over 160 infections in the placebo group and only a handful in people who got placebo. But that was 2 weeks after the second dose. The question is, how quickly is this shot going to work for you? What happens if you only get 1 dose? And the numbers are interesting, Bonnie, but they're very, very small. So what they're seeing is that there is some protection. They're saying about 50% effective, which, kind of a flip of the coin there, right? But it does look effective in between the first and the second dose. But the number of people who had been previously infected with coronavirus and got a second infection in that window before your immune system is fully engaged, it was higher in people who got the vaccine. So that's a little bit worrisome. The numbers are tiny. 10 people who got the vaccine were reinfected. 9 people who got a placebo had a second coronavirus infection after they enrolled in the trial. Numbers are small. Something for us to keep an eye on.
Michelle, thank you. We'd be lost without you. Michelle
That's
keeps
right.
an eye on everything that comes out from the street, from the medical advisors, from the government and everywhere else. Michelle Cortez, Senior Medical Reporter for Bloomberg. And we look forward to hearing more from her. Now let's get down to DC for World and National News with Nathan Hager.
Well, Vonnie, the Food and Drug Administration does say it is working toward rapid emergency use authorization of the Pfizer vaccine. Let's get an update now from Bloomberg's Amy Morris in Washington.
The FDA is under tremendous political pressure from the Trump White House to clear the vaccine. There is some concern among panelists about how old a patient should be before receiving the shot. Other panelists say data from older patients can be extrapolated to younger people. Health and Human Services Secretary Alex Azar says people could start getting the vaccine as early as Monday.
We're looking at 20 million Americans being vaccinated just in the next coming weeks, up to 50 million total by the end of January. And we believe we could have 100 million actual vaccinations in arm by the end of February.
In Washington, I'm Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell is calling on Democrats to drop their demand for state and local government aid as talks on coronavirus relief threaten to fall apart.
Struggling families, exhausted health workers, and anxious small business owners are waiting for the Senate to do what I've tried to accomplish over and over for months.
Both parties are getting closer to agreeing on a price tag for stimulus, around $900 billion, but fights over government aid and liability protections for businesses continue to be sticking points. The Senate's also racing to pass a one-week stopgap to keep the government from shutting down at midnight tonight, Wall Street time. The Electoral College meets Monday to finalize the presidential vote. In Michigan, the state's 16 electors are getting a police escort to the Capitol in Lansing. The New York Times reports that the group Stop the Steal, planning to protest and pass demonstrations at the Capitol, including armed protesters. The electors have been guaranteed that protection. I'm Nathan Hager. This is Bloomberg.
The life. This holiday season, shoot for the stars with sparkling gifts from Pandora Jewelry. When you shop December 7th through 14th, a sterling silver Moon and Stars open bangle is yours free with any purchase of $125 or more. Shop Pandora Jewelry today. Free bangle with purchase while supplies last at participating retailers. No substitutions. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Visit the Pandora store at Southland Mall, located off Florida's Turnpike on Southwest 205th Street and US 1. Pandora, Southland Mall.
Get your holiday shopping done early at Macy's one-day sale with deals of the day priced so low you don't need a coupon. Winter is here, so get ready with cold weather essentials $19.99 to $29.99 and cozy boots 40 to 50% off. Then snuggle up with a 3-piece comforter set for just $19.99. Plus, get $10 in Macy's money for every $50 spent. Now at Macy's. For details, visit Macy's.com/Macy's Money. Savings off sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
The Happy Honda Days sales event is here, and thousands of new Hondas are marked with clearance prices and payments. Well-qualified buyers can save thousands with financing as low as 0.9% on select 2020 Hondas. Every Honda model is clearance priced. Accords, Civics, HRVs, CRVs, Passports, Pilots, and more. Don't miss the Happy Honda Days sales event with thousands of new Hondas in stock with financing as low as 0.9%. Search your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details. Offer ends 1/4/21.
At the Home Depot, we improve things. This holiday season, we've improved holiday shopping. We've made it easy to order online, right from our app, right from your couch. We can have it ready and waiting the same day for faster pickup to save time and stress. Or if you can't make it to the store, rest easy. We'll deliver. Holiday shopping, improved. This year, make the most of your holidays with a little help from the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
At Academy Sports and Outdoors, the sounds of great gifts and Christmas hot deals are everywhere. Get up to 40% off Adidas Fleece, 50% off Cannon Valley Forge 24 capacity safe, and 20% off coolers. Or get Academy gift cards for everyone on your list. Shop at academy.com and get free curbside pickup. Find gifts for everyone on your Christmas list at your local store and at academy.com. Exclusions and restrictions apply. Cooler offer excludes Yeti. While supplies last. See academy.com for details.
Get your holiday shopping done early at Macy's one-day sale with deals of the day priced so low you don't need a coupon. Winter is here, so get ready with cold weather essentials $19.99 to $29.99 and cozy boots 40 to 50% off. Then snuggle up with a 3-piece comforter set for just $19.99. Plus, get $10 in Macy's money for every $50 spent. Now at Macy's. For details, visit Macy's.com/Macy's Money. Savings off sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
What can give you a competitive edge in today's red-hot housing market? Rocket can. That's because Rocket Mortgage can give you a verified approval. It could help your offer stand out. Rocket Technology provides a rock-solid verification of your income, assets, and credit, giving sellers greater confidence in you. Go to rocketmortgage.com or call us today at 8338-ROCKET.
A verified approval is based on an underwriter's analysis of your individual financial information, appraisal, and title report. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender licensed in all 50 states and MLSConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Progressive is proud to honor our veterans by donating vehicles to move their lives forward, especially in times of need. This year celebrates 8 years and more than 750 vehicles donated. Learn more about their Keys to Progress program and plans for 2020 at keystoprogress.com.
Headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Stocks slide just a bit lower as investors weigh the prospects that the lawmakers will hand out more COVID-19 aid to Americans as negotiations drag on. This as developments on vaccines against the respiratory disease are also being closely watched. Let's see how the numbers are doing now. The S&P's down 0.5%, down 17. The Dow's down 0.25%, down 80, and the Nasdaq's down 0.4%, down 53. The 10-year is up 7/30 seconds. The yield is 0.88%. West Texas Intermediate crude has again moved from green to red, but it's down just 0.1% at 46.72 a barrel. COMEX gold's up 0.6% at 18.4940 an ounce. The dollar yen, 103.91. The euro, $1.21.18. The British pound, $1.32.42. Hey, have any extra Christmas ornaments in the house? You might want to put them up for sale. Holiday decor is selling out faster than usual in many stores with 2 weeks left before Christmas as Americans feel dark, increasingly cold pandemic days. by buying up more lights, trees, and ornaments at a rapid pace. In fact, many Christmas tree sellers say they're out of stock. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm Greg Jarrett.
Bloomberg Opinion, informed perspectives, and expert data-driven commentary on breaking news.
It's time to bring in Barry Rittles, expert opinion provider, and he has a great column out today. Of course, Barry, just to remind everybody, is a Bloomberg Opinion contributor, also founder of Rittles Wealth Management and the host of Masters in Business on Bloomberg Radio. So, Barry, I presume that you've been watching this week's activities with absolute combinations of disgust, horror, awe, bemusement, just like the rest of us. You have a great column today saying that Airbnb and DoorDash showcase the best and worst of Uber. Explain what you mean.
Sure. Well, start with the basic model that Uber created. You know, we all got consumed by the frat house and the Travis getting thrown out as CEO. But really, they created a fascinating model where they identified a massive inefficiency in a high-margin business. They created an app that made it really easy for consumers to consume those services. And, you know, we've all used the Uber app. The ability to say, I want a small car, I want a big truck, I want a luxury car, and track when it's going to arrive and not have to mess around with cash or anything. They just made that sort of transportation service so much better than it was, and both DoorDash and Airbnb have followed that same basic process. With Airbnb, it's a massive addressable margin with an average transaction price of $160 and an enormous profit margin. The problem with DoorDash is that we can't say the same thing.
So it's interesting here. Yet investors feel. What do you make, I guess, of the market this week and the market's willingness to bid these stocks up so dramatically? What did you take away from it? Some are saying that the bankers really blew it here.
You know, how often do the bankers get it right? And be aware, there's a ton of hindsight bias involved when, you should have priced it higher. Well, yeah, you'd say that after the fact. So to be fair to the bankers, yeah, it's easy to tell what the demand is after the fact, but very often the companies want a really high number. The bankers want to make sure that there's enough appeal in the shares that there's demand not only for the IPO shares, but the quote-unquote shoe that comes out afterwards, the subsequent shares that the bank sells, and they want to create a little excitement and buzz around the name. And you know, you could argue they could have priced this $10, $20 higher. Ultimately, the founders, the shareholders, they all benefit, the insiders. So the company ends up with $4 or $5 billion in cash instead of $6 or $7 billion in cash. In the scheme of things, when the price runs up, if they want to do a secondary in 6 months and put some more stock out, it's certainly an option.
The question, I suppose, really that we'll have to wait some time to see the answer to is, can these companies, you know, have a quarter after quarter of revenue growth and profit, Barry?
Well, for Airbnb, with the much higher transaction price, I mean, you could go look at homes for rent for $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 a night on Airbnb. What's the most expensive pizza you're going to get delivered from DoorDash?
Yeah.
That's the big difference between the two business models. They both are sort of positioning themselves as pandemic plays. Hey, get out of the city, get out of your apartment, come rent a place out in the burbs or where you can drive. You don't have to go through TSA or on a plane. Drive to an Airbnb and you know, wait out the pandemic. Seemed to be a pretty good line that investors bought into. DoorDash and some of their competitors like Uber Eats and Grubhub and all the others, there have been a series of mergers there. I don't even know who's who anymore. But they also tried to make that same sort of pandemic But hey, you don't have to go out to eat. We'll do a touch-free delivery. You pay for it on the credit card. We'll leave it on your doorstep. And, they certainly have been growing very, very quickly. The difference is the people I know who are currently using Airbnb, almost to a person, everyone says, of course we're going to continue using it after the pandemic. The food delivery services are a short-term substitute for going to a restaurant. And I suspect that post-pandemic, the various food delivery apps, and that certainly includes DoorDash and all the rest, we have to presume there's going to be some sort of fall-off in usage. The question is it modest? Is it big? Is it giant? I don't think it's modest. I think it's going to be more substantial than that.
Yeah, Barry, I actually I agree with your analysis of DoorDash there. And again, I was, surprised at how well embraced that IPO was and the valuation it's garnering. So that brings me to my question, Barry. Are you drawing any conclusions as it relates to the state of the overall equity markets about how these two deals were received and how they are being valued? Does it suggest to you maybe a certain level of frothiness in the market, akin to maybe what we've seen in some past bubbles?
So frothy is a great word because it doesn't commit you to saying that this can't continue any further. So I'm with you on that. And remember, Alan Greenspan's infamous irrational exuberance speech in the middle of the dot-com boom that eventually blew up, that was 1996. If you were a seller on that speech, you missed an ungodly amount of gains over the next 4 years. Remember, the market didn't peak until March 2000. So frothiness, and we certainly have seen this in some SPAC issuance and some Bitcoin purse and other crypto-related items. There's definitely some speculation going out there, and I'm not in the camp that wants to blame Robinhood on everything. That's an aspect of it. Boredom, people lacking the ability to go out and play, to go to casinos, to watch, sports. We keep watching one football game, whether it's college or professional, after another, get canceled. So, you have a lot of people who are home bored. That might count for some of this. And it's been such a long time since we've had a sexy, exciting run of IPOs. Companies have been staying private for longer. Airbnb is a perfect example.
Sure.
That's a fairly mature company that has both strong revenue and profit growth, and they had a few missteps in the beginning of the pandemic, and they righted themselves pretty quickly.
Yep. Yeah, they did pivot pretty quickly. Barry Ritholtz, thanks so much for joining us here. Barry Ritholtz, Bloomberg Opinion columnist and host of Masters in Business on Bloomberg Radio. Also founder, chairman, and chief investment officer of Ritholtz Wealth Management, giving us his thoughts on the markets. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
Tech trends.
It's our holiday extravaganza on the Kelly Clarkson Show.
Ho, ho, ho!
What's up, Santa? All week we're decking the halls with some very special guests. Garth Brooks.
Did you guys dress up for me?
Plus Whitney Cummings and Gwen Stefani.
Feliz Navidad.
With performances by Carrie Underwood, Meghan Trainor, and country star Brett Eldridge. All I want for Christmas is a duet partner.
Your wish is my command.
Happy holidays, y'all.
Weekdays at 2 on NBC6.
This holiday season, shoot for the stars with sparkling gifts from Pandora Jewelry. When you shop December 7th through 14th, a sterling silver Moon and Stars open bangle is yours free with any purchase of $125 or more. Shop Pandora Jewelry today. Free bangle with purchase while supplies last at participating retailers. No substitutions. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Visit the Pandora store at Southland Mall, located off Florida's Turnpike on Southwest 205th Street and US 1. Pandora, Southland Mall.
Get your holiday shopping done early at Macy's one-day sale with deals of the day priced so low you don't need a coupon. Winter is here, so get ready with cold weather essentials $19.99 to $29.99 and cozy boots 40 to 50% off. Then snuggle up with a 3-piece comforter set for just $19.99. Plus, get $10 in Macy's money for every $50 spent. Now at Macy's. For details, visit Macys.com/Macy's Money. Savings off sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
The Happy Honda Days sales event is here, and thousands of new Hondas are marked with clearance prices and payments. Well-qualified buyers can save thousands with financing as low as 0.9% on select 2020 Hondas. Every Honda model is clearance priced. Accords, Civics, HRVs, CRVs, Passports, Pilots, and more. Don't miss the Happy Honda Days sales event with thousands of new Hondas in stock with financing as low as 0.9%. Search your local Honda dealer today. See dealer for financing details. Offer ends 1/4/21.
What can give you a competitive edge in today's red-hot housing market? Rocket can. That's because Rocket Mortgage can give you a verified approval. It could help your offer stand out. Rocket Technology provides a rock-solid verification of your income, assets, and credit, giving sellers greater confidence in you. Go to rocketmortgage.com or call us today at 8338-ROCKET.
A verified approval is based on an underwriter's analysis of your individual financial information, appraisal, and title report. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender license in all 50 states and MLSConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Let's say you just bought a house. Bad news is, you're one step closer to becoming your parents. You'll proudly mow the lawn. Ask if anybody noticed you mowed the lawn. Tell people to stay off the lawn. Compare it to your neighbor's lawn. And complain about having to mow the lawn again. Good news is, it's easy to bundle home and auto through Progressive and save on your car insurance. Which, of course, will go right into the lawn. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Discount not available in all states or situations.
Capital of the world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is Bloomberg Radio. This is Bloomberg Markets with Bonnie Quinn and Paul Sweeney.
The Fed action, essentially unlimited quantitative easing.
Companies taking aim at coronavirus vaccines and other treatments.
This could be a lower for longer hit.
Market sell-off blowing global once again.
Breaking market news and insight from Bloomberg experts.
It's possible that this is going to be a scarring recession.
The Fed is really showing that they're doing whatever it takes.
A lot of people don't expect that the economy will reopen in full.
This is really hitting industrial America, and it's a major crisis.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Bonnie Quinn and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
This hour, 1 billion unsold hotel rooms this year. We'll speak with Patrick Clark, real estate reporter for Bloomberg, about the impact that will have. Lauren Sauer of Johns Hopkins will join us on the latest coronavirus treatments, vaccines, and so on. And the smallest pop star in the world is the biggest pop star in the world. Lucas Shaw will talk to us about Ariana Grande and streaming rights. First, let's get a Bloomberg Business Flash from Greg Jarrett.
Thank you, Bonnie. Stocks are down as the impasse over an almost $1 trillion stimulus package signals the slimmer chances of a deal anytime soon. The S&P headed toward a weekly drop led by energy and financial shares. Francis Donald, Manulife Investment Management Global Chief Economist, tells Bloomberg the near-term future is gloomy.
We are heading into a very soft patch, something that looks like a double dip on the services component of the economy. I agree with Bloomberg Economics. There is a better than likely chance that we see a negative print on the December payroll. And what we're trying to figure out is how do markets trade that?
Let's take a look at the markets right now. The S&P is down 0.4%, down 16. The Dow's down 0.2%, down 50. And the Nasdaq's down 0.5%, down 61. The 10-year's up 9/32 with a yield of 0.87%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil is down 0.1% at $46.72 a barrel, while COMEX gold's up 0.6% at $18.4830 an ounce. The dollar yen 103.94, the euro $1.2108, and the British pound $1.3207. Apple's chip chief says Apple has started building its own cellular modem for future devices, a move that would replace components from Qualcomm. The cellular modem, in case you don't know it, is one of the most important parts of the smartphone, enabling phone calls and connection to the internet via cellular networks. Qualcomm is down 6.7%. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Bloomberg Markets continues now. Bonnie Quinn and Paul Sweeney.
Greg Jarrett, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Markets trading off a little bit here on this Friday in December. Let's see where the action is in the world of small cap stocks. We do that with Bloomberg Stocks editor Dave Wilson. Dave, what are you looking at today?
Well, I'm looking at losses for smaller companies, though they're not quite as big as what we're seeing with larger ones. The Russell 2000 index down 0.2%, and the S&P 500's lower by 0.4%. The steepest drop in the Russell belongs to ALX Oncology Holdings, whose ticker is ALXO. The cancer drug developer has lost almost 25%. after raising $181 million in a share sale. Seritage Growth Properties, ticker SRG, has fallen about 13%. CEO Benjamin Shaw is leaving the Real Estate Investment Trust to become president and eventually CEO of another REIT, Avalon Bay Communities. Now, Shaw had led Seritage since the REIT was carved out of Sears Holdings back in 2015. The Russell's biggest gain belongs to Nant Health, ticker there NH. The health technology provider has jumped 94%. Sister company Nant Quest put out positive study data on a COVID-19 vaccine. NantQuest's ticker is NK, and it's up about 19%. Both companies controlled by billionaire Patrick Soon-Shiong. And another billionaire involved with VTV Therapeutics, ticker VTVT, and that stock is up 53%. The drug developer exercised the right to force Ron Perlman, its majority owner through his McAndrews and Forbes holding company, to buy more shares. Now, data on an Alzheimer's drug is due from VTV sometime this month.
Dave Wilson, thank you. Dave is, of course, our equities go-to. Dave, just before you go, there's going to be a lot of talk today about musicians' rights, streaming and so on. Ariana Grande with the most streams, almost 500 million streams on Spotify in November. What's on your playlist this weekend?
That's a good question. I think I'm going to kind of do catch can as far as music goes. I have a few things going on, and, we'll just kind of play it by ear. I will be at some point over the weekend, though, catching Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band's appearance on Saturday Night Live. That's coming up tomorrow.
That's what I was waiting for. All right, Dave, thank you.
Now, Dave, Vonnie, Dave was suggesting he's not going to stay up late on Saturday night to watch. He may have to catch it some other time. I caught that.
Sunday, perhaps.
He's going to stream it. There you go. You see, money and streaming. All right, let's get to something just a little less optimistic now, and that is the 1 billion empty hotel rooms for the year. We've been obviously looking at various numbers throughout this year. It's been a year of numbers, and this is not one that we enjoy talking about. But Patrick Clark is our real estate reporter, and he will talk about it to us. Patrick, how on earth did we get here? 1 billion rooms have gone unsold, practically at least 962 million through last week.
Yeah, well, when was the last time you stayed in a hotel?
Yeah,
good point.
There's the conference business, which is about a third of hotel demand, is completely on ice. There's very little business travel happening, and while there are some hotels that are in the right kind of beach locations where you can drive to them from a big city that are doing okay, across the board. This is really been the worst year in probably the history of the modern lodging industry. And when you stack up all the empty rooms, pretty soon we will cross the 1 billion unsold rooms mark.
Hey, Pat, when you talk to these hotel companies, what is their thinking as to how their business may recover as we start getting vaccines into the marketplace? There's a expectation of a big ramp up in the first half of the year. How are they thinking about the timing and the back half of this year and so on?
I have to say they're less optimistic than I am. I'm thinking about my next vacation. As soon as I get vaccinated, my family's going to the beach.
I'm with you.
But I think hotels tend to be more focused right now on the tough months that they have ahead of them.
Yeah, it's interesting. Go ahead, Vonnie.
Yeah, the question I have is, we know that we didn't pay to spend nights in hotels, but how many of these rooms remained empty? How many of these hotels got involved in schemes to rehouse homeless people, for example?
I think that's been fairly marginal. I do think there certainly has been a downward drift in the types of business hotels have been willing to take, right? So, like, if you're a business traveler who is booking the room on their corporate credit card and not thinking a ton about the price they pay is a good type of business. I would sort of more, the richer the expense account, the better the business that is for the hotel. I have the last time I was in a hotel was about a month ago, and it was a nicer hotel than I normally would have stayed at because it was offering a good rate. And I got there, and there was an airline crew checking in. And I think if you talk to big hotel owners or managers, they'll tell you, yeah, well, we are starting to take types of business where we have to negotiate a lower rate than we would have otherwise. So your flight crews probably are staying at better hotels. There certainly are medical workers. There's probably some government travel. Even people who normally would have sort of recovered from maybe like a minor surgery or something in a hospital, or instead possibly checking into a hotel, thinking that better to be outside of a hospital environment. So there are bits of business available, but none of it makes up for what the hotels have lost.
Well, Patrick, I'm with you. As soon as I get the shot, I'm hopping on a plane and going somewhere, that's for sure. Patrick Clark, real estate reporter for Bloomberg News. He joins us on the phone from New York City talking about, again, that same very difficult situation we hear for the leisure and hospitality businesses. And now the question becomes for a lot of them, as vaccines get into the marketplace, what is the pace and scope of the recovery that you can expect from an airline, from a theme park, from a hotel? And I guess a lot of it is just we'll have to wait and see, but expectations are starting to build positively. Right now, let's head down to Washington, D.C. to our 99.1 studios for world and national news with Nathan Hager. Nathan.
Well, Paul, the first shots against coronavirus could be administered in this country as soon as Monday. Health and Human Services Secretary Alex Azar says that is the timeline now that an FDA advisory panel has recommended Pfizer's vaccine for emergency use. Azar tells ABC's Good Morning America there will be enough supply to get most Americans inoculated by late spring, early summer.
We're actually working with Pfizer as well as Moderna to increase supplies available. It's really about the production capacity from Pfizer and Moderna. We're working to increase that. We're using our powers to help them boost their production.
And CVS says it's planning to get the first vaccine shots to nursing homes by a week from Monday. That's according to Reuters. Just in, the Senate has overwhelmingly passed the annual defense policy bill by a vote of 84 to 13. That's a first vote. Final passage is expected early this afternoon. President Trump has threatened to veto the measure because it doesn't contain protections against social media companies that protect them against litigation, as well as a measure that allows Confederate named military bases to lose those names. Manhattan's district attorney is ramping up his investigation of President Trump. Sources tell the New York Times state prosecutors have interviewed several employees of the president's lender Deutsche Bank and insurance broker Aon in recent weeks, part of the months-long effort to obtain the president's personal and corporate tax returns. It is unclear if DA Cyrus Vance Jr. will ultimately bring charges, but any state action would be beyond the reach of federal pardons. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries.
Whether you're working.
Want to hear something amazing? Discover matches all the cash back you earn on your credit card at the end of your first year, automatically, dollar for dollar, with no limit on how much you can earn. Extra cash? Come on, how amazing is that? In fact, it's even more amazing when you realize all the places where Discover is accepted. 99% of places in the U.S. that take credit cards. So when it comes to Discover, get used to hearing yes more often. Learn more at discover.com/yes. 2020 Nielsen Report. Limitations apply.
This holiday season, shoot for the stars with sparkling gifts from Pandora Jewelry. When you shop December 7th through 14th, a sterling silver Moon and Stars open bangle is yours free with any purchase of $125 or more. Shop Pandora Jewelry today. Free bangle with purchase while supplies last at participating retailers. No substitutions. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Visit the Pandora store at Southland Mall, located off Florida's Turnpike on Southwest 205th Street and US 1. Pandora, Southland Mall.
The Happy Honda Days sales event is here, and thousands of new Hondas are marked with clearance prices and payments. Well-qualified buyers can save thousands with financing as low as 0.9% on select 2020 Hondas. Every Honda model is clearance priced. Accords, Civics, HRVs, CRVs, Passports, Pilots, and more. Don't miss the Happy Honda Days sales event with thousands of new Hondas in stock with financing as low as 0.9%. Search your local Honda dealer today. See dealer for financing details. Offer ends 1/4/21.
At the Home Depot, we improve things. This holiday season, we've improved holiday shopping. We've made it easy to order online, right from our app, right from your couch. We can have it ready and waiting the same day for faster pickup to save time and stress. Or if you can't make it to the store, rest easy. We'll deliver. Holiday shopping, improve. This year, make the most of your holidays with a little help from the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Get your holiday shopping done early at Macy's one-day sale with deals of the day priced so low you don't need a coupon. Winter is here, so get ready with cold weather essentials $19.99 to $29.99 and cozy boots 40 to 50% off. Then snuggle up with a 3-piece comforter set for just $19.99. Plus, get $10 in Macy's money for every $50 spent. Now at Macy's. For details, visit Macy's.com/Macy's Money. Savings off sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
At Academy Sports and Outdoors, the sounds of great gifts and Christmas hot deals are everywhere. Get up to 40% off Adidas Fleece, 50% off Cannon Valley Forge 24 capacity safe, and 20% off coolers. Or get Academy gift cards for everyone on your list. Shop at academy.com and get free curbside pickup. Find gifts for everyone on your Christmas list at your local store and at academy.com. Exclusions and restrictions apply. Cooler offer excludes Yeti. While supplies last. See academy.com for details.
What can give you a competitive edge in today's red-hot housing market? Rocket can. That's because Rocket Mortgage can give you a verified approval. It could help your offer stand out. Rocket Technology provides a rock-solid verification of your income, assets, and credit, giving sellers greater confidence in you. Go to rocketmortgage.com or call us today at 8338-ROCKET.
A verified approval is based on an underwriter's analysis of your individual financial information, appraisal, and title report. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender license in all 50 states and MLSconsumeraccess.org number 3030.
Hi, it's Jamie, Progressive's Employee of the Month, 2 months in a row. Leave a message at the... Hi, Jamie. It's me, Jamie. I just had a new idea for our song about the Name Your Price tool. So when it's like, tell us what you want to pay, hey, 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 and the trombone goes, blah, 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 and you say, we'll help you find coverage options to fit your budget. Then we just all do finger snaps while a choir goes, statements coming at ya, statements coming at ya. Yes? No? Maybe? Anyway, see you at practice tonight. I got new lyrics for the rap break.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
It's our holiday extravaganza on the Kelly Clarkson Show.
Ho, ho, ho!
What's up, Santa? All week we're decking the halls with some very special guests. Garth Brooks.
Did you guys dress up for me?
Plus Whitney Cummings and Gwen Stefani.
Feliz Navidad.
With performances by Carrie Underwood, Meghan Trainor, and country star Brett Eldridge.
All I want for Christmas is a duet partner.
Your wish is my command.
Happy holidays, y'all.
Weekdays at 2 on NBC6.
1, 2, 3, go.
DoorDash presents Art for Foodies, available at artforfoodies2020.com. From Wednesday, December 2nd through Sunday, December 6th, DoorDash is bringing art to your door to support Miami restaurants and artists. Order empanadas, ceviche, patacones, arepas, tacos, yuca frita, or ropa vieja using the DoorDash app. And the person with the most orders will be the owner of a unique Latino piece of art. Learn more at artforfoodies2020.com.
This holiday season, shoot for the stars with sparkling gifts from Pandora Jewelry. When you shop December 7th through 14th, a sterling silver Moon and Stars open bangle is yours free with any purchase of $125 or more. Shop Pandora Jewelry today. Free bangle with purchase while supplies last at participating retailers. No substitutions. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Visit the Pandora store at Southland Mall, located off Florida's Turnpike on Southwest 205th Street and US 1. Pandora, Southland Mall.
The Happy Honda Days sales event is here, and thousands of new Hondas are marked with clearance prices and payments. Well-qualified buyers can save thousands with financing as low as 0.9% on select 2020 Hondas. Every Honda model is clearance priced. Accords, Civics, HRVs, CRVs, Passports, Pilots, and more. Don't miss the Happy Honda Days sales event with thousands of new Hondas in stock with financing as low as 0.9%. Search your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details. Offer ends 1/4/21.
And breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Just crossing the Bloomberg terminal, European regulators weigh a 20% cap on profits for bank dividends. In the meantime, we're looking at red on the screen. The S&P's headed toward a weekly drop led by energy and financial shares. The KBW Bank Index slumped as much as 1.8%. Tech giants Apple and Intel retreat as Tesla sinks on an analyst downgrade. Let's take a look at the numbers as they stand right now. The S&P's down 0.4%, down 16. The Dow's down 0.1%, down 27. And the Nasdaq's down 0.5%, down 66. The 10-year is up 8/32 with a yield of 0.87%. West Texas Intermediate crude's little change now at $46.75 a barrel, with COMEX gold up 0.7% at $18.4970 an ounce. The dollar yen 103.92, the euro $1.2111, the British pound $1.3228. Since we mentioned them, Tesla is down 1.8% and Apple is down 1.4%. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm Greg Jarrett.
Now on Bloomberg Markets, Munis in Focus with Joe Mysak.
Well, today's Focus on Munis is brought to you by Build America Mutual. When the market is volatile, BAM provides stability. BAM-insured municipal bonds deliver default protection, value preservation, and a durable rating. Ask your broker about BAM-insured municipal bonds. Well, all eyes are in Washington as our good friends in Congress continue to debate fiscal stimulus, and I can tell you who is really waiting with bated breath are states and local municipalities. Headline coming across the Bloomberg terminal. Thank you, Vonnie Quinn. The S&P revises New York State outlook to negative. Let's go to Joe Mysak, editor, Bloomberg Brief for Bloomberg News. Joe, not good news for the state of New York here. What do you think the states are kind of baking into their projections as it relates to, are they going to get any federal stimulus funding at all?
Wow, Mr. Sweeney, I just don't know. I don't think, a lot of them were, semi-optimistic, but I would say that it's going to, it'll take place in the new year because Mitch McConnell has come right out and said, hey, the Democrats should, get over this. The states aren't in that bad a shape, and, basically stop it. And it's more important to focus on small business. So I don't think the states, right now, states aren't going to get anything. But a new administration comes in January, so there's more hope there. And again, I think what you have to realize, what McConnell is probably looking at right now is there was an interesting study done by the Cato Institute this week, and it showed that state tax revenues have rebounded since the second quarter and are doing very well. But this does not help certain entities within the states, which is the ones who need the help. Maybe if the message was sharpened a little bit more, there would be some success on this. So like all the transit systems, the public transportation system, they need cash. The state, at the state level, maybe some of them don't, or most of them don't, okay? But, maybe New York does. Illinois does. Illinois, was going to borrow from the municipal liquidity facility next week because, they need cash. So there are states that need cash, but more importantly, there are entities within the states that need cash, and that's who they should be aiming any relief to. But yeah, that's it's terrible to see that play out in Washington that way.
Yeah, Joe, so that's what you're saying. It's not something that we can ignore that states are in trouble for money. It's not something that, we can say, well, New York is a big state, or New York can continue to borrow. There really are trickle-down effects, and they're pretty immediate. So when you see a headline like S&P revising its outlook to negative, that actually impacts prices and the ability of entities to raise money for crucial work, even if it's just to turn on the subways in the morning.
Oh, yeah. It's just it's almost it leaves you dumbfounded when this level of how can I put it? Well, they're almost bored by states and municipalities. Could you believe that? In Washington, they just don't see it at all. And so long as you have that Republican majority in the Senate, that's it.
So, Joe, the New York's MTA did, in fact, I guess, go to the Fed's municipal liquidity facility, borrowing some money here. Are you surprised that we haven't seen more entities do this?
No, actually, because, this kind of gives you the, explains what I was saying before about certain entities within states. So the MTA, is desperate for cash, but so many of the others, even public transportation systems, just like the MTA, are able to access capital in the municipal market on very advantageous interest rates right now. So they don't have to go to the Fed, which does charge a bit of a yield penalty. So, so you've seen the MTA. The MTA is at this point just trying to bank more money to weather the storm over the next several months. And as I mentioned, the same with Illinois, which said they're going to do it next week. So you have a certain few entities, but almost everyone else is able to come to the market and borrow money at really cheap, record low interest rates. I think you could borrow money for 10 years in the market if you're a top-rated issuer now for maybe 3/4 of 75 basis points.
Wow.
That's what you're looking at. So it's very, very advantageous rates.
So literally yesterday evening, our team reported that the MTA had borrowed $2.9 billion from the Fed window before the window closes. That's, something that the Fed had put out there, that it had a municipal credit line, if you like. But as you said, there's a penalty for that. So, what happens in the worst case scenario? Do we see, undergrounds stopping, thousands of jobs eliminated? Do we just see the end of this cash one day? I'm optimistic by nature, so I don't think that it will come to that point. I think that certainly a new administration, and who knows, maybe next week Congress will come around and decide, hey, the transportation systems, they need money, so let's put some in there for them. So I don't think you're going to have this massive shutdown of the subway system, especially with the new Biden administration coming in. Joe, thank you. Great to have a little note of optimism at the end of the segment, because it really is, it boggles the mind. Joe Mysak is Muni's editor for Bloomberg Briefs, discussing all sorts of things, state, local government related, and things that we all count on every day to live our daily lives. This is Bloomberg.
This is a Bloomberg on the road again.
The open road is open again, and wherever it takes you, Choice Hotels is there. Get 20% off when you book a stay at choicehotels.com. With over 6,500 locations, including Comfort Inn and Suites, you'll find us wherever you're headed. When you explore Florida, Choice Hotels will be there with a place to lay your head. Get 20% off when you book direct at choicehotels.com. Terms apply. See choicehotels.com/book and save for details.
This holiday season, shoot for the stars with sparkling gifts from Pandora Jewelry. When you shop December 7th through 14th, a sterling silver Moon and Stars open bangle is yours free with any purchase of $125 or more. Shop Pandora Jewelry today. Free bangle with purchase while supplies last at participating retailers. No substitutions. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Visit the Pandora store at Southland Mall, located off Florida's Turnpike on Southwest 205th Street and US 1. Pandora, Southland Mall.
The Happy Honda Days sales event is here, and thousands of new Hondas are marked with clearance prices and payments. Well-qualified buyers can save thousands with financing as low as 0.9% on select 2020 Hondas. Every Honda model is clearance priced. Accords, Civics, HRVs, CRVs, Passports, Pilots, and more. Don't miss the Happy Honda Days sales event with thousands of new Hondas in stock with financing as low as 0.9%. Search your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details. Offer ends 1/4/21.
It's not every day you have to replace a water heater, more like every 10 years. The Home Depot can help with a wide selection of the latest models from Rheem and a helpful online water heater buying guide to help make choosing the right Rheem easy. From gas to electric, tankless, even smart models that can spot a leak before it happens. Water heaters have come a long way. You don't have to. Go to HomeDepot.com to find the latest Rheem water heaters and helpful answers and advice from our water heater buying guide. Only from the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Get your holiday shopping done early at Macy's one-day sale with deals of the day priced so low you don't need a coupon. Winter is here, so get ready with cold weather essentials $19.99 to $29.99 and cozy boots 40 to 50% off. Then snuggle up with a 3-piece comforter set for just $19.99. Plus, get $10 in Macy's money for every $50 spent. Now at Macy's. For details, visit Macy's.com/Macy's Money. Savings off sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
Doris Market makes every day a gourmet day. We specialize in authentic Italian catering and fresh baked goods with the finest ingredients. Need a feast for a family celebration? How about a custom cake for a special occasion? Maybe you just need a break from doing all the cooking yourself. Try our scrumptious appetizers and entrees made right in the Doris kitchen. Let Doris do the cooking for your next big or small event. At Doris Market, we bring the fresh gourmet market taste without the gourmet prices.
Want to hear something amazing? Discover matches all the cash back you earn on your credit card at the end of your first year, automatically, dollar for dollar, with no limit on how much you can earn. Extra cash? Come on, how amazing is that? In fact, it's even more amazing when you realize all the places where Discover is accepted. 99% of places in the U.S. that take credit cards. So when it comes to Discover, get used to hearing yes more often. Learn more at discover.com/yes. 2020 Nielsen Report. Limitations apply.
Let's say you just bought a house. Bad news is, you're one step closer to becoming your parents. You'll proudly mow the lawn, ask if anybody noticed you mowed the lawn, tell people to stay off the lawn, compare it to your neighbor's lawn, and complain about having to mow the lawn again. Good news is, it's easy to bundle home and auto through Progressive and save on your car insurance, which, of course, will go right into the lawn. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Discount not available in all states or situations.
Cozy up for the holidays with 60% off everything at Banana Republic Factory, including soft sweaters, comfy pajamas, must-have gifts, and more for $9.99. Find your nearest store now, only at Banana Republic Factory. Get 50 through 70% off almost everything at Gap Factory and GapFactory.com. Plus, shop new doorbusters for the family, including outerwear, jeans, and our Gap logo crew neck sweatshirt. Find it all at Gap Factory or GapFactory.com through December 14th.
It's not every day you have to replace a water heater, more like every 10 years. The Home Depot can help with a wide selection of the latest models from Rheem and a helpful online water heater buying guide to help make choosing the right Rheem easy. From gas to electric, tankless, even smart models that can spot a leak before it happens. Water heaters have come a long way. You don't have to. Go to HomeDepot.com to find the latest Rheem water heaters and helpful answers and advice from our water heater buying guide. Only from the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
It's our holiday extravaganza on the Kelly Clarkson Show.
Ho, ho, ho!
What's up, Santa? All week we're decking the halls with some very special guests. Garth Brooks.
Did you guys dress up for me?
Plus Whitney Cummings and Gwen Stefani.
Feliz Navidad.
With performances by Carrie Underwood, Meghan Trainor, and country star Brett Eldridge.
All I want for Christmas is a duet partner.
Your wish is my command.
Happy holidays, y'all.
Weekdays at 2 on NBC6.
Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Markets.
Coming up, we're going to chat with Lauren Sauer, as we do every week, of the Johns Hopkins University, get the latest on the virus, treatments, and all-important vaccines. Plus, first it was Stevie Nicks. Now Bob Dylan selling part or all of their music catalogs, cashing in. We're going to chat with Lucas Shaw, Bloomberg entertainment reporter, to get the latest on this trend. But first, let's go to Nathan Haviger, Bloomberg News, for a Bloomberg Business Flash. Nathan.
Stocks are down right now, Paul.
I apologize.
No worries whatsoever. Call me anything you want. Stocks are down as the impasse over an almost $1 trillion stimulus package signaled the slimmer chances of a deal anytime soon. The S&P heads toward a weekly drop led by energy and financial shares. As it's Friday, let's take a look at what the markets are doing right now. S&P is down 0.5%, down 20. The Dow's down 0.25%, down 69. And the Nasdaq's down 0.7%, down 87. The 10-year is up 7/32 with a yield of 0.88%. West Texas Intermediate crude's down 0.3% at 46.64 a barrel. COMEX gold is up 0.5% at 1846.90 an ounce. The dollar yen 103.92. The euro right now is at $1.2110, and the British pound is $1.3218. Gauge of U.S. consumer sentiment unexpectedly increased in early December to the second highest level since March, amid prospects for a vaccine coming soon to tame the pandemic. University of Michigan's preliminary sentiment index rose 4.5 points to 81.4 from a final November reading of 76.9. The median projection, 76. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm Greg Jarrett.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Bonnie Quinn on Bloomberg Radio.
It's our weekly visit with Lauren Sauer time, and it's always something we look forward to. Lauren is Assistant Professor of Emergency Medicine at Johns Hopkins University, which of course is assisted by the philanthropic efforts of the owner of this radio station. But Lauren, thanks for joining. Very thrilled today because Reuters is reporting that the first doses of vaccine could be dished out to seniors in nursing facilities and nursing homes December 21st. What's your reaction?
Yeah. I think we all needed a bit of good news, and we all were watching with a lot of anticipation to see how the meeting went yesterday with the FDA. And so it's just great to see everyone collectively working towards this emergency use authorization. The outcome looks promising. I think we're waiting to see the final details of what will be within the emergency use authorization. And then we're hoping to see, almost 3 million doses go out sometime early this next week.
So, Lauren, there's an interesting, fascinating story on the Bloomberg terminal today saying how the U.S. ranks 32nd in vaccine buys on a per capita basis. Where are you, or where do you think the U.S. is in terms of having a proper supply, sufficient supply of vaccines to vaccinate its population as, quickly as possible?
Yeah, I think we would like to see we would have liked to see more doses secured, but the challenge will be in administration. So the one benefit of this somewhat slower rollout will be that we really are very careful with these initial doses. I think I saw that about 2.9 million, so of the initial available 6.4 million Pfizer doses will go out in this, hopefully early this week. And that will give us time to really perfect the supply chain and the distribution. As everyone knows, I think by now the Pfizer vaccine has some challenging cold chain storage, some challenging distribution issues. And so using this time to start a little bit slow, not super slow. I mean, we have a vaccine in the year, which is absolutely incredible, to really make sure that we're not going to waste any doses, that we have a plan for how we're accessing these harder to reach populations, that we're getting it to the people who need it most right now is critical. I do think that there is going to be a need for massive scale up that we're not really quite ready for, and I haven't seen that story yet, but it does make sense to me that we will need to improve that capacity. I think as more vaccines come online, particularly ones with more improved cold chain storage issues, we'll see that number tick up.
Is there any reason to suspect that it will be difficult to scale that up, given the difficulties we had, bringing in PPE, for example, or other sorts of things that we needed very badly earlier in the year?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think it's something that we're all a little bit worried about. We have not seen significant changes to how our
national supply chain has improved. We have a little bit of improved PPE situation, but we're still having tons of challenges with national level testing, with a national level strategy for testing, a national level strategy for resource allocation. And this is no different. We're relying on the states to truly figure this out, and we're getting support, but the scale up is going to be critical. And I think we'd like to see more activity, maybe around the Defense Production Act, around some alternatives to production scale up, and then many of us are seeing backups in our ability to obtain freezers and dry ice, and so these all have to be worked out in these next few weeks, or else it doesn't matter how much vaccine we produce, we won't be able to distribute it safely and effectively.
So, Lauren, I guess initially here, the market's going to look like, the demand for these vaccines is going to exceed the supply. But at some point, presumably next year, mid-next year, that dynamic will kind of change, and we'll have plenty of supply. And the question will be, will enough people want to take the vaccine? Do you expect at some point some type of public relations campaign may be needed to get people, to convince them to, in fact, take the vaccine so that we as a society can achieve herd immunity?
Yeah, I absolutely think that. I think rebuilding the trust in science across our country is going to be incredibly important in these early weeks of vaccine distribution. I think people trust their primary care providers. People trust individuals they know who are getting the vaccines to be spokespeople, but that's a heavy burden on the people who are getting these first rounds of vaccine. So we can't put all of that reliance on them. We have to build an education campaign and a trust-building campaign and roll it out as soon as possible. We can't wait until we already have the vaccine ready to go. And I actually think that we're going to see a little bit of this in these first few phases. So I think there will be healthcare workers who are hesitant. I think there will be elderly and vulnerable populations who are hesitant to receive vaccine. And I think many people have already started working in this space, but we need to have this as a primary focus, not a secondary focus to production.
Yeah, because we do have a couple of days head start on the UK, but there are some reports out of the UK that might make people a little more hesitant, allergic reactions and so on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think everyone is watching the UK with sort of bated breath to see what happens, and we have to be prepared to learn, in real time from what's happening there, and apply very rapidly lessons learned. And I think that'll happen even within the process of writing out the EUA, building distribution strategies. All of those things will be impacted by what's happening right now in the UK.
Hey, Lauren, thank you so much once again for joining us. We always appreciate your perspective. Lauren Sauer, Associate Professor of Emergency Medicine at the Johns Hopkins School of Medicine, joining us for the weekly discussion of COVID and the vaccine. Right now, let's head down to Washington, D.C., our 99.1 studios for World and National News with Nathan Hager. Nathan.
Well, Paul, now that expert panel has recommended emergency use authorization, the Food and Drug Administration says it is working rapidly toward getting Pfizer's COVID-19 shot approved. Health and Human Services Secretary Alex Azar tells ABC News the first inoculations could begin Monday, but he says people will need to remain vigilant during the rollout.
Indoor restaurants, indoor bars, household indoor gatherings with people from outside your household. You can do those things, but be careful because you're going to let your guard down. We know people let their guard down, and that's what's spreading disease right now.
CDC Director Dr. Robert Redfield says the death toll from COVID could surpass the September 11th attacks every day for the next 2 to 3 months. Bipartisan talks on a nearly $1 trillion pandemic relief bill are hung up on the issue of shielding companies from virus-related lawsuits. Bloomberg's Irv Chapman has the update from Washington.
Republican leader Mitch McConnell has insisted on such a provision through months of talks.
They're threatening to kill any compromise whatsoever unless Congress leaves small businesses, universities, and healthcare workers as sitting ducks for frivolous lawsuits.
Democratic leader Chuck Schumer.
The Republican leader has demanded a partisan poison pill, an unconscionable position. No relief for the American people unless corporations receive blanket immunity from lawsuits.
Schumer said there have been only 23 such lawsuits all year. In Washington, Irv Chapman, Bloomberg Radio.
And just in another legal loss for the Trump campaign's effort to overturn Joe Biden's win, a state court judge in Wisconsin has ruled against the Trump campaign's lawsuit. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nathan Hager. This is Bloomberg.
How are
This is Derek's O'Reilly Auto Parts story.
After the third time jump-starting my car, I finally realized my battery was dying. So I stopped by O'Reilly to have it checked. They tested it right there in the parking lot. It was bad, real bad. But they helped me find the right battery for my car and even installed it for free. Now my car starts like new.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This holiday season, shoot for the stars with sparkling gifts from Pandora Jewelry. When you shop December 7th through 14th, a sterling silver Moon and Stars open bangle is yours free with any purchase of $125 or more. Shop Pandora Jewelry today. Free bangle with purchase while supplies last at participating retailers. No substitutions. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Visit the Pandora store at Southland Mall, located off Florida's Turnpike on Southwest 205th Street and US 1. Pandora, Southland Mall.
The Happy Honda Days sales event is here, and thousands of new Hondas are marked with clearance prices and payments. Well-qualified buyers can save thousands with financing as low as 0.9% on select 2020 Hondas. Every Honda model is clearance priced. Accords, Civics, HRVs, CRVs, Passports, Pilots, and more. Don't miss the Happy Honda Days sales event with thousands of new Hondas in stock with financing as low as 0.9%. Search your local Honda dealer today. See dealer for financing details. Offer ends 1/4/21.
Get your holiday shopping done early at Macy's one-day sale with deals of the day priced so low you don't need a coupon. Winter is here, so get ready with cold weather essentials $19.99 to $29.99 and cozy boots 40 to 50% off. Then snuggle up with a 3-piece comforter set for just $19.99. Plus, get $10 in Macy's money for every $50 spent. Now at Macy's. For details, visit Macy's.com/Macy's Money. Savings off sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
The doors are opening.
When is that moment out in the distant future?
Some things will be as they were, others forever changed.
The restaurant industry will never be the same.
Follow every new development here on Bloomberg Radio.
What do we need in terms of maybe the new school of economic thought?
Because the next best thing to magic is insight.
It may take nearly a decade for the U.S. economy to recover.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg Terminal. The buy side and the sell side together, collaborating across markets and countries in real time, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network of over 325,000 financial professionals that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Request a demo at Bloomberg.com/professional.
Are financial services firms managing in this new reality? Claire Santaniello, Managing Director at BNY Mellon's Pershing, explains.
If the current times have taught us anything, it's the critical role that technology plays in client relationships. Global conditions have created a business imperative for firms to digitally transform the way they meet client needs and the way they work. Pershing's industry-leading technology enables you to adapt to the evolving ways your clients want to do business, now and in the future, and can help you build an even stronger digital client experience in a simpler, smarter, and safer environment. We have worked with clients of every size to transform their business. Pershing gives you the foundation to stand on, plus our unique perspective, to help you run your business even during the most uncertain of times. We help you consider everything.
To learn more about how Pershing can help you transform your business, visit Pershing.com. Pershing LLC, member FINRA, NYSE, SIPC.
The lifeblood of tech startups isn't just money. It's executive and technical skills, the kind of skills that companies need to build real products, and the skills that venture capitalist Chris Sugden of Edison Partners sees in the graduates that are coming out of New Jersey Institute of Technology.
The amazing thing about NJIT is their graduates, they have multiple offers on average, not just one. They're coming out with real skill sets that are immediately hireable and available to them. I think we see an understanding by the faculty and administration at NJIT that we've got to train and educate the whole student, not just their, one side of their brain. And I do think that's sort of part of the DNA today. There's practical and there's sort of academia, and merging those two together and understanding that if we're going to have our young people go get great jobs and have great successful careers, they've got to have both sides of their brain activated. And I think we see that with NJIT.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
Are you interested in a challenging and exciting career? One where you can be part of solving complex challenges across industries and geographies? Bloomberg's ever-expanding technology, data, news, and media services foster innovation, empower clients, and offer nearly limitless opportunities for career growth. Visit Bloomberg.com/careers today to view our current job opportunities. Bloomberg LP is an equal opportunity employer. The address once again is Bloomberg.com/careers.
Jody Schwartz, noted tax attorney, tells us why she recommends Jewish Communal Fund.
I recommend the JCF to my clients, to my colleagues, to really anyone who asks a question about charitable giving because it's convenient. It allows you the maximum tax deductions permitted by law, and it just makes your life easier, organized, and simple. Another aspect for clients and for other colleagues who don't want their identities to be known or don't want to talk about the property that they're giving away to charity, I found JCF's confidentiality, its aggregate reporting to be very attractive to people.
JCF can help you and your clients organize your charitable giving with a donor-advised fund. A fund can be established with a tax-deductible contribution of $5,000 or more. Contributions to JCF qualify for the highest tax deduction allowed by law. Visit jcfny.org or call 212-752-8277.
Hi, everyone. Al Roker here. As a guy with his own catchphrase, I appreciate that after 75 years, Smokey's only said,
"Only you can prevent wildfires."
But I'm filling in because there's a lot more to report. Like when it's dry or windy. Be careful burning yard waste, because wildfires can even start in your neck of the woods. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. I came out in the 11th grade. Nobody was embracing you. The kids were cruel. It was very difficult to be gay. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma.
The hard part was determining that I was going to do it, but I definitely didn't do it alone.
At age 30, with the help of her mentor, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
I have a mentor, Maria. She convinced me to continue my education and to finish what I started to get my diploma. Just never judges. She's a true role model. If you're even considering getting your high school diploma, go get it. You can do it.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
The following is a message from PGIM.
Welcome to Outsea in 60, Perspectives from PGIM Thought Leaders. Here's Lisa Davis, Impact Investing Portfolio Manager at PGIM Real Estate.
I think we used to believe in ESG circles that climate change was the great systemic risk to financial markets that we needed to find a way to account for. And the challenge was to connect the individual investments that we were making to addressing climate risk at a systemic level. I think the challenge now that I see is that inequality around the globe is an equally important systemic risk, often connected to climate risk, that we have to address in financial markets.
Hear more PGIM perspectives at pgim.com. That's PGIM.com. Partner with PGIM, the investment management business of Prudential. These statements are not intended to be investment advice and should not be used as the basis for any investment decision.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Stocks slip as talks on COVID-19 relief packages face fresh setbacks, with major indices on track to end the week lower. Let's see how much lower they are right now. The S&P's down 0.7%, down 26. The Dow's down 0.4%, down 109. And the Nasdaq's down just about 1%, down 120. The 10-year is up 9/32 with a yield of 0.87%. West Texas Intermediate crude's down 0.5% at 46.52 a barrel, with COMEX gold up 0.5% at 18.46 even per ounce. The dollar yen 103.88, the euro $1.21.10, and the British pound $1.32.11. In the midst of a deep economic crisis, Canadians are becoming a whole lot richer. The nation's households have seen their net worth jump by more than 600 billion loonies since the end of last year, according to a third quarter data issued today by Statistics Canada. That's despite a downturn that saw 3 million people lose their jobs. The numbers show the extent at which efforts by the Bank of Canada and the federal government to flood the economy with cash have shored up household balance sheets there. That is not a Canadian business flash. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm Greg Jarrett.
You're listening to Bloomberg Markets with Vonnie Quinn and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Bloomberg Markets is brought to you by Witham, a forward-thinking advisory and accounting firm helping clients to be in a position of strength in the new reality of business. Learn about their innovative solutions by visiting Witham.com. Well, I'm sensing a trend here in the world of business. First, it was Stevie Nicks selling part of her catalog to some investors for about $100 million. And then just recently, Bob Dylan selling his catalog to Universal Music Group for what is expected to be at least $200 million. What is going on here? Well, we know we have somebody who has the answers. Lucas Shaw, Bloomberg entertainment reporter, joins us here. So, Lucas, it seems to be a trend here of maybe some of these aging artists really cashing out here.
Yeah, they are seizing on something that has really been happening in the music business now for 3 to 5 years, which is that the value of these copyrights has soared because of streaming services, which have more broadly listed industry revenues. And they've also made them a little bit more stable. And so that's meant that a lot of other investors have looked at music as a really appealing asset after years of dismissing it, frankly, as an industry that was dying. And then the pandemic only added fuel to that fire because you have a lot of artists who might ordinarily be going out on tour and making money. Instead, they're stuck at home. So they're doing a mix of, hey, I want some extra cash to pay for X, Y, and Z, and maybe I'll start planning for whatever my future is in the case of Stevie Nicks and Bob Dylan, who are both older in age.
Lucas, are they going to get securitized, these securities, or how does it work? Because I could imagine that in the future, people are going to be listening to, Bob Dylan's top, boots of Spanish leather for the next, centuries, but something like Dark Eyes mightn't get played once in a million years.
Yeah, what Bob Dylan sold was his songwriting catalog, which can make money in a couple of different ways. Songwriters get paid if a song gets listened to on a streaming service or if an album gets purchased, but they also get paid if a song gets played in the radio. They also get paid if you perform a sync. You license that song for an advertisement, for a movie, for a TV show. So people can get pretty creative. With someone like Dylan, as you note, people are listening to his music, although he's not a huge act on streaming. I'm sure that a lot of his money also comes from licensing it for advertisements. You will have people who will just amass enough assets that they think it will be a kind of a consistent generator of revenue. And we've seen that play out time and time again in the music business. There are investment firms that invest in publishing catalogs as well as more traditional music investors. It's something that has long been seen as a relatively stable asset and something that people go to often in times of uncertainty in the market, because even as people are losing their jobs, they're still listening to the radio, still listening to music.
Lucas, it's interesting. I followed David Crosby on Twitter, and he admitted that basically he's going to pursue a similar type of deal for his music because of the pandemic, he's not touring, and that's a big source of revenue for a lot of music acts, and streaming doesn't pay really anything at all to publishers and artists. Do you think we're going to see more of this, maybe from some aging acts who may own their catalogs? It's a kind of a financial necessity.
Yeah, I think a lot of those acts that have relied on touring to continue to pay the bills will go this route. As he's noted, streaming has generating additional returns for the broader industry. On an artist-by-artist basis, the numbers are pretty small unless you're a Drake or a Taylor Swift or a Post Malone or an Ariana Grande, especially if you're an aging act. If you're a David Crosby, chances are that a lot of your fans are those that may still not have converted to streaming. They're buying physical. Physical sales have gone off a cliff during the pandemic, or you're able to get them to go and see you perform, and you can't do that either. So really your only source of money would be selling your catalog, or if you can get somebody to, put a old Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young song on the radio, or on the TV show.
Well, speaking of Taylor Swift, what happens when she gets old and wants to get rid of hers? Does she sort of have a bidding war between her and the private equity firms that bought her already recorded songs?
Well, so that's, again, to keep in mind, the people who just bought her first 6 albums, those are the recordings, and she will own she owns the recordings for all the new music she's putting out. Universal distributes it, but she ultimately owns the masters. Those rights revert to her. Publishing, she actually changed her publishers in the last year. She used to be at Sony ATV. She is now at Universal. I don't know the particulars of that deal, but I would imagine she worked out sort of more of what's called an administration or distribution deal, where in the long run, Taylor Swift's going to own her music. When you're as powerful as Taylor Swift, or in the case of Bob Dylan, you get to demand ownership because everybody wants to work with you.
So the re-recording, Lucas, what does that change for the stream of money? The re-recording her old albums.
Yeah. So because she does not control the recording rights, or the actual recordings from her first album, what she would do is she can control her publishing rights. The songs that she wrote, she would then make new recordings based off of those lyrics and re-release it and try to make it so that those are the songs that people play. But what we don't know is, let's say Taylor Swift does end up re-releasing her first 6 albums in some form, which she has talked about doing. If you're Spotify and you're putting together the This Is Taylor Swift playlist, which is like their equivalent of a greatest hits, and you want to put one of those early Taylor Swift songs, do you pick the one from the initial album, which is the version that everybody knows, or do you put the re-record on there? If you are putting together some curated playlist for a user who really who wants to listen to kind of country pop and that some of those early Taylor Swift songs again, which version? And that's going to, I'll be very curious to see what the streaming services decide to do, because they obviously want to maintain good relations with Taylor Swift, one of the biggest acts in the world. But there's no telling, there's not really a precedent for fans gravitating towards the re-record over the original. So it's a tricky situation, and one that we'll learn a bit more about when we actually see what Taylor Swift is doing with the re-recorded music. In the meantime, she just put out her second album of the year, and both these are albums that are
I was listening to some of it this morning. Evermore. Let's give her an ad while we're at it. All right, Lucas.
I will admit I have not listened yet.
On that note, we all sort of drifted off there into a little bit of daydreaming as we think of Taylor Swift on the British moors, recording music with American pop stars, and getting groups in like Jack Antonoff and so on to make sure that she has another hit record. And Lucas, thank you for keeping us up to date. Lucas also out with a story today about top streamers, and Ariana Grande being the top act in the world right now, which is a fascinating read. So Lucas, thanks for joining us, and Paul, thank you for indulging me in that last little reverie there.
It's an amazing story, the economics there.
This is Bloomberg.
In addition to Bloomberg, capital of the world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, I'm David Weston. Welcome to Balance of Power, where the world of politics meets the world of business. We want to start with a check on the markets. Joining us today is Kayla Lyons. So, Kayla, it looks to me just from the moment I got up this morning, it's a risk-off kind of day.
Yeah, it is. And I think the primary driver of that, David, really is the lack of any kind of tangible progress on the fiscal aid front. Certainly, the worsening virus headlines don't help either. There may also be a little bit of taking risk off the table as we head into the weekend. But nonetheless, the S&P 500 is down around 0.7% right now. Almost every single sector within the index is in the red. The one exception is communication services, but it is the more cyclically oriented sectors, those recovery plays, that are in the most pain. Energy and financials at the bottom of the pile. You can see the KBW Bank Index is off 1.8% today. The small caps, again, a cyclical play, are getting hit as well. But I just mentioned the banks, David. That, of course, does broadly have to do with the risk-off tone, but also what's going on in yields. There is that bid for safety in the bond market taking shape, not just today, but really over the course of the week. The 10-year yield is down around 9 basis points over the past 5 days, now yielding below 0.88%. And, of course, David, it isn't just here in the U.S. where we have deadlock when it comes to politics, but also on the other side of the Atlantic, the U.K. and the EU not getting it together when it comes to Brexit, and that has taken gilt yields lower by 18 basis points in just the past 5 days, David.
Okay, thank you so much to Kayla Lyons. So as Kayla just said, the markets seem to be reacting to the lack of apparent progress on that fourth round of fiscal stimulus, and we're getting conflicting signals out of the various camps. For a state of the play right now, and where it is on Capitol Hill, we go to our Capitol Hill reporter. She is Laura Davis. And Laura, where are we?
Well, we're still where we were really months ago. The two outstanding issues that are still being talked about in the Senate are this aid for state and local governments, as well as this legal liability shield for companies over COVID lawsuits. So Democrats are pushing for this state and local money. Republicans say they want this legal liability shield. This has been an issue that's been outstanding for months. There are talks that are ongoing, which is a positive sign, but we really need to be at that point where there's a breakthrough, where they're coming out with some sort of compromise plan so they can start getting this down on paper, because they need to pass this next week. Next Friday is essentially the deadline for this. The other complicating factor, too, is that the bill that's out there, really it's not even a bill, it's just an outline. The plan that's out there does not include stimulus checks. The White House has said that they want to have at least $600 payments to individuals. Also hearing from both, Bernie Sanders, a progressive Democrat, or not a Democrat, a progressive, and also Josh Hawley, who's a conservative Republican in the Senate, saying they want $1,200 checks. So that really adds to the complicating picture. Both sides, Republicans and Democrats, have agreed of a package that's around $900 billion. The question is, can they fit in all these pieces that everybody wants?
Okay, thank you so much to Laura Davison, who reports on Capitol Hill for us. And while that's going on, we're having increased shutdowns across the country. Just as Laura was speaking, the governor of New York, Andrew Cuomo, announced that, in fact, he would stop indoor dining as of Monday. So that's for all of us in New York. We're not going to be able to dine indoors anymore as of Monday. Now, for a view from the White House on the prospects of further fiscal stimulus, we welcome now Brian Morgenstern. He is White House Deputy Press Secretary. Welcome back. Great to have you with us, Brian. Give us the view from the White House. You're the official spokesperson. What does the White House want in terms of a fourth round of stimulus?
Well, David, it's great to be back with you. Thank you for having me. And the president's priorities have been clear, I think, from the start of this process, that he wants to help people and families. That's small businesses through the PPP program. He's always been supportive of direct payments, the checks in the mail, as Secretary Mnuchin has stated. It's things like that. It's getting businesses the protections they need. That's important to Senator McConnell, and we know that to get anything through Congress, we need to get it through the Senate. He obviously is closely in tune with his caucus, so we hear him. That's an important measure, allowing businesses to be open. Also, money for opening schools is an important thing that seems to have bipartisan compromise. We want schools to be open, and unemployment insurance benefits, a little bit of a plus up. We don't want to disincentivize employment, but we do want to provide relief to those who need it. Really, these measures to help people, to help families, to help small businesses have been and remain things that the administration is advocating for. It's unfortunate that we saw Speaker Pelosi sort of come out and indicate what we at the White House have been saying for months, that it seems like the Democrats have been delaying a deal for political reasons. Now that Election Day has come and gone, they seem to be willing to negotiate. It's unfortunate, the sort of political cynicism that we saw, but we are hopeful in that we see the two sides coming a little bit closer together. So we remain hopeful, as we have been for the months preceding.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I want to clarify something I said earlier. Apparently, the shutdown of indoor dining was not for New York State. It's actually for New York City. So I don't want to get people outside of New York City too concerned about dining indoors as of Monday. So Brian, let's come back to the Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell, because he came out today and said, just give up on the state assistance. He has proposed in the past, as I understand it, taking state assistance and that limitation on liability off the table, just taking that out and agreeing on what they can agree on. Is the White House in favor of that?
Well, David, the White House, over the course of this process, I think, as you saw, had come out in favor of several standalones, such as extending PPP, such as unemployment insurance, such as stimulus checks. our priority is getting relief to the people who need it. That's why even in the absence of a bill, the president took action on an eviction moratorium. He took action on student loan relief. He extended unemployment insurance using disaster relief funds. So he's really been looking for any and all authority to provide relief wherever we can get it. He's been very open-minded. He has been really a good faith negotiator throughout this process. The difference, I would say, between the president's position, really the Republicans' position, and the Democrats appears to be that the Republicans are focused on getting relief to people, families, small businesses who need it. The Democrats' focus seems to be passing money between government entities. And that just really doesn't make sense when we have the American people out there who need the relief. That's who we're really focused on.
Brian, isn't it a fair argument, or tell me that it isn't if you think it's not, from the states who say, look, at part of that money is going to keep people employed at the state level. We are laying people off. We want to keep state employees on the payroll as well.
Well, that is a concern. We, of course, support our police, our firemen, our teachers, and others. But look, the stimulus checks were for all Americans in a certain income group. The unemployment insurance is for all Americans who may be negatively affected. Really, we want to help every American family who needs it. We don't want to necessarily sort of play favorites or just pass money between government entities and sort of launder it between the federal government and state governments. We want the money to go directly to the people. That has been really our focus.
Well, Brian, to that point specifically, as I recall, the first round, President Trump really was enthusiastic about getting paychecks, just dollars into people's pockets directly out there. Again, you're supporting that. I guess it's $600 is what the support is. But we have Josh Hawley, a Republican, joining with Bernie Sanders, I must say, somewhat strange bedfellows, saying, let's make it $1,200, make it separate, just put it in to the continuing resolution. Would the White House support that?
Well, look, I would say that the president has broadly been in favor of the checks, as you saw in the CARES Act and in subsequent rounds of talks. He has been in favor. But look, there's a co-equal branch of government, and with two houses in it, as you know, involved in these negotiations. So we try to give the negotiators the space they need to really make progress. But I think the position that the president is broadly in favor of providing these direct payments to the people really has remained consistent.
We heard from Secretary Mnuchin, I believe it was yesterday, saying he's still optimistic something can get done. Is President Trump still optimistic? Does he think something can get done, recognizing I think we essentially have 1 week left, don't we?
Yeah, and the president remains and always will be a cheerleader for our country, and he knows that while our economy is doing relatively well, there are parts of it that are still suffering from the pandemic, and that's why he continues to support relief for those who need it, and really has remained optimistic throughout. As I stated earlier, I think the Democrats have shown a level of cynicism that's unfortunate here, but the president still remains optimistic that our negotiators can get something done. We remain hopeful that we'll get something done, and we stand ready to work with the Senate and the House to push something across the finish line if indeed it is possible.
Brian, as you say, the president is a cheerleader. The president tends to be an optimist from what I can see. Take us through this weekend coming up, because it strikes me this is really sort of a fateful weekend for the White House, for the President of the United States, because the Electoral College will meet and vote on Monday unless it stops from doing that. What are the plans at the White House? Is there something of a push going on at the White House specifically involved in litigation of possibly getting to the Supreme Court?
Well, David, that's really more of a campaign question, and of course the president is working to vindicate any and all legal rights and achieve any remedies that he can in court to ensure that it was a free and fair election with the legal votes counted and the illegal votes not counted. But I will say that there is a strong focus here at the White House on Operation Warp Speed and the vaccines getting out to the American public. We saw just this morning the FDA, HHS, the secretary was out stating that the FDA has indicated it will approve the first safe and effective COVID-19 vaccine. That is extremely promising news for America. It's really great news. It should give us optimism that we are in the process of defeating this virus. And what that means, David, is that we could see FDA authorization, in the coming hours or day or so. We're not, we can't control the FDA, but we're hopeful that they will work very quickly. And that means we could have shipments this weekend, and we could have shots in the arm as soon as Monday in some places. So this progress is really outstanding, and Operation Warp Speed, the president's initiative here, is really a huge focus because it is a very important issue for the American public in helping to get us through the pandemic.
Brian, I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't put you on the spot. The New York Times has just come out with a report that, in fact, we will get FDA approval as of tonight. Do you have any information on that?
So I would say that we are not in a position to speak for the FDA as to when they would come out with an approval, but you saw the Public Advisory Committee meeting last evening report out a favorable recommendation, and so we are really hopeful that the FDA will be able to move as soon as possible. If it's this evening, I think the White House would come out and cheer that announcement, because really the president's position is the sooner the better, because this is about saving lives, and that's really what it's always been about. And so if that happens, David, Operation Warp Speed is prepared to ship right away and get it to the end users as directed by the governors, to long-term care facilities, to nursing homes, to vaccinate healthcare workers on the front lines. And we want to see people getting vaccinated, hopefully some people by Monday. That would really be outstanding progress for the nation.
Well, we'd certainly all hope for that. Thanks so much, Brian. Always has been a pleasure speaking with you. That's Brian Morgenstern. He is White House Deputy Press Secretary. Coming up, the view from labor on the stimulus negotiations, what's needed and what can't be compromised. With Richard Trumka, he's president of the AFL-CIO. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
The effects of the 2020 election.
What can give you a competitive edge in today's red-hot housing market? Rocket can. That's because Rocket Mortgage can give you a verified approval. It could help your offer stand out. Rocket Technology provides a rock-solid verification of your income, assets, and credit, giving sellers greater confidence in you. Go to rocketmortgage.com or call us today at 8338-ROCKET.
A verified approval is based on an underwriter's analysis of your individual financial information, appraisal, and title report. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender license in all 50 states and MLSConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Lines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Stocks take a leg down as the impasse over the almost $1 trillion stimulus package signaled slimmer chances of an imminent deal, with lawmakers also scrambling to avoid a government shutdown at midnight. With all the problems in D.C., investor optimism over data showing a surprise increase in consumer sentiment faded quickly. The S&P heads toward a weekly slide. Let's take a look at where markets stand now. The S&P is down 0.8%, down 30. The Dow is down 0.5%, down 146. And the Nasdaq's down 1%, down 123. The 10-year is up 9/32 with a yield of 0.87%. West Texas Intermediate crude's down 0.4% at 46.57 a barrel. COMEX gold's down up 0.5% at 1846.50 an ounce. The dollar yen 103.87. The euro $1.2112, and the British pound $1.31.94. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm Greg Jarrett. Now more Bloomberg Balance of Power with David Weston on Bloomberg Radio.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio. I'm David Weston. We turn now to Mark Crumpton for Bloomberg First Word News.
David, thank you. Americans may start getting vaccinated for the coronavirus as soon as Monday. That comes from Health and Human Services Secretary Alex Azar. He tells ABC News that the FDA is moving to authorize the use of the vaccine made by Pfizer and BioNTech. The battle over a new coronavirus pandemic relief bill continues on Capitol Hill. Speaking on the Senate floor today, Majority Leader Mitch McConnell urged Democrats to drop their stands for assistance for states and pass a relief bill now.
Small businesses need saving right now. Unemployed people need relief extended right now. Vaccine distribution networks need funding right now. None of that should be held hostage over intergovernmental bailouts for states that are currently raking in revenue faster than they can spend it.
Leader McConnell also called for passage today of a one-week stopgap funding bill and for quick passage of a defense policy bill. With the December 31st deadline looming, both sides are warning that a no-deal Brexit is looking more likely. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson and European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen say they will continue talking through the weekend. Prime Minister Johnson had pleaded with EU leaders to step in and salvage the negotiations, but officials admit that without new political direction, the teams will have little to talk about. Authorities in China have detained a Bloomberg News assistant on suspicion of endangering national security. Haz Fan is a Chinese citizen who was seen being escorted from her apartment building Monday by plainclothes security officials. Officials say the case is under investigation and Fan's rights have been fully insured. A spokesman for Bloomberg says the company has been speaking to authorities to find out more. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Mark Crumpton. This is Bloomberg.
Thanks so much, Mark. One of the major sticking points in getting a stimulus deal done is the Republicans' demand that there be a limitation on COVID liability for those reopening their businesses, something some are concerned might put workers at risk. Welcome now the man who represents over 12.5 million of those workers. He is Richard Trumka. He's president of the AFL-CIO. Richard, always good to have you with us. Give us the view from labor, if you would, please, about this issue about limiting liability.
Well, we oppose any provision that undermines our ability to hold workers, or employers rather, accountable for jeopardizing the health and safety of workers. This would be the worst time to disincentivize business and employers from doing everything they can to protect the health and safety of working people and consumers, by the way, including those in nursing homes and other congregate care facilities. This is the worst time to do it during an upsurge in the pandemic. We've tried for months to get a standard, and this administration has refused to provide a standard. But what they want to do is shield business so that if business does nothing, or they're absolutely negligent, that they would be shielded from liability from not only employees, but from consumers as well. We think it's the wrong time to do it. We think it's overbroad, and we think it's totally unnecessary. And they're using it as to try to blackmail us to get a bill that would really help the rest of workers.
Richard, as I understand the proposal, it's not an absolute shield. What it does is give a safe harbor that says if you're an employer and you comply with federal and state and local restrictions on opening up, then you cannot be sued. And particularly as you look toward a Biden administration coming in, doesn't that give you some solace?
David, there are no federal restrictions. They're guidelines. There's nothing they're required to do. And so this would protect them if they did nothing. That's nice words, but it's overly broad and, quite frankly, unenforceable. There's so many ramifications from it. And in the middle of a pandemic, they should be focusing on getting a health and safety standard that protects workers. If they did that, then I could see talking to them about protecting employers who have done everything necessary or who complied with that standard. But there is no standard right now. It's all voluntary compliance.
We're looking at a deadline, as you know, of December 31 on some of those special unemployment benefits coming off. Some of your members may well be affected by that. We've seen Mitch McConnell, the majority leader, propose, okay, listen, if we can't come to terms overall, let's just take state assistance and the liability limitation off the table entirely and just go forward with the rest of it. Could you live with that?
Well, listen, I heard what they said, that they try to make this look like government entities exchanging money. Help to state and local governments isn't government entities exchanging money. It's protecting jobs. We'll lose 1 million jobs. 1 million people will be unemployed. 1 million families won't have any employment or any income coming in if that aid isn't there. It is necessary to keep the government going, the local government with services going, but it is also necessary to prop up the economy in general. 1 million people losing their jobs is going to be a drag on the economy like we've never seen or haven't seen for a long time. And so the result is they should be able to do something. It is Mitch McConnell and Mitch McConnell alone who is saying no to help those local entities. And we're talking about firefighters and teachers and first responders and nurses and snowplow drivers and people of that sort. He's done nothing for 6 months. Nothing. And now he comes and says, let's jettison and let's forget about 1 million people. That's a pill too big for us to swallow.
So, Richard,
those 1 million people mean something to us.
Of course, Richard. I never want to let you go without giving us your perspective right now on the labor market right now. Where are we on the unemployment situation from your perspective?
The unemployment situation is really bad. We have 26.1 million people right now who are either unemployed or otherwise out of work because of the virus, or have seen their hires drop and pay drop because of the pandemic. And job growth is slowing, so a stimulus is needed. And the people getting hurt, of course, the most are minorities. Black unemployment rate is still 10.3%, David. That's higher than it was any time during the Great Recession. And their health care, they're getting hit more with the pandemic because they're on the front lines and aren't being protected. So it's a double whammy. They're losing jobs, they're out of work, and those that are working are jeopardizing their health. So we have right now the official rate is 6.7%, but that's for the wrong reason.
Yep.
It dropped because 400,000 people left the labor market and aren't counted anymore because they can't find a job.
There's an awful lot of work left to do for the Biden administration as it comes in. Thank you so much. It's always a treat to have you with us. That's AFL-CIO President Richard Trumka. And a programming note now, Wall Street Week airs tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Larry Summers, Syra Malik, Catherine Baker, and Neil Ferguson will all be among the guests. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
Why do hedge funds?
This holiday season, shoot for the stars with sparkling gifts from Pandora Jewelry. When you shop December 7th through 14th, a sterling silver Moon and Stars open bangle is yours free with any purchase of $125 or more. Shop Pandora Jewelry today. Free bangle with purchase while supplies last at participating retailers. No substitutions. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Visit the Pandora store at Southland Mall, located off Florida's Turnpike on Southwest 205th Street and US 1. Pandora, Southland Mall.
The Happy Honda Days sales event is here, and thousands of new Hondas are marked with clearance prices and payments. Well-qualified buyers can save thousands with financing as low as 0.9% on select 2020 Hondas. Every Honda model is clearance priced. Accords, Civics, HRVs, CRVs, Passports, Pilots, and more. Don't miss the Happy Honda Days sales event with thousands of new Hondas in stock with financing as low as 0.9%. Search your local Honda dealer today. See dealer for financing details. Offer ends 1/4/21.
What can give you a competitive edge in today's red-hot housing market? Rocket can. That's because Rocket Mortgage can give you a verified approval. It could help your offer stand out. Rocket Technology provides a rock-solid verification of your income, assets, and credit, giving sellers greater confidence in you. Go to rocketmortgage.com or call us today at 8338-ROCKET.
A verified approval is based on an underwriter's analysis of your individual financial information, appraisal, and title report. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender license in all 50 states and MLSConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Get your holiday shopping done early at Macy's one-day sale with deals of the day priced so low you don't need a coupon. Winter is here, so get ready with cold weather essentials $19.99 to $29.99 and cozy boots 40 to 50% off. Then snuggle up with a 3-piece comforter set for just $19.99. Plus, get $10 in Macy's money for every $50 spent, starting tomorrow at Macy's. For details, visit Macy's.com/Macy's Money. Savings off sale and clearance prices, exclusions apply.
It has been a stunning week for IPOs, capped off with Airbnb's big debut yesterday. Kaylee Lyons is here. She has the story.
Yeah, Airbnb's debut was remarkable, David. The biggest opening pop for any billion-dollar-plus IPO on record. It's up about 113% from its IPO price. DoorDash, for its part, up around 70%. The appetite for these new listings has just really, really been remarkable, and a lot of people are pointing to retail investors for that. They're possibly the reason why we're seeing such a wide gap between where the IPO price is and where it actually opens, and why there was so much money left on the table. And of course, it's not just buying directly into the stocks themselves, but also to IPO, the Renaissance IPO ETF. DoorDash and Airbnb not in that ETF yet, but it has gotten $173 million $1 billion, worth of inflows. No, $1 million. I was right the first time, worth of inflows so far in December, which is a record. IPOs broadly, David, just really hot right now. December has been a record month. We've seen a record month of December in terms of new listings, capping a record third quarter, of course, this year. And so far in 2020, we've seen more than $163 billion worth of IPO volume. Things are just really, really hot in this market right now. But that is causing a lot of people to say the word bubble, David, hearkening back to 1999, that internet boom. If we can hop into the terminal at GTV Go, I could show you a chart that shows the S&P 500 performance relative to new listing performance from 1995 to 1999 tracks very, very closely to what we're seeing play out in the market right now, David.
Thank you so much, Kaylee Lance. That was terrific. Very informative. Up next, President-elect Biden is running into some resistance in his pick for the Pentagon. We talk with a former senior Pentagon official. He is retired Brigadier General Mark Kimmett. It's coming up next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
This is a Bloomberg.
As a professional painter, you know your customers want a flat finish, but don't want to pay the price of fighting dirt, grime, and scuffs. Use new Bare Ultra Scuff Defense from the Home Depot for a beautiful flat finish plus stain and scuff defense. And that price starts at just $29.60 a gallon. And that's before the Pro Extra discount. A flat paint that's too tough to scuff. Bare Ultra Scuff Defense. Only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Available online and in select stores.
Want to hear something amazing? Discover matches all the cash back you earn on your credit card at the end of your first year, automatically, dollar for dollar, with no limit on how much you can earn. Extra cash? Come on, how amazing is that? In fact, it's even more amazing when you realize all the places where Discover is accepted. 99% of places in the U.S. that take credit cards. So when it comes to Discover, get used to hearing yes more often. Learn more at discover.com/yes. 2020 Nielsen Report. Limitations apply.
It's your apartment speaking, and I need some favors. When you're singing in the shower, just try going up a key. You're trying to be an alto when really you're a soprano. Oh, and if you could bundle your renters and car insurance with Geico, it's easy to do online and we could save money. And then when you read your murder mysteries at night, could you read out loud? But skip the murder parts because I get scared.
Geico. For bundling made easy, go to geico.com today.
This holiday season, shoot for the stars with sparkling gifts from Pandora Jewelry. When you shop December 7th through 14th, a sterling silver Moon and Stars open bangle is yours free with any purchase of $125 or more. Shop Pandora Jewelry today. Free bangle with purchase while supplies last at participating retailers. No substitutions. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Visit the Pandora store at Southland Mall, located off Florida's Turnpike on Southwest 205th Street and US 1. Pandora, Southland Mall.
The Happy Honda Day sales event is here, and thousands of new Hondas are marked with clearance prices and payments. Well-qualified buyers can save thousands with financing as low as 0.9% on select 2020 Hondas. Every Honda model is clearance priced. Accords, Civics, HRVs, CRVs, Passports, Pilots, and more. Don't miss the Happy Honda Day sales event with thousands of new Hondas in stock with financing as low as 0.9%. Search your local Honda dealer today. See dealer for financing details. Offer ends 1/4/21.
Get your holiday shopping done early at Macy's one-day sale with deals of the day priced so low you don't need a coupon. Winter is here, so get ready with cold weather essentials $19.99 to $29.99 and cozy boots 40 to 50% off. Then snuggle up with a 3-piece comforter set for just $19.99. Plus, get $10 in Macy's money for every $50 spent. Starting tomorrow at Macy's. For details, visit Macy's.com/Macy's Money. Savings off sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio. I'm David Weston. For Bloomberg First Word News, we go now to Mark Crumpton.
David, thank you. Here in New York City, restaurants will not be able to offer indoor dining as of Monday. Governor Andrew Cuomo says COVID-19 statistics surpassed benchmarks. The governor said hospitalization rates across the state are increasing dramatically and called them the ultimate cause for concern. Outdoor dining and takeout can continue. The head of the United Nations says the COVID-19 pandemic has exposed what he calls long-term fragilities, inequalities, and injustices in the world. Secretary General Antonio Guterres says the crisis has had a huge social and economic impact and caused damage that, quote, no vaccine can undo. Secretary General Guterres spoke from New York during an online event linked with the Nobel Prize celebrations a day after the World Food Program was awarded the 2020 Peace Prize. President Trump and his party raised $207.5 million in less than a 3-week stretch after the U.S. election. Money flooded into Mr. Trump's coffers at a much higher rate after he began to seek contributions to fight his loss to President-elect Joe Biden. And not all the money came from big money donors. The Federal Election Commission says the bulk of the cash came through Wired, the GOP platform for gathering smaller donations online. Turkey is pushing back against the prospect of sanctions from both the U.S. and the European Union. President Recep Erdogan said today Turkey's disputes with its allies can be resolved through dialogue and cooperation. His comments came hours after the EU gave the green light for the expansion of sanctions over Turkey's exploration of gas reserves in disputed waters. The country also faces U.S. sanctions for buying a Russian air defense system. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Mark Crumpton. This is Bloomberg.
Thanks so much, Mark. President-elect Biden has named his national security team, and his pick for Secretary of Defense is retired General Lloyd Austin, a respected 4-star general who commanded CENTCOM. The problem is that he wore the uniform less than 8 years ago, and that's the statutory minimum for being out of service before taking over defense. Welcome now retired Brigadier General Mark Kimmett, who served as head of planning for CENTCOM before going on to be a Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense and an Assistant Secretary of State. So, Mark, thank you so much for being with us. Appreciate it. First of all, what do you know about General Austin? I don't hear anybody question his qualifications for the job.
Oh, I don't think so. I've known Lloyd for many, many years. I served with him and under him in 2006. He is immensely qualified from a combat commander's point of view. The outstanding question is, can he translate that into the policy and the politics inside of Washington, D.C.?
Well, there's that question about can he really handle the politics. There's also the question about civilian control of the military, isn't there? Is that the origin of this statute, actually, that exists? It says that Congress says you got to be out of the uniform for 8 years because they're worried about that connection between the military, the uniformed military on the one hand, and the civilian control.
Yeah, in fact, I read an article this morning that I thought laid that out quite well. Under General Mattis, Joe Dunford, who was the chairman, basically, the two of them combined to make the Pentagon one voice. And when you add John Kelly over at the White House Chief of Staff, it was pretty much a Marine voice that was setting the entire defense policy. On the other hand, what you want is a close collegial relationship between the civilian side and the military side, but not the strong links that we saw under Jim Mattis. And what I found interesting about this article is they said the solution to that is retired General Milley, who's the current chief.
Oh, that's interesting. I see. That's interesting. But it's interesting. The pressure seems to be coming back from Democrats as much as from Republicans on this issue.
Yeah, exactly. People I really respect, such as Congresswoman Alyssa Slotkin, used to be a former CIA employee, made the point simply that we just don't want too cozy of a relationship between those in uniform and those wearing a suit and tie. There has to be again, collegiality, but not uniformity in the thinking that happens inside the Pentagon. That's why we have civil military control.
In the meantime, and more imminent in a sense, is the proposal for the NDAA, the National Defense Authorization Act, I think is what that stands for. Basically, keep the money coming to the military, which is really pending right now. And there are some issues. The White House has indicated the president might veto it.
That's true. Now, sequestration, which is the process of continuing to fund the military, has been fairly destructive because it doesn't allow us to do any long-term planning. But there will be money flowing to the troops and to some level of operations, but not if the NDAA is not signed. And what does the president have concerns about? Well, he's trying to roll in a number of his particular issues into the National Defense Authorization Act because it's the most likely piece of legislation to be signed before he leaves. So he's thrown in the issue of Section 230 communications authorities for Facebook and Twitter. He's thrown in this thorny question about the names of some military posts. And he has a couple of other issues that he says if it's not resolved inside the NDAA, he will veto it.
Yeah, it's hard to see how the Section 230 issue has anything to do with the military at all. Obviously, the names of posts do. But my understanding, and I want you to correct me if I'm wrong here, is by and large, the military is fine with renaming those bases. It's actually the political side at the White House that's concerned about it.
Yeah, I think as we saw down at Virginia Military Institute recently, they pulled the statue of Stonewall Jackson with no significant outbursts of anger from anyone. Troops are troops. They know how the system works. They were not ever ashamed to be assigned to Fort Hood, but they certainly recognized the past of John Bell Hood. He was somebody who fought against the Union. Troops have other things on their mind, more so than the name of the post at which they're working.
Let's talk about some other things that I think are in this bill, this NDAA. Didn't necessarily come from the White House, but originated elsewhere. I think there's a requirement from Congress to say you have to punish the Turks for those. It's S-400, those Russian surface-to-air missiles that require some sanctions to be imposed. Is that a good idea?
Listen, I think the threat of sanctions is a good idea with Turkey. Whether we follow through with them is a different issue. But President Erdogan has acquired a weapons system that is as dangerous to his allies, in this case NATO, as it is to his enemies. There's a concern that the S-400 would allow the F-35 to be detected. There's no way to know if the Russians haven't built an electronic backdoor so they can see that information. So this is going to be one of the many, many issues that we have with Turkey that will be brought up in the first couple of weeks of the administration under President Biden.
I believe there also may be provisions in there about withdrawing troops from Germany, something that some people up on the Hill are not happy about that President Trump says he wants to do. Where do you stand on that? Is it a good idea for Congress to be telling the White House where they should withdraw troops from or not?
Well, it certainly is not unprecedented that the United States Congress would get involved. And the way they get involved is by holding up appropriations if that action is not done. But I think there's some logic behind reducing the number of troops inside of Germany and redeploying them to Poland. Poland is a much more active area. The Russians are far more interested in that area. And we've been reducing troops in Germany since the end of the Vietnam War. When I was over there as a young captain, we had 375,000 troops. We're down to about 35,000. Bringing 10,000 out isn't going to make a difference. 25,000 soldiers or 35,000 soldiers aren't going to stop a million Soviets if they come into Germany.
And my understanding is that 10,000 wouldn't necessarily come out of Europe, right? Isn't there talk about repositioning them elsewhere in Poland or in Latvia, places like that?
Yeah, the idea is to take them from Germany and continue the buildup that we have started inside of Poland. We've got division headquarters there now. We've got a significant capacity to work alongside the Polish military, which is a good military. But that's where the action is. The action is not in the beer halls of Germany anymore.
Okay, thank you so much. Really great to have you. That's retired Brigadier General Mark Kimmett. I'm delighted to say we're going to have more with him coming up at 1 p.m. Eastern Time on Bloomberg Radio. In the meantime, coming up here, we're going to talk with the former Prime Minister of Ireland and former European Union Ambassador to the United States. He's John Bruton, about where things stand as we enter the crucial weekend in Brexit negotiations. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
Your week, it's different.
There once was a woman, a host with the most, with plenty of Coca-Cola for a holiday toast. She headed out to share a Coke with friends in town, but outside the door was a gift on the ground. So she reached inside and read the letter. Have a Coke, old friend, because together tastes better.
This season, say thank you to a family member, a friend, a nurse, or a neighbor by sharing an ice cold Coke. Because sharing brings us together, and we know together tastes better.
This holiday season, shoot for the stars with sparkling gifts from Pandora Jewelry. When you shop December 7th through 14th, a sterling silver Moon and Stars open bangle is yours free with any purchase of $125 or more. Shop Pandora Jewelry today. Free bangle with purchase while supplies last at participating retailers. No substitutions. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Visit the Pandora store at Southland Mall, located off Florida's Turnpike on Southwest 205th Street and US 1. Pandora, Southland Mall.
Breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Stocks have dropped to session lows as the impasse over almost $1 trillion stimulus package signals slimmer chances of an imminent deal, with lawmakers also scrambling to avoid a government shutdown at midnight. The S&P trades near session lows ahead of a weekly slide, led by energy and financial companies. Giants Apple and Intel weighed on the NASDAQ, while Tesla sank on an analyst downgrade. The KBW Bank Index slumped 2.5% as all of its members retreated. AMC Entertainment Holdings, the world's largest movie theater chain, fell after saying that without new financing, existing cash will be depleted as soon as next month. Walt Disney surged to an all-time high after a bold forecast for its new streaming service. Mike Feil, BlackRock Investment Institute Global Chief Investment Strategist, tells Bloomberg December, January, and February will be tough.
I think our view is being driven by two things. One, which I think is pretty common in the market, and that's the view around the restart that we expect to see globally and economic and social life as we get into 2021. I think the second big driver, though, is what we're calling the new nominal. And here, I think this is less appreciated by markets. And this is the idea that we're going to expect to see, relatively range-bound nominal rates, but we also expect to see central banks increasingly successful at firming inflation in the years ahead.
We check the markets every 15 minutes throughout the trading day. The S&P's down 0.8%, down 31. The Dow's down 0.4%, down 126. And the Nasdaq's down 1.2%, down 148. The 10-year's up 7/30 with a yield of 0.88%. West Texas Intermediate crude's now down 0.3% at 46.61 a barrel, with COMEX gold up 0.5% at 18.4630 an ounce. The dollar yen 103.90, the euro $1.2112, and the British pound $1.3208. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Bloomberg Markets is off, but we do have Bloomberg Balance of Power with David Weston on Bloomberg Radio.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio. I'm David Weston. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson and European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen seem to be preparing people for the possibility that there will not be a deal before the UK exits the EU on January 1st. We welcome now the Honourable John Bruton, who served as Prime Minister of Ireland and as European Union Ambassador to the United States. He is now chairman of IFSC Ireland, a private sector organization developing business in Ireland. So, Mr. Prime Minister, thank you so much for being with us. You've been in these rooms. You've dealt with a lot of these people. Give us your sense of what's happening. They say they're going to have to conclude it by Sunday, although we've had deadlines before. Do you think there is a realistic prospect for a deal at this point?
Well, Britain has already left the European Union, and there's been a period of 11 months allowed for negotiations on a new trade agreement between the European Union and Britain. Unfortunately, agreement has not been reached on the content of a trade agreement. And in the event that agreement is not reached and an agreement ratified, and it has to be ratified by both the European and the British Parliaments before Christmas, there will be basically no trade agreement, and a lot of very heavy tariffs will have to be introduced. For example, on car parts being exported from Britain, food being imported into Britain or exported from Britain to Ireland or other parts of the European Union. And indeed, a lot of other agreements that exist, which were built up by the European Union during the British membership over 45 years or more, these will also fall by the wayside because Britain objects to the idea of there being European rules, the content of which is adjudicated by the European Court of Justice. They don't want anything to do with the European Court of Justice. They don't want anything to do with European rules. They want to make their own rules alone. And that, of course, means that British standards could rapidly become completely incompatible with European standards. They could have lower environmental standards. They could have lower labour protection standards. They could have higher standards in other areas, or they could be subsidizing their goods, or alternatively, European firms, EU firms, could be subsidizing their goods or undercutting Britain. And what the European Union wants is a code of practice that everybody understands, that deals not just with existing regulations, but with future regulations, so that there is fair competition in free trade between the two. But we can't really have free trade without fair competition, and that's the difficult area that has yet to be resolved.
Which is very well laid out. And as I understand it, this appears to be the largest issue there. And it's understandable. This is sort of sovereignty both ways. Both want to be able to set their own standards. But this is the part, Mr. Prime Minister, I don't understand. The proposal, as I understand it, is that, okay, we'll start out with the same standards. If they diverge, there's a remedy, which is, okay, we'll have to adjust the terms of trade. Aren't they better off starting out saying, okay, we're pretty close to each other right now. We'll keep going as long and as far as we can in the areas where we do stay in harmony, rather than blow it all up and go to WTO terms for everything?
Well, the difficulty with making an arrangement on those lines is that you'd never know what the future held. There'll be no certainty. The whole idea of an economic partnership or a trade agreement is that it lasts indefinitely, and businesses which have to make substantial investments to develop goods to sell to a market maybe a year, 2, 3, 4 years from now, know that the rules will remain more or less the same 3 or 4 years from now to what they are today, or they will be changed in a harmonious way. If Britain decides it's going to leave and it's going to have different rules, and that on principle having different rules is something that they insist upon, that means that businesses from the European Union wanting to develop the market in Britain, or indeed British firms wanting to develop the market in the European Union, won't know where they will stand and therefore will have difficulty investing. We want the maximum amount of certainty as well as the maximum amount of fairness. It is important to say, however, that this works both ways. If we have a code of practice that prevents unfair competition, that would prevent unfair competition by EU firms to the disadvantage of Britain, just as it would protect EU firms from British competition that was unfair. It's a two-way process to have common standards. It benefits everybody.
So, Mr. Prime Minister, as you lay that out, it sounds like it's going to be pretty difficult to come up with a deal. It's understandable why both sides are sort of signaling we may not get a deal here. Let's talk about the practicalities of that, and let's come back to your home country in Ireland. What happens? Is there going to be a border with Northern Ireland? Are they going to have customs clearances coming across that border?
No, we've reached an agreement. The EU has reached an agreement with Britain that the border, if there is a border, and if there's a trade agreement, it will be a much less important border than if there isn't a trade agreement, will be on the Irish Sea between Northern Ireland and the mainland of Britain, rather than on the unenforceable 300-mile long land border in Ireland. That's already agreed. So if there are tariffs to be collected or the conformity of goods with standards to be checked, it will be done at a port in London, in England or in Belfast, rather than on the border in Ireland, which would be impractical, as well as being politically very explosive, because it would aggravate the tensions that have existed and have cost so much lives in Northern Ireland over many years.
Exactly, something none of us can conceivably want. I dare say that probably Ireland is one of the economies most closely integrated with the United Kingdom at this point. What are the possible economic effects on Ireland, on investment in Ireland, on business in Ireland, on employment in Ireland, if in fact there is no deal and we go back to WTO terms for trade?
Well, there will be pluses and minuses, but more minuses than pluses. On the minus side, we will face substantial tariffs on our exports of food products to Britain. And indeed, 70% of the food that they eat in Britain comes from the European Union, and they will be paying higher prices because of higher tariffs for the food that they buy in British shops. But the same operates in reverse. Britain will face tariffs on its lamb exports, for example, to the continent of Europe, which it doesn't face at the moment. And indeed, Ireland may take some of that market because Britain can no longer supply it and get over the tariff wall. There also has been a significant movement, indeed, of financial services from London to Ireland, to Paris and to Frankfurt, because the EU market is much bigger than the UK market, and financial service operators want to be in the big market where they can serve a bigger range of customers. So being in the EU, being in Dublin or Frankfurt or Paris, is more advantageous than being in London for many in the financial services field. So that's a plus, if you like, for Ireland. But we would far prefer if there was agreement. Indeed, we would far prefer if Britain had never decided to leave the European Union at all, because as long as we had a common set of rules with Britain, we were able to meet them on all sorts of occasions where we were doing work together in the European Union, and that reduced tensions and promoted understanding between Ireland and Britain. And those opportunities are now going to fall away as a result of Britain's insistence that it must be sovereign at all costs.
Mr. Prime Minister, I can't let you go without asking you about the situation with COVID in Ireland. How is Ireland faring?
Ireland is doing relatively better than most European countries, but we still have a significant problem. In the last few days, there have been reductions in the incidence of COVID, but that seems to have flattened, so to speak. And we are worried about Christmas, that there will be a lot of mixing of people over the Christmas, and that a lot of people may be coming back to Ireland from other countries which have a higher level of COVID perhaps than we have, and that could lead to a spike in COVID cases in January and pressure on our hospitals. And we're hoping that won't happen, because it will cost lives if it does.
Right. Well, that's one thing that we are on the same page as you are on. Thank you so much. Really a treat to have you with us. That's the Honourable John Bruton. He's former Prime Minister of Ireland. A programming note, Wall Street Week airs tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Larry Summers, Syra Malik, Catherine Baker, and Neil Ferguson are among the guests. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
The election is over.
The Happy Honda Day sales event is here, and thousands of new Hondas are marked with clearance prices and payments. Well-qualified buyers can save thousands with financing as low as 0.9% on select 2020 Hondas. Every Honda model is clearance priced. Accords, Civics, HRVs, CRVs, Passports, Pilots, and more. Don't miss the Happy Honda Day sales event with thousands of new Hondas in stock with financing as low as 0.9%. Search your local Honda dealer today. See dealer for financing details. Offer ends 1/4/21.
This holiday season, shoot for the stars with sparkling gifts from Pandora Jewelry. When you shop December 7th through 14th, a sterling silver Moon and Stars open bangle is yours free with any purchase of $125 or more. Shop Pandora Jewelry today. Free bangle with purchase while supplies last at participating retailers. No substitutions. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Visit the Pandora store at Southland Mall, located off Florida's Turnpike on Southwest 205th Street and US 1. Pandora, Southland Mall.
Get your holiday shopping done early at Macy's one-day sale with deals of the day priced so low you don't need a coupon. Winter is here, so get ready with cold weather essentials $19.99 to $29.99 and cozy boots 40 to 50% off. Then snuggle up with a 3-piece comforter set for just $19.99. Plus, get $10 in Macy's money for every $50 spent, starting tomorrow at Macy's. For details, visit Macy's.com/Macy's Money. Savings off sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
As a professional painter, you know your customers want a flat finish, but don't want to pay the price of fighting dirt, grime, and scuffs. Use new Bare Ultra Scuff Defense from the Home Depot for a beautiful flat finish, plus stain and scuff defense. And that price starts at just $29.60 a gallon, and that's before the Pro Extra discount. A flat paint that's too tough to scuff. Bare Ultra Scuff Defense, only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Available online and in select stores.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio. I am David Weston. In just moments from right now, SpaceX is scheduled to launch its Falcon 9 rocket from Cape Canaveral. The rocket this time will be carrying a satellite for Sirius XM. For all of those who get Sirius XM on your radio, this is the way you get it. Joining us now is Sean Casey, Silicon Valley Space Center co-founder and managing director. So, Sean, thank you so much for being with us. For the television part of our audience, we are now watching this rocket on the launch pad. Give us a sense of the significance of this particular launch.
Right. Well, this is a very exciting launch because this is actually the 7th launch of the B-1051 booster. This booster, the first stage, was previously used for the NASA Crew demo mission back in March of 2019. It launched the radar sat in June of 2019, and then the last 4 launches, the last 4 uses of this booster have been for support of the Starlink mission. Starlink is typically launching about 15,000 kilograms to low Earth orbit to build out the Starlink constellation. Another booster, B1049, has also done about 7 launches, but this is the first booster relaunch that has, that's had 6 previous launches, and that's actually launching a commercial payload. As you mentioned, this is the Sirius XM radio satellite, which was built by Space Systems Loral. It's replacing one of the Hughes Boeing satellites that's already in a geostationary orbit. So this represents a tremendous milestone for SpaceX in being able to build and refly these boosters. The Block 5 is a workhorse for SpaceX. The goal is to get reuse of these booster programs to bring the launch cost down by a factor of 10x. And this is just yet another big milestone for SpaceX. This is the 25th flight for this year. 80% of the flights for 2020 have been with reused boosters. This beats the 2018 launch record of 18 flights per year. And today's flight, this is actually the second heaviest non-classified payload that SpaceX has launched. So as we're sitting here watching the countdown, what matters is just the first couple of minutes.
Right.
And there you have it. We are awaiting that launch. Right now, we will have a check of financial markets for you right here on Bloomberg Radio. Bloomberg Balance of Power with David Weston will continue. Right now, stocks are trading lower. This is Bloomberg Radio.
This is a Bloomberg. What can give you a competitive edge in today's red-hot housing market? Rocket can. That's because Rocket Mortgage can give you a verified approval. It could help your offer stand out. Rocket Technology provides a rock-solid verification of your income, assets, and credit, giving sellers greater confidence in you. Go to rocketmortgage.com or call us today at 8338-ROCKET.
A verified approval is based on an underwriter's analysis of your individual financial information, appraisal, and title report. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender licensed in all 50 states and MLSConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
This holiday season, shoot for the stars with sparkling gifts from Pandora Jewelry. When you shop December 7th through 14th, a sterling silver Moon and Stars open bangle is yours free with any purchase of $125 or more. Shop Pandora Jewelry today. Free bangle with purchase while supplies last at participating retailers. No substitutions. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Visit the Pandora store at Southland Mall, located off Florida's Turnpike on Southwest 205th Street and US 1. Pandora, Southland Mall.
The Happy Honda Day sales event is here, and thousands of new Hondas are marked with clearance prices and payments. Well-qualified buyers can save thousands with financing as low as 0.9% on select 2020 Hondas. Every Honda model is clearance priced. Accords, Civics, HRVs, CRVs, Passports, Pilots, and more. Don't miss the Happy Honda Day sales event with thousands of new Hondas in stock with financing as low as 0.9%. Search your local Honda dealer today. See dealer for financing details. Offer ends 1/4/21.
Get your holiday shopping done early at Macy's one-day sale with deals of the day priced so low you don't need a coupon. Winter is here, so get ready with cold weather essentials $19.99 to $29.99 and cozy boots 40 to 50% off. Then snuggle up with a 3-piece comforter set for just $19.99. Plus, get $10 in Macy's money for every $50 spent. Starting tomorrow at Macy's. For details, visit Macy's.com/Macy's Money. Savings off sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
It's your apartment speaking, and I need some favors. When you're singing in the shower, just try going up a key. You're trying to be an alto when really you're a soprano. Oh, and if you could bundle your renters and car insurance with Geico, it's easy to do online and we could save money. And then, when you read your murder mysteries at night, could you read out loud? But skip the murder parts because I get scared.
Geico. For bundling made easy, go to geico.com today.
As a professional painter, you know your customers want a flat finish, but don't want to pay the price of fighting dirt, grime, and scuffs. Use new Bare Ultra Scuff Defense from the Home Depot for a beautiful flat finish, plus stain and scuff defense. And that price starts at just $29.60 a gallon. And that's before the Pro Extra discount. A flat paint that's too tough to scuff. Bare Ultra Scuff Defense. Only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Available online and in select stores.
Capital of the world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Final trading day of the week in the Dow, the S&P and NASDAQ all lower as the impasse over an almost $1 trillion stimulus package signals slimmer chances of an imminent deal, with lawmakers also scrambling to avoid a government shutdown at midnight. And as coronavirus cases sweep across the nation, concern about tougher restrictions is keeping investors on edge. In New York, Governor Cuomo says indoor dining at New York City restaurants will close on Monday amid a surge in infections in the early epicenter of the pandemic. S&P down now by 24 points. We're off session lows, but still down 0.7%. The Dow has slumped 70 points, down 0.2%, while NASDAQ is down 119, down by 1%. The NASDAQ 100 index also down by 1%. 10 years up 5/32, 10-year yield 0.88% this Friday. Gold is up 0.3%, 18.42 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.3%, 46.63 a barrel. As for the market backdrop, Jared Woodard is head of the Research Investment Committee at BofA Securities.
I think investors have gotten a bit aggressive, not max euphoric, not max bullish, but certainly, on their way there. And a lot of our data in terms of our proprietary indicators as well as external data all confirms, pretty bullish sentiment at this moment.
Top U.S. health officials say the Food and Drug Administration is scrutinizing recent reports of allergic reactions to Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine as it readies an emergency use authorization, a step that could come as soon as this weekend. Pfizer shares they're lower today by 1.6%. Airbnb, whose valuation skyrocketed yesterday in its trading debut, is extending its rally today, up another 0.4%. Walt Disney shares trading at a record after a bold forecast for its new streaming services. 1:02 on Wall Street. Time now for the Market Drivers Report with a focus on American depository receipts. And here's Dave Wilson.
Thanks, Charlie. ADRs are falling more than U.S. shares. The S&P ADR index is down 1%, and the S&P 500 is lower by 0.7%. China's NIO has fallen 7.8% in U.S. trading. The electric car maker is following the lead of rivals XPeng and Li Auto by selling ADRs to raise cash. NIO's sale may total as much as $2.7 billion. Sweden's Ericsson has lost 4.9%. The phone equipment maker sued South Korea's Samsung Electronics in the U.S. over a patent licensing dispute. Ericsson said patent-related issues may hurt operating income starting next quarter. British Airways owner IAG has slid 4.2%. The carrier's cargo workers at London's Heathrow Airport plan a 9-day strike that will start on Christmas Day. That's according to their union. And Russia's Gazprom has risen 3.2%. The country's finance and energy ministries drafted a proposal to let the state-controlled natural gas companies sell perpetual bonds. Gazprom would use the proceeds to expand its regional network, Charlie.
And we thank you very much, Dave Wilson, keeping track of those American depository receipts. Feral Gas Partners, whose Blue Rhino propane tank exchange network serves backyard barbecuers across the United States, plans to file for Chapter 11 bankruptcy in Delaware to unravel its debt burden left over from a failed expansion. Recapping, equities lower, S&P down 24, a drop of 0.7%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Balance of Power.
One of the big things that Biden is going to have to do is really find a way to start uniting Americans.
He's got to step off now into a transition where he may not get much cooperation.
I think the chances of any significant tax hikes have diminished greatly.
Where the world of politics meets the world of business.
What we're going to be looking for now is the Republican Party to take some leadership here.
We have an opportunity to defeat despair, to build a nation of prosperity and purpose. We can do it. I know we can.
Balance of Power with David Weston on Bloomberg Radio.
A week to go, and that stimulus package seems to be moving further away. President Trump's goal of overturning the election comes down to one more lawsuit, with the Electoral College vote only 3 days away. And is it time to call an end to the longest war in U.S. history? From New York, welcome to the second hour of Bloomberg Balance of Power. I'm David Weston. The United States went to war in Afghanistan just after 9/11. That's over 19 years ago now. At its peak, there were 100,000 U.S. troops in the country and another 50,000 from other NATO countries. Now the number is down to 10,000, half of which come from the United States. President Trump wants to cut that number by another 50% before he leaves office. What would that mean for our efforts in Afghanistan? Mark Kimmett, retired Army Brigadier General and senior official in both the State and Defense Departments, has remained with us from the first hour of Balance of Power. Mark, thank you so much for staying with us. Give us a sense of what the practical significance would be as if we went from the 5,000 we have down to 2,500.
Well, the practical significance would be that we would have to shave off some of the missions that we're currently conducting. The 2,500 number seems reasonable in terms of the limited scope and mission that we originally came into Afghanistan for, which is to prevent Afghanistan to become a sanctuary and safe haven for terrorism. But we've taken on so many other missions that reducing the numbers is a way to end those missions that are not specifically military related.
So let's talk about what the mission is. Originally, the mission, as I recall, was to make sure that we didn't have al-Qaeda attack us again from over in Afghanistan. That mission appears that we've accomplished. What beyond that are we trying to do there?
Well, I'm not certain that we have accomplished that mission, David. We still see ISK, the Islamic State Khorasan group inside of Afghanistan. We're going to need to keep an eye on them. So that means that we will have to have a limited footprint of some size there. But these other missions, such as fighting corruption, training police, opening schools, all these nation-building tasks that the military has either taken on by themselves or been ordered to take on, those haven't achieved over the past 19 years what they wanted these programs to achieve, and candidly, they weren't military missions to start with, and they weren't part of the mission of going into Afghanistan.
So when I say it looks like we accomplished the mission we set out to, it was to avoid an attack on U.S. soil directed from Afghanistan. That has not happened in the last 19-plus years, right? Will 2,500 troops there be enough to prevent that? Because that's the thing we really went in there for, right?
Well, that's correct. And the issue is not the 2,500 on the ground. It's what do we have behind those 2,500 in bases throughout the Middle East? Are we able to conduct airstrikes from outside the country? Of course we are. Are we able to provide logistics support? Yes. Intelligence? Yes. The whole notion is bring the troops down, the boots on the ground, as we talk about, but if you've got to do those military functions, do what you can out of country, and the absolute essentials, what you must do inside of the country.
Have we heard from President-elect Biden or his team yet on what their view on Afghanistan is at this point?
I think we haven't heard because I think they fundamentally agree with what President Trump is doing. They will talk about reviews. Every new president comes in and has to review the situation abroad. But it is a fairly compelling case to reduce the troops. He comes from a party that is not in the mood to expand the troop presence inside of Afghanistan. So there may be some tinkering of the mission, but I don't think we're going to see significant change unless there's an actual peace deal which requires all Americans to leave, all military to leave.
Let's turn to Iraq, another place where we have U.S. troops and their proposals to cut those troops. You were recently there, as I understand it. As I said, you worked on CENTCOM staff, planning staff. You know the area terribly well. What is the situation in Iraq right now?
Well, in many ways, it's as I described what we want in Afghanistan. We have a very light footprint there on a very limited number of bases that aren't in combat, aren't in a shooting war of any kind. They are enabling, on the other hand, the Iraqi forces to continue their fight against ISIS and the remnants of ISIS that are trying to resurrect themselves. So they're providing intelligence. They're providing some level of command and control for airstrikes that are happening. They're providing advice to the Iraqi military. But it's a very small number, very small footprint, and completely out of sight.
You've mentioned ISIS or Islamic State a couple of times with respect to both Afghanistan and Iraq. President Trump has said basically it has been destroyed. Is that right? What is the danger of it coming back?
Well, what he meant to say, I believe, is that inside of Syria, the caliphate that had been set up by ISIS had been destroyed. The forces haven't been defeated. even though they've been dramatically reduced to the point where they have essentially no tactical capability. They are a terrorist group that can perform one-off attacks now. Certainly not the way it was 5 years ago. But we've got to recognize that whether we call it Al-Qaeda, whether we call it ISIS, what happens is these small terrorist outfits all start claiming the names of the others, and they're sort of franchises that operate throughout the Middle East to conduct terror operations. So ISIS in Syria has been degraded to the point where it no longer has a military capability. Neither does it have a capital of any sort, neither does it have a caliphate. But it still remains a fairly potent, low-level terrorist organization that we've seen from Afghanistan all the way to Morocco.
What should our plan be for Iraq at this point, if you were advising President-elect Biden as he comes in?
Well, candidly, first of all, we've got to decide if Iraq is a priority or not. There are a lot of foreign policy challenges that he will have, and where does Iraq fit? Iraq really is not a issue in and of itself. It really comes into the play with where we're going with Iran. And clearly President Biden will want to see perhaps a re-entry into the nuclear negotiations, but also to try to hold off and diminish the proxy operations that are being run by the Iranians, as well as their missile capabilities. And those proxies, they're in Iraq.
Yeah, no question. Thank you so much. Really great to have you with us today, Mark. That is retired Brigadier General Mark Kimmett. Coming up, President Trump calls it the big one. We talk with Michigan State Attorney General Dana Nessel about that Texas lawsuit to overturn election results in her state. That's next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio.
Whether you're working.
Cozy up for the holidays with 60% off everything at Banana Republic Factory, including soft sweaters, comfy pajamas, must-have gifts, and more from $9.99. Find your nearest store now, only at Banana Republic Factory. Get 50 through 70% off almost everything at Gap Factory and GapFactory.com. Plus, shop new doorbusters for the family, including outerwear, jeans, and our Gap logo crew neck sweatshirt. Find it all at Gap Factory or GapFactory.com through December 14th.
For the Jewish Communal Fund, past President Noel Spiegel.
People often ask me why it's important to use JCF for their charitable giving. I tell them that JCF has a profound impact on our community. Thanks to the revenue generated from our funds, JCF makes an annual $2 million grant to UJA Federation of New York and makes grants from our endowment, the Special Gifts Fund. This year, we proudly granted more than $800,000 to support a kosher food pantry at Mid-Island YJCC, Jewish daycare at the Ed Alliance, a renovation at Camp Oakhurst, and an intergenerational Holocaust program at Ramaz. I'd like you to hear about our impact from a past Special Gifts Fund recipient.
Plaza Jewish Community Chapel is most grateful to JCF for supplying seed money to start the organization. Almost 10,000 families have relied on Plaza to provide an affordable yet dignified Jewish funeral.
Let JCF maximize your impact. Visit jcfny.org or call 212-752-8277.
This holiday season, shoot for the stars with sparkling gifts from Pandora Jewelry. When you shop December 7th through 14th, a sterling silver Moon and Stars open bangle is yours free with any purchase of $125 or more. Shop Pandora Jewelry today. Free bangle with purchase while supplies last at participating retailers. No substitutions. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Visit the Pandora store at Southland Mall, located off Florida's Turnpike on Southwest 205th Street and US 1. Pandora, Southland Mall.
The Happy Honda Day sales event is here, and thousands of new Hondas are marked with clearance prices and payments. Well-qualified buyers can save thousands with financing as low as 0.9% on select 2020 Hondas. Every Honda model is clearance priced. Accords, Civics, HRVs, CRVs, Passports, Pilots, and more. Don't miss the Happy Honda Day sales event with thousands of new Hondas in stock with financing as low as 0.9%. Search your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details. Offer ends 1/4/21.
Get your holiday shopping done early at Macy's one-day sale with deals of the day priced so low you don't need a coupon. Winter is here, so get ready with cold weather essentials $19.99 to $29.99 and cozy boots 40 to 50% off. Then snuggle up with a 3-piece comforter set for just $19.99. Plus, get $10 in Macy's money for every $50 spent. Now at Macy's. For details, visit Macy's.com/Macy's Money. Savings off sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
At the Home Depot, we improve things. This holiday season, we've improved holiday shopping. We've made it easy to order online, right from our app, right from your couch. We can have it ready and waiting the same day for faster pickup to save time and stress. Or if you can't make it to the store, rest easy. We'll deliver. Holiday shopping improved. This year, make the most of your holidays with a little help from the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Hi, it's Jamie, Progressive's Employee of the Month, 2 months in a row. Leave a message at the... Hi, Jamie. It's me, Jamie. I just had a new idea for our song about the Name Your Price tool. So when it's like, tell us what you want to pay, hey, 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 and the trombone goes, blah, 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 and you say, we'll help you find coverage options to fit your budget. Then we just all do finger snaps while a choir goes, statements coming at ya, statements coming at ya. Yes? No? Maybe? Anyway, see your practice tonight. I got new lyrics for the rap break.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
What can give you a competitive edge in today's red-hot housing market? Rocket can. That's because Rocket Mortgage can give you a verified approval. It could help your offer stand out. Rocket Technology provides a rock-solid verification of your income, assets, and credit, giving sellers greater confidence in you. Go to rocketmortgage.com or call us today at 8338-ROCKET.
A verified approval is based on an underwriter's analysis of your individual financial information, appraisal, and title report. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender license in all 50 states and MLSConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
It's our holiday extravaganza on the Kelly Clarkson Show.
Ho, ho, ho!
What's up, Santa? All week we're decking the halls with some very special guests. Garth Brooks.
Did you guys dress up for me?
Plus Whitney Cummings and Gwen Stefani.
Feliz Navidad.
With performances by Carrie Underwood, Meghan Trainor, and country star Brett Eldridge.
All I want for Christmas is a duet partner.
Your wish is my command.
Happy holidays, y'all.
Weekdays at 2 on NBC6.
1, 2, 3.
DoorDash presents Art for Foodies, available at artforfoodies2020.com. From Wednesday, December 2nd through Sunday, December 6th, DoorDash is bringing art to your door to support Miami restaurants and artists. Order empanadas, ceviche, patacones, arepas, tacos, yuca frita, or ropa vieja using the DoorDash app, and the person with the most orders will be the owner of a unique Latino piece of art. Learn more at artforfoodies2020.com.
Cozy up for the holidays with 60% off everything at Banana Republic Factory, including soft sweaters, comfy pajamas, must-have gifts, and more from $9.99. Find your nearest store now, only at Banana Republic Factory. Get 50 through 70% off almost everything at Gap Factory and gapfactory.com. Plus, shop new doorbusters for the family, including outerwear, jeans, and our Gap logo crew neck sweatshirt. Find it all at Gap Factory or gapfactory.com through December 14th.
Lines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Down Friday, concern about tougher restrictions over coronavirus, keeping investors on edge. Stocks are dropping as the impasse over an almost $1 trillion stimulus package signals slimmer chances of an imminent deal. Here's where we stand. S&P down 21, a drop of 0.6%. The Dow is down 52, a drop of 0.2%. NASDAQ is down 100 points, down 0.8%. 10 years up 430 seconds, 10-year yield 0.89%. Gold up 0.2%. 1840 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.4%. 46.58 a barrel. Brent crude, the global benchmark 50.03, also down by 0.4%. Recapping, stocks lower. S&P down 22, down 0.6%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much, Charlie Pellet. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio. I'm David Weston. The Electoral College is due to vote on the next president of the United States on Monday. And once that happens, the election should be truly over. But the Texas State Attorney General has filed a lawsuit trying to stop the process, claiming that the state of Michigan, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin have improperly certified their results. President Trump calls it the big one, on which he pins any hopes he has left of turning his defeat into a victory.
Now let's see whether or not somebody has the courage, whether it's a legislator or legislatures, or whether it's a justice of the Supreme Court or a number of justices of the Supreme Court. Let's see if they have the courage to do what everybody in this country knows is right.
The Michigan State Attorney General is one of those defending the case, and we welcome her now back to Bloomberg. She's Dana Nessel. Dana, thank you so much for being with us. Really appreciate it. You have said this is an outrageous case. Explain why it's outrageous.
Well,
I mean, the short story on that is that it's an effort to undermine democracy of our nation. I mean, it's an effort to take 4 states that, had their elections certified, voted for President-elect Biden, and to essentially throw away the votes of all the individuals that voted in those states and that represent 39 million Americans, and to allow their state legislators instead to select who their state's electoral votes will go towards.
My understanding is the argument being made, I'm not saying it's right, but the argument being is the Constitution says that the state legislature should decide the process. And in the case of Michigan and these other 3 states, that in fact, that has been usurped. Someone other than the legislature has decided the process. Is that wrong?
Yes, that's very wrong. I mean, they are bound by the certified vote. So they cannot choose so-called faithless electors. They have to choose electors based on who the popular vote went for in our state. And in our state, Joe Biden won by some 154,000 votes. It really was not close at all. Now, the election has been challenged in many different ways in our state and in all of these states, indeed. But every single challenge has been defeated. And, this has gone through state courts. It's gone through federal courts. These matters have been heard before judges that were appointed by Democrats and judges that were appointed by Republicans. And they have all come to the same conclusion it's that these allegations of fraud are meritless, and that these were proper elections that were free, fair, and the votes were accurate, and the votes have been certified in our states. So there's nothing to this but an effort to undermine democracy at its core.
Attorney General Nussle, is there anything new in this complaint that hasn't been litigated in one or more lower courts, either state or federal?
No, that's the thing. They're just rehashing the same arguments that have been made over and over and over. And in fact, the claims that were made in regard to the state of Michigan, they have been heard in court after court. They were heard in the Court of Claims. They were heard in the Wayne County Circuit Court. They were heard in the Eastern District of Michigan. They were filed in the Western District of Michigan. And, this is just an effort to file a claim of original jurisdiction improperly just so they can try to get to the one court who has refused so far to hear any of those cases, but could have if they wanted to. So they could have chosen to take any of those other cases that were heard, and they refused. And so now this case has been filed directly with the Supreme Court in the hope that they will actually do what all the other courts together have refused to do.
Yeah, so let's talk about that original jurisdiction you mentioned, because typically, as you know as well better than I do, the Supreme Court only reviews as an appellate court. You have to start in district court, sometimes Court of Appeals, but there is something called original jurisdiction. In my experience, it was limited to sort of like border disputes, a boundary between 2 states. And even then, the Supreme Court refers it to a master, right? They don't have a trial at the Supreme Court. So what are they doing here? Do they want a trial at the Supreme Court?
Well, what you stated is exactly correct. These are very rare cases, and they do involve things like water rights disputes and border disputes, and really that's it. I mean, states cannot sue other states and just go directly to the Supreme Court in this matter. They start in the lower courts, and then they are appealed up, and then there's an application that's made to see if the Supreme Court wants to hear the case or not. But it's really unheard of for a state to sue another state just because that state did not like the outcome of the presidential election. And that's really what's happened here. And I think it's got to be very clear to everybody. First of all, Texas does not have proper standing here. There's no injury to the state of Texas. Nothing that happened in Michigan would add or remove a single electoral vote for Texas. And Texas has no entitlement to any of Michigan's electoral votes. I mean, it's not a pie. So they do not have standing. And they cannot identify even a single voter in our state who voted but should not have, let alone any evidence of widespread fraud. So there are no legitimate claims for them to make, and it's not proper. This filing in and of itself is not proper.
Give us one moment here on remedy. The certification's already been done. They can't stop that. Are they actually asking to forestall the voting by the Electoral College on Monday?
Yeah, well, they're essentially asking that instead of the slate of electors that has been chosen in our state and these other states, that instead that authority be usurped and that it go to the state legislature and that the state legislators then be able to vote in a manner that, of course, does not reflect what the voters did in the state. And they, of course, these 4 states have been chosen in part because they all have Republican legislatures. But it's unclear, even in that event, whether these legislatures would then cast their ballots for Donald Trump.
Yet another extraordinary legal chapter in the administration of Donald Trump. Thank you so much to Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel. Coming up, a pair of IPOs took our breath away this week. We're going to talk about them and our own, also what it means for tech, with Carly Fiorina, former head of HP. That's next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg.
This is
O'Reilly. This is Derek's O'Reilly Auto Parts story.
After the 3rd time jump-starting my car, I finally realized my battery was dying. So I stopped by O'Reilly to have it checked. They tested it right there in the parking lot. It was bad, real bad. But they helped me find the right battery for my car and even installed it for free. Now my car starts like new.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This holiday season, shoot for the stars with sparkling gifts from Pandora Jewelry. When you shop December 7th through 14th, a sterling silver Moon and Stars open bangle is yours free with any purchase of $125 or more. Shop Pandora Jewelry today. Free bangle with purchase while supplies last at participating retailers. No substitutions. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Visit the Pandora store at Southland Mall, located off Florida's Turnpike on Southwest 205th Street and US 1. Pandora, Southland Mall.
The Happy Honda Days sales event is here, and thousands of new Hondas are marked with clearance prices and payments. Well-qualified buyers can save thousands with financing as low as 0.9% on select 2020 Hondas. Every Honda model is clearance priced. Accords, Civics, HRVs, CRVs, Passports, Pilots, and more. Don't miss the Happy Honda Days sales event with thousands of new Hondas in stock with financing as low as 0.9%. Search your local Honda dealer today. See dealer for financing details. Offer ends 1/4/21.
What can give you a competitive edge in today's red-hot housing market? Rocket can. That's because Rocket Mortgage can give you a verified approval. It could help your offer stand out. Rocket Technology provides a rock-solid verification of your income, assets, and credit, giving sellers greater confidence in you. Go to rocketmortgage.com or call us today at 8338-ROCKET.
A verified approval is based on an underwriter's analysis of your individual financial information, appraisal, and title report. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender license in all 50 states and MLSConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Hi, it's Jamie, Progressive's Employee of the Month, 2 months in a row. Leave a message at the... Hi, Jamie. It's me, Jamie. I just had a new idea for our song about the Name Your Price tool. So when it's like, tell us what you want to pay, hey, 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 and the trombone goes, blah, 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 and you say, we'll help you find coverage options to fit your budget. Then we just all do finger snaps while a choir goes, savings coming at ya, savings coming at ya. Yes? No? Maybe? Anyway, see your practice tonight. I got new lyrics for the rap break.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
It's not every day you have to replace a water heater, more like every 10 years. The Home Depot can help with a wide selection of the latest models from Rheem and a helpful online water heater buying guide to help make choosing the right Rheem easy. From gas to electric, tankless, even smart models that can spot a leak before it happens. Water heaters have come a long way. You don't have to. Go to HomeDepot.com to find the latest Rheem water heaters and helpful answers and advice from our water heater buying guide. Only from the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
At Academy Sports and Outdoors, the sounds of great gifts and Christmas hot deals are everywhere. Get up to 40% off Adidas Fleece, 50% off Cannon Valley Forge 24 capacity safe, and 20% off coolers. Or get Academy gift cards for everyone on your list. Shop at academy.com and get free curbside pickup. Find gifts for everyone on your Christmas list at your local store and at academy.com. Exclusions and restrictions apply. Cooler offer excludes Yeti. While supplies last. See academy.com for details.
Thanks for calling Toyota. This is Jan.
Hi, Jan. I heard Toy-Odathon is on.
It sure is.
Perfect. I'm getting a head start on my list for Santa.
Well, we've got great year-end deals on Camry, Highlander, RAV4, and more.
But what kind of toys do you have?
It's actually Toyotathon, not Toyotathon. We have great deals on vehicles, not toys. I'm sorry, sweetie.
Okay. What can I get for $5?
Current offers end November 30th. Toyotathon ends January 4th. Participating dealers only. Toyota. Let's go places.
What can give you a competitive edge in today's red-hot housing market? Rocket can. That's because Rocket Mortgage can give you a verified approval. It could help your offer stand out. Because when you find the perfect home, you don't want to lose it to anybody else. Rocket Technology provides a rock-solid verification of your income, assets, and credit, giving sellers and their agents greater confidence in you. We've already helped over 1 million clients just like you reach their home financing goals this year alone. So remember this. What can help you buy the home you really want? Rocket can. Go to rocketmortgage.com or call us today at 8338-ROCKET. That's rocketmortgage.com or call 8338-ROCKET.
A verified approval is based on an underwriter's analysis of your individual financial information appraisal and title report. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender licensed in all 50 states and MLSConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Get your holiday shopping done early at Macy's one-day sale with deals of the day priced so low you don't need a coupon. Winter is here, so get ready with cold weather essentials $19.99 to $29.99 and cozy boots 40 to 50% off. Then snuggle up with a 3-piece comforter set for just $19.99. Plus, get $10 in Macy's money for every $50 spent. Now at Macy's. For details, visit Macy's.com/Macy's Money. Savings off sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119 and around the globe. The Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Balance of Power with David Weston.
Coming up on Balance of Power, DoorDash and Airbnb wildly exceed expectations in their initial public offerings. Is it about these particular companies, or is there a larger trend here? We talk with Carly Fiorina, chairman and founder of Carly Fiorina Enterprises and Unlocking Potential. But first, let's get a market check from Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much, David Weston. Do want to begin with a development out of Washington, where the Senate has given final approval to a massive defense bill, risking a veto showdown with President Trump. Stocks are trading lower. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all on the minus side right now, with the S&P down 19 points. That is a drop of 0.5%. Stocks dropped as the impasse over an almost $1 trillion stimulus package signaled slimmer chances of an imminent deal, with lawmakers also scrambling to avoid a government shutdown at midnight. And as coronavirus cases sweep across the nation, concern about tougher restrictions also is keeping investors on edge. So we've got the S&P down 0.5%, the Dow down 16 now, a drop of less than 0.1%. NASDAQ retreating further from its record, down another 93 points, down 0.7%. The NASDAQ 100 index is down 0.8%. 10 years up 4/32, 10-year yield 0.89%. Gold up 0.1%, 18.39 the ounce, and a retreat for crude oil today. West Texas Intermediate down 0.6%, 46.52 a barrel here in New York. Brent, the global benchmark, at $49.95, falling back below $50 a barrel. Barrel of Brent now down by 0.6%. Inflation data suggests firms are encountering limited pricing power as the pandemic weighs on America's economy. And with more on that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
The Producer Price Index, a gauge of wholesale prices, rose just 0.1% in November. Energy prices are up, especially diesel, but other categories were muted. It's tough to pass along higher raw materials costs with the economy under such stress. For now, inflation remains below the Federal Reserve's target. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
And after earnings, Oracle shares, they're up now by 1.1%. Two closely watched IPOs this week, one higher, one lower today. Airbnb, whose valuation skyrocketed in its trading debut, extending its rally up now by 0.1%. And DoorDash lower again today, down 6.9%. Both companies based in San Francisco. Recapping equities lower with the S&P down 18, a drop of 0.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. David?
Thank you so much, Charlie Pellet. DoorDash shocked people when it started trading on Wednesday for more than 80% of the price above the price set for the IPO, only to be outdone yesterday by Airbnb, coming in at well over double the price and quickly setting a market cap of over $100 billion. I talked with former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers about it after Airbnb went public, and this was his take.
The fact that we're creating these very valuable, terrific companies says something very special about American capitalism, and that's a strength. The process, coveted shares of IPOs popping by $70 a share, people getting rich very quick, flipping the stock, that's a travesty. That's why people don't like the morality of our financial services industry.
You can catch the full interview on Wall Street Week, airing tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. For her perspective on what these remarkable IPOs may teach us, we welcome back now Carly Fiorina, chairman of Carly Fiorina Enterprises and Unlocking Potential. So, Carly, always great to have you with us. I mean, this is your bailiwick. This is tech in a fashion. What did you make of this? I mean, most of us were just stunned with these numbers.
Yes. Well, first, let me say, surprisingly, perhaps, David, I actually agree with everything Larry Summers said in the clip of the interview you played. And I can remember when we did the Lucent Technologies IPO, which at the time was the largest in Wall Street history, we purposefully decided that there would be no insider stock purchase ahead of time because it is elitist. It isn't fair. So let's just start with that. It is a strength of the economy that we're creating these great companies. What I make of this is the following. First of all, of course, these companies are not truly worth, in terms of the fundamentals, tens of billions of dollars. But the IPO and what's happened to the pricing since the IPO reflect two things. Number one, these companies do have track records of success. Number two, the pandemic has accelerated the trend towards consumers being in control of absolutely everything. Where they lodge, what they eat, when they eat it. The economy is moving towards, and has been for a very, very long time, doing everything virtually, doing it on a mobile device, and putting the consumer in ultimate charge. That's a long-term trend, and it will continue.
So they're in the right place at the right time, ironically in very different ways, because as we know, Airbnb was almost on death's door a few months ago because nobody was traveling anywhere, and they've come back now. On the other hand, we're all using DoorDash, at least I am, to get things, meals delivered to my house. But is this something that we should expect to have more of? And in particular, Carly, what's the moat around this business? I mean, when you were at HP, you had intellectual property, you had patents, you had things like that. What's the moat around? Can't I just start delivering food in my car?
Well, as a matter of fact, as you well know, DoorDash does have significant competitors. Some of them are well-known companies like Uber Eats. Others are startup companies. But yes, there's real competition in this area. Secondly, I would say, and this isn't about, me being so brilliant, it's about a long-term trend. In the year 2004, I made the observation that everything was going digital, mobile, virtual, and personal. And what we're seeing now in that digital, mobile, virtual, personal trend is, as I said earlier, the ultimate endpoint, which is giving the individual control. I give these companies credit. They saw a need. They have an underlying platform that works for their customers. People find it easy to do business with them. That's incredibly important. But yes, there will absolutely be competition. And so he who gets there first usually wins the biggest.
What does this mean for the labor force as a practical matter? Are many of our people, instead of working on assembly lines like we did in the old-fashioned times, are they going to be driving their own personal cars around in gig ways, whether it's Airbnb or Uber or whatever?
Yes, I think that is happening, and it's why you see, for example, ballot initiatives in California in November that were really focused on what these gig employees should be paid and what their benefits should be. California's ballot initiative failed, and that voters said, no, we don't really think gig employees should get the same pay and benefits as more traditional employees. But I think over time, as more and more of the labor force moves into the gig economy, we're going to have to reconsider that, honestly.
Yeah, it did strike me yesterday, and this may just be me. On the one hand, we had this company created overnight, in a sense. I've been around for years, but still, overnight, $100 billion. At the same time, we're looking at the prospect of millions of Americans losing the supplemental benefits if we don't get this stimulus thing passed. I mean, there are people worrying about their next meal or even the roof over their heads. At the same time, we're creating enormous amounts of wealth.
Yes, for a very few amount of people.
Yes.
That's exactly right. And this is why people are cynical about both the way the economy works and the way that politics works. It's why you see more and more and more support from Republicans and Democrats in states as varied as California and Florida for a minimum wage, for example, a national minimum wage. It's why you see people frustrated by elitism, if I can use that term, in both parties. And yes, politicians of both parties try and take advantage of it, but the economy is shifting in fundamental ways. By the way, let me just say, David, if Republicans and Democrats don't figure out a way to get this stimulus bill passed, boy, we should never wonder why people are cynical about politics. This is a complete failure of the political class.
I must say, Carly, I agree with you on this. I just find it stunning. I thought this was, well, they're leaving it to the last second. I'm not so sure anymore.
Well, isn't it always true that politicians leave this important stuff till the last second? I mean, how many times have we had to have, emergency measures so that the government shuts down? And, of course, they're waiting to the last second because, as you and I have talked about, politics, sadly, is not about problem solving. It's about winning.
And as we've talked, Senate has cleared now 1 week stopgap funding bill. Carly Phoenix is staying with us so we can talk about the latest installment of her LinkedIn newsletter, Leadership Matters. It's about communication once again. That's next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio.
This holiday season, shoot for the stars with sparkling gifts from Pandora Jewelry. When you shop December 7th through 14th, a sterling silver Moon and Stars open bangle is yours free with any purchase of $125 or more. Shop Pandora Jewelry today. Free bangle with purchase while supplies last at participating retailers. No substitutions. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Visit the Pandora store at Southland Mall, located off Florida's Turnpike on Southwest 205th Street and US 1. Pandora, Southland Mall.
The Happy Honda Days sales event is here, and thousands of new Hondas are marked with clearance prices and payments. Well-qualified buyers can save thousands with financing as low as 0.9% on select 2020 Hondas. Every Honda model is clearance priced. Accords, Civics, HRVs, CRVs, Passports, Pilots, and more. Don't miss the Happy Honda Days sales event with thousands of new Hondas in stock with financing as low as 0.9%. Search your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details. Offer ends 1/4/21.
What can give you a competitive edge in today's red-hot housing market? Rocket can. That's because Rocket Mortgage can give you a verified approval. It could help your offer stand out. Because when you find the perfect home, you don't want to lose it to anybody else. Rocket Technology provides a rock-solid verification of your income, assets, and credit, giving sellers and their agents greater confidence in you. We've already helped over 1 million clients just like you reach their home financing goals this year alone. So remember this, what can help you buy the home you really want? Rocket can. Go to rocketmortgage.com or call us today at 8338-ROCKET. That's rocketmortgage.com or call 8338-ROCKET.
A verified approval is based on an underwriter's analysis of your individual financial information appraisal and title report. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender licensed in all 50 states and MLSConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Want to hear something amazing? Discover matches all the cash back you earn on your credit card at the end of your first year, automatically, dollar for dollar, with no limit on how much you can earn. Extra cash? Come on, how amazing is that? In fact, it's even more amazing when you realize all the places where Discover is accepted. 99% of places in the U.S. that take credit cards. So when it comes to Discover, get used to hearing yes more often. Learn more at discover.com/yes. 2020 Nielsen Report limitations apply.
Get your holiday shopping done early at Macy's one-day sale with deals of the day priced so low you don't need a coupon. Winter is here, so get ready with cold weather essentials $19.99 to $29.99 and cozy boots 40 to 50% off. Then snuggle up with a 3-piece comforter set for just $19.99. Plus, get $10 in Macy's money for every $50 spent. Now at Macy's. For details, visit Macy's.com/Macy's Money. Savings off sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
At the Home Depot, we improve things. This holiday season, we've improved holiday shopping. We've made it easy to order online, right from our app, right from your couch. We can have it ready and waiting the same day for faster pickup to save time and stress. Or if you can't make it to the store, rest easy. We'll deliver. Holiday shopping, improve. This year, make the most of your holidays with a little help from the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Let's say you just bought a house. Bad news is, you're one step closer to becoming your parents. You'll proudly mow the lawn. Ask if anybody noticed you mowed the lawn. Tell people to stay off the lawn. Compare it to your neighbor's lawn. And complain about having to mow the lawn again. Good news is, it's easy to bundle home and auto through Progressive and save on your car insurance, which, of course, will go right into the lawn. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Discount not available in all states or situations.
Cozy up for the holidays with 60% off everything at Banana Republic Factory, including soft sweaters, comfy pajamas, must-have gifts, and more from $9.99. Find your nearest store now, only at Banana Republic Factory. Get 50 through 70% off almost everything at Gap Factory and GapFactory.com. Plus, shop new doorbusters for the family, including outerwear, jeans, and our Gap logo crew neck sweatshirt. Find it all at Gap Factory or GapFactory.com through December 14th.
This holiday season, shoot for the stars with sparkling gifts from Pandora Jewelry. When you shop December 7th through 14th, a sterling silver Moon and Stars open bangle is yours free with any purchase of $125 or more. Shop Pandora Jewelry today. Free bangle with purchase while supplies last at participating retailers. No substitutions. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Visit the Pandora store at Southland Mall, located off Florida's Turnpike on Southwest 205th Street and US 1. Pandora, Southland Mall.
It's our holiday extravaganza on the Kelly Clarkson Show.
Ho, ho, ho!
What's up, Santa? All week we're decking the halls with some very special guests. Garth Brooks.
Did you guys dress up for me?
Plus Whitney Cummings and Gwen Stefani.
Feliz Navidad.
With performances by Carrie Underwood, Meghan Trainor, and country star Brett Eldridge.
All I want for Christmas is a duet partner.
Your wish is my command.
Happy holidays, y'all.
Weekdays at 2 on NBC6.
The Happy Honda Day sales event is here, and thousands of new Hondas are marked with clearance prices and payments. Well-qualified buyers can save thousands with financing as low as 0.9% on select 2020 Hondas. Every Honda model is clearance priced. Accords, Civics, HRVs, CRVs, Passports, Pilots, and more. Don't miss the Happy Honda Day sales event with thousands of new Hondas in stock with financing as low as 0.9%. Search your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details. Offer ends 1/4/21.
And breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Stocks are trading lower as the impasse over an almost $1 trillion stimulus package signals slimmer chances of an imminent deal. Lawmakers also scrambling to avoid a government shutdown at midnight. Coronavirus cases are sweeping across the nation, and concern about tougher restrictions keeping investors on edge. S&P 500 index on track for its worst weekly slide since October. Here's where we stand. The S&P is down 17 points now, a drop of 0.5%. Dow Jones Industrial Average down 24, a drop there of 0.1%. Should point out that Disney shares are at a record today, surging 14.6%. Nasdaq is down 81. For Nasdaq, a drop of 0.7%. 10-year up 5/30 seconds, 10-year yield 0.88%. Gold up $3 the ounce at $18.39. That's an advance of 0.2%. West Texas Intermediate crude 0.7, 46.45 a barrel. Brent trading below 50 at 49.90. The global benchmark down today by 0.7%. Recapping, the equities lower with the S&P down 16, a drop there of 0.5%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That, David Weston, is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much, Charlie Pellet. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio. Carly Fiorina writes a weekly newsletter for LinkedIn called Leadership Matters. This week is a second installment on the critical subject of communication, and she's remained with us to go over it. So it asks the question, why are you communicating? Last week we talked about some of the important, why it's so important to communicate, also to do it repetitively, be consistent about it. But now we're asking, why are we doing it?
Yes, and communications, as we said last week, David, people, I think, who want to be leaders or who are in leadership positions think about communications, oh yeah, that's what marketing does, that's what PR does, that's what politicians do. But in fact, effective leaders are always thinking about communication, both who am I communicating to, and are they hearing what I'm trying to say, and why am I communicating with them? What is my purpose? What result am I trying to achieve? Leaders change the order of things for the better. And you cannot change the order of things for the better, and you cannot solve problems unless people are working with you, and therefore they have to know, what is my role? Why am I going to do this? And what is the result I'm trying to achieve? It's so basic, but what I find, honestly, is many people who want to lead effectively sometimes forget the basics of leading effectively, and communication is a basic.
And your newsletter, if I can say, is helpful in that it not only says you should ask yourself why, but it breaks it down some. So there's different kinds, different purposes of communication, whether it's information, either sending out or bringing in, whether it's problem solving, whether it's trying to get people to change.
Yes. The purpose of communication is so important. We've said a couple times that communication means the listener receives what the talker is intending to send. But they also have to receive it in the context of their reality. So, in other words, one of the very first ways I learned this lesson, I will just say, this was a long time ago in my management career, and I was very junior, and I had, doesn't matter why, but I had about 10 temporary employees whose job it was to sit and pore over paper bills, this was back in the dark ages, and check them for accuracy. Now, this was a tedious job, and they weren't getting paid very much, and it wasn't going very well. Until one day I thought, these people don't understand why they're doing the work they're doing. They don't understand its impact. And so I sat down with them, and I talked with them a long time about, why are we asking you to do this? What's the impact of this work? How much money can we save? Why is it valuable? Such basic stuff. And yet, when those 10 employees understood the why, really internalized the value of what they were doing, unsurprisingly, the quality of their work improved enormously.
It's fascinating. I wonder how you figure out whether you are delivering the message you think you are. Because sometimes it seems fine going out, but it's actually not getting received. So how do you figure out some sort of feedback, as it were, to say, okay, that did work, or you know what, it fell short?
Yes. You always have such great questions, David, because you are an experienced leader, and so you hear this in the context of your own experience. One of the ways, so first of all, you have to have a feedback mechanism. You must have a feedback mechanism. And so that feedback mechanism can be, for example, asking people. It can be doing focus groups. It can be doing surveys. But the point is, effective communications is actually not about whether the leader is consistently eloquent and inspirational. I mean, those are good things. But what it's really about is the message being received as intended, and is people's behavior changing as a result? So you've got to have a feedback loop. And by the way, sometimes the boss sending the communication shouldn't be the one asking, because then people are afraid they're going to offend. So have other people ask. People who are willing to ask the real questions and then tell you the truth. Guess what, boss? We went around, we looked, we talked to people, we asked. They didn't really get it. You're going to have to do it differently. You're going to have to do it again.
I mean, you're flattering, and thank you for that. But I'll tell you, insofar as I know anything, it's because I've learned it one mistake at a time. I mean, I've got a mistake that correlates with every one of these. I remember when I first took over ABC News, I would meet with the executive producers, the senior-most people, every week and give them messages. And after about 3 or 4 months, I realized nobody else in the organization knew anything about it because they weren't telling anybody else. They were just saying, this is nice, we all heard this, and they went about their business. And I wasn't communicating with anybody other than those 8 or 10 people.
Yeah, and they didn't know, by the way. I mean, we've all done that. I've certainly done that. They didn't know that your expectation was you have to do something with this, you have to repeat this, you have to put this into practice. And let's face it, David, we've all gone into situations where people sit around the table with a new leader and say, let's just wait them out, which is why an effective leader also knows that they must be communicating far beyond their direct reports. Yeah. If that makes their direct reports nervous, so be it. But a leader communicates effectively with anyone and everyone who can help them achieve the results they're after and solve the problems that are festering in front of them.
It's so critical, sometimes so hard to do because it takes real time. Let me ask you another question, because any of us who've led any organization of any size at all, and you led much bigger ones than I did, at some point you have crisis communications. There are even experts, as you know, that are crisis communications people. Is that a different kind of communication? Do you think about communications in a crisis differently from other communication?
Well, I think it is different in degree, not in kind. And I'll explain that in a moment. Let me also very quickly say I've become, honestly, quite cynical about a lot of these PR consultants, because crisis consultants as well, because sometimes they just tell you the fundamentals of what should be obvious, but I agree it's not always obvious. So what's different? In a crisis, the communication has to be even more clear, even more consistent, and even more frequent. And so a leader must get out there and tell it like it is. In fact, I did a whole series in this newsletter early on in COVID about the need for a leader, particularly in a crisis, to be extremely candid and clear. Really tell it like it is, and do it over and over and over, but also be very clear, equally clear about what is it we're going to do about this? How are we going to move forward? Because it's not enough just to tell people we got a crisis and own up to it and be accountable for it and be clear-eyed and candid about it. You also have to move people forward.
Yeah, it's fascinating. These newsletters are so helpful and so informative, really. Thank you so much for doing them. We look forward to the one next week, actually. So thank you so much to Carly Fiorina. She is chairman and founder of Carly Fiorina Enterprises and Unlocking Potential. So that's going to do it for Balance of Power this week. A pretty eventful week, I must say, with those huge IPOs on Wednesday and Thursday. But also, we must not forget that very big antitrust suit being brought against Facebook this week. I'm David Weston, and this is Bloomberg.
Tech trends.
1, 2, 3, go. DoorDash presents Art for Foodies, available at artforfoodies2020.com. From Wednesday, December 2nd through Sunday, December 6th, DoorDash is bringing art to your door to support Miami restaurants and artists. Order empanadas, ceviche, patacones, arepas, tacos, yuca frita, or ropa vieja using the DoorDash app, and the person with the most orders will be the owner of a unique Latino piece of art. Learn more at artforfoodies2020.com.
This holiday season, shoot for the stars with sparkling gifts from Pandora Jewelry. When you shop December 7th through 14th, a sterling silver Moon and Stars open bangle is yours free with any purchase of $125 or more. Shop Pandora Jewelry today. Free bangle with purchase while supplies last at participating retailers. No substitutions. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Visit the Pandora store at Southland Mall, located off Florida's Turnpike on Southwest 205th Street and US 1. Pandora, Southland Mall.
The Happy Honda Days sales event is here, and thousands of new Hondas are marked with clearance prices and payments. Well-qualified buyers can save thousands with financing as low as 0.9% on select 2020 Hondas. Every Honda model is clearance priced. Accords, Civics, HRVs, CRVs, Passports, Pilots, and more. Don't miss the Happy Honda Days sales event with thousands of new Hondas in stock with financing as low as 0.9%. Search your local Honda dealer today. See dealer for financing details. Offer ends 1/4/21.
Hi, it's Jamie, Progressive's #1, #2 employee. Leave a message at the... Hey, Jamie, it's me, Jamie. This is your daily pep talk. I know it's been rough going ever since people found out about your a cappella group, Mad Harmony, but you will bounce back. I mean, you're the guy always helping people find coverage options with the Name Your Price tool. It should be you giving me the pep talk. Now get out there, hit that high note, and take Mad Harmony all the way to nationals this year! Sorry, it's pitchy.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
If knowledge is power, the Bloomberg Terminal is your power up, connecting you to the real-time financial news, data, and analytics that can take your workflow to the next level. Power up at Bloomberg.com/professional.
And political strategies.
They have the big picture of the world.
By the end of the week, you'll feel like an expert. Carol Masser hosts Bloomberg Business Week, weekday afternoons at 2 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
This is the Bloomberg Green Business Report, sponsored by Merrill. A report released in the UK seeks to counter arguments that national investments in green technologies put an unnecessary burden on taxpayers. Britain's Climate Change Committee says the cost of British efforts to reduce greenhouse gases over the next 3 decades will be lower than previously thought and might even be neutral. The committee published a detailed roadmap on how a country can reach a target for net zero pollution by 2050. It covers everything from using more electric vehicles to eating less red meat. The committee says the savings from ending the use of fossil fuels for transport and using more energy-efficient technologies would cancel out the increased investments that would be needed. The UK was among the first nations to commit to reaching net zero emissions. The European Union, Japan, and China have since followed, and President-elect Joe Biden has promised that the U.S. will make the pledge after he is sworn in next year. Jeff Bellinger, Bloomberg Radio.
Hey, y'all, Jeff Foxworthy here. Now, if you've ever found yourself repeating the same thing over and over for 75 years, you might be Smokey Bear.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
That's why I'm filling in for Smokey to switch things up, because there's a lot more to say. And I should know because my grandfather was a firefighter. And one of the things he taught me is that the people that love the outdoors the most are often the ones accidentally starting wildfires, which means always BYOB. No, bring your own bucket to the campfire. And be extra careful with things like burning yard trimmings. Don't just walk away, or chances are you might be starting a wildfire. So for the love of the outdoors, go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
The effects of the 2020 election. You can see them and feel them already, but you're going to need actual information.
I've asked every single guest we've had.
Tom Keene.
Backward looking into the 19th century, is that where you're heading?
Jonathan Farrow.
What gives you that confidence?
And Lisa Abramowitz.
What does that mean as an investor? More cash now, looking for an entry point?
Bloomberg Surveillance. Weekday mornings at 7 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. And now watch us on Bloomberg Television. From the financial capital of the world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is Bloomberg Radio. This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser on Bloomberg Radio.
Live from our headquarters in New York City. It is, and we're also streaming on YouTube. It is TGIF Friday, December 11, 2020. Carol Masser along with Tim Stenovic. I had to remember where I was.
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
We're at Friday. That's where we are.
We are. And what's interesting is we're kind of ending the week where we started. We are talking about stimulus. Our fingers are crossed that maybe there'll be some progress. We did see some progress on a vaccine. So we're kind of focusing on that.
Yeah, we certainly are. I mean, look, as we said all week, it cannot come soon enough.
No.
Despite the news last night, there's still one more hurdle to go.
Yeah, there is. And in the meantime, we've got a lot of companies that are just moving ahead with their strategies, including Disney, which we're going to do a deep dive on in just a moment. Let's get you going, though, on this Friday with a check on the trading day. Let's bring in Charlie.
All right. I thank you very much. Happy Friday to you both. You mentioned Disney. Don't want to steal your thunder, but we've got Disney at a record, surging 15.5%. Disney at a record after issuing a bold forecast for its new streaming services. We'll have more coming up right here on Bloomberg Business Week. Developing story, headline from the Bloomberg: State Street Corp exploring options for its asset management business, including a merger with a competitor as it seeks to gain scale. This, according to sources. State Street shares, they're surging now by 3.1%. It is a mixed Friday now. We've got the Dow turning around. It is higher. The S&P and NASDAQ both lower. Stocks dropped as the impasse over an almost $1 trillion stimulus package signaled slimmer chances of an imminent deal, with lawmakers also scrambling to avoid a government shutdown at midnight. Coronavirus cases sweeping across the country. That is another concern for investors. Right to the numbers. S&P down 11, a drop of 0.3%. The Dow, as I mentioned, turning around, up 41, up 0.1%. NASDAQ down 63, a drop of 0.5%. 10-year up 4/32, 10-year yield 0.89%. Gold up 0.2%, 18.40 the ounce. Brent crude back below $50 a barrel, 49.89. West Texas Intermediate crude 46.43 a barrel, down 0.7%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It is indeed. All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Massar along with Tim Stenovic of Bloomberg Quick Take. And we got a lot to cover, I feel like, today, because it's been just a crazy, crazy week.
It really has.
Another crazy week.
Yeah, and, it's not just the vaccine news and the news about coronavirus, but also individual companies that have IPO'd this week, and then Disney today.
Right, exactly. I mean, hitting a record. So let's dig into it. Let's set the Business Week agenda. Vince Signorella is with us, global macro strategist. Vince contributing to the Macro Squawk Desk, which is a real-time curated news. You can find it audio streamed directly through the Bloomberg. Also check it out at Squawk Go on your launch pad. Vince is with us on the phone from White Plains. Dave Wilson with us, stocks editor at Bloomberg News on the remote access from New Jersey. Vince, I've missed you. So how are you? What's going on?
Me too. I'm doing okay.
What are you guys writing? What?
I've been writing about actually a few different things. One is that I think we're due for some serious volatility as we enter January. Mm-hmm. The Georgia election is going to be, I think, far more tail risk than people are pricing in. Should it flip Democrat, we're going to get a huge stimulus bill, which is going to rock the Treasury market. If we don't, then we're probably going to get more headaches in Washington about what kind of bill we're going to get, and that's going to cause a lot of volatility, I think, as well.
What about when it comes to equities? I mean, what are equity investors pricing in as a result in Georgia? Are they thinking that Republicans are going to hold?
I think more or less they are, and then the big surprise would be obviously if they don't. And in the short term, I think you'd see stocks rocket. I mean, you'd be looking at least if the Democrats controlled both houses and the presidency, you'd be looking at least what Pelosi's initial bid was at $3.5 trillion. And I have some friends on the street who think it could potentially be north of $5 trillion.
That is massive.
Yeah.
It would be massive for equity markets, but I must add in the short term, because eventually that debt is going to catch up to everyone, because it's also going to bring much, much higher interest rates.
Well, that's so interesting to hear, because the narrative that we got right after the election, when it looked like what we would see is Republicans maintaining control of the Senate and Democrats having the House and the presidency, was gridlock is good, and investors loved it.
Right.
Yeah, that is usually the case, but in this particular case, you have to throw the COVID-19 in there, which I think, not to sound cliche-ish, but this time is different. That makes a big difference as to what the economy is going to do in the interim that the vaccine gets here. So if we do flip to Democrat, and the reason behind that is a lot of people are starting to think that by Trump continuing this fight of not losing the election, it's going to turn off Republican voters in the state of Georgia by basically telling them the election is rigged, why come out? And if they don't come out, the Democrats will win, and that will definitely shift the risk sentiment full gear on as fast as you can possibly get it.
Right.
but you're going to see a massive deficit and a big jump in yields if that should happen, and eventually that'll catch up with it.
Got to mention a headline coming from the Washington Post. The FDA head told to quit if the vaccine not authorized today. So again, this is coming from the Washington Post. We know we got the advisory council for the FDA signing off and recommending the Pfizer vaccine yesterday. Of course, now the timeline is for the full FDA to really weigh in on this, and they are working, certainly from the headlines we've seen, pretty quickly. But again, this is coming from the Washington Post. The FDA head told to quit if a vaccine is not authorized today. Dave Wilson, forgive us. We haven't forgotten about you. We're off our lows when it comes to the equity trade. What's the thinking? What's going on here? What's moving stocks higher at this point?
Well, one thing that stands out about today is you think about the biggest technology companies. They touch on 3 of the 11 main industry groups in the S&P 500. Technology first and foremost, but that group is down largely because of Qualcomm, the possibility that Apple is going to produce its own cellular modems, and that's something that Qualcomm provides for the iPhone and other products now. So you turn it on its head, you see, in terms of what's up, communication services, and that is largely a Walt Disney story because Disney is part of that group. And, the shares, you're going to be talking about them later. They've taken off in today's trading. And then there's consumer discretionary, which is, Amazon.com and whatnot. And that's sort of middle of the pack today, actually lower. So, you tend to think of these 3 groups all together, and today it's just not playing out that way because of the individual stories beyond the biggest technology companies that we tend to focus on.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Vince Signorello, before we go, I know you sent us all and shared around something that was on a lighter note. Just quickly, briefly, because we got a lot of news going on.
Well, I just want to pass along. A young man this last weekend celebrated his 21st birthday and legally was allowed to have his first drink. And when he was 15, his father passed away and gave his mother a $10 bill, which they put into a card and saved for his birthday party on Sunday because his dad wanted to buy him his first beer.
It's a really sweet story. I think his sister saved the money and then kind of tucked it away, and then they brought it out. So with all the hard stuff and harsh stuff that's going on, it's nice to get kind of a sweet story like that. Vince, have a great weekend. Good to check in with you. Dave, we're going to hear from you a little bit later on. I want to go back just quickly, that headline from the Washington Post that the FDA head told to quit if a COVID vaccine is not authorized today. Earlier, we heard from the New York Times that the FDA was accelerating the timeline for issuing that emergency authorization for Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine, aiming to issue it by Friday evening after planning as recently as Thursday night to finalize that on Saturday. This is, Tim, a fluid situation.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it doesn't solve the problem of getting the vaccine to a large number of people once it is approved.
The logistical side of it, right?
Not just the logistical side. I mean, just the fact that Pfizer can't make enough of this stuff quickly enough. The New York Times just had a fantastic story earlier this week talking about how the U.S. government essentially passed up the opportunity a few months ago to purchase 100 million more doses of the vaccine.
Right.
And those doses now going to another country.
Right. That was over the summer. My family's got like an internal chat going on around that as well. We're going to talk about all of this. We've got a couple of great guests on the virus. Dr. Iman Abu-Zaid, she's CEO and co-founder at Incredible Health. She's going to join us. Dr. Ian Lustbader over at NYU Langone is going to be with us. And then we are going to talk about Disney trading at a record. I mean, this company really leaning in big time into streaming.
Yeah, I'm in now becoming serious competition for Netflix, and how quickly they were able to grow Disney Plus is mind-blowing. I mean, reaching a 5-year target in 11 months.
There's a great column, too, by Tara LaChapelle. She's going to join us about Star, which people don't really talk about, but that has a lot to do with international expansion. We've also going to talk about The Tree Man, which is Chuck Leavell. He's an incredible musician, played with the Allman Brothers, the Stones, Eric Clapton. He's also an environmentalist, and there's a new documentary, and he's going to join us along with the director of that film. First up, though, a lot going on. Let's get a check on world and national news over to Nancy Lyons in D.C. Hi, Nance.
Hey, Carol. The Senate has passed a one-week government spending bill, giving President Trump just enough time to sign it and avert a government shutdown after current funding runs out at midnight tonight. Lawmakers are hoping to use the spending bill to attach a new stimulus plan, which is still under debate. Well, the White House is reportedly threatening the FDA commissioner that if the Pfizer vaccine for coronavirus is not approved by today, then he'll need to submit his resignation. This is according to the Washington Post. Earlier today, Health and Human Services Secretary Alex Azar said the FDA had informed Pfizer they do intend to proceed toward an emergency use authorization for the first vaccine in the U.S. The New York Times reports that authorization could come tonight. Azar tells ABC's Good Morning America vaccinations should start early next week, and he's dismissing concerns about supply shortages.
We're looking at 20 million Americans being vaccinated just in the next coming weeks, up to 50 million total by the end of January, and we believe we could have 100 million actual vaccinations in arm by the end of February.
Azar says even though vaccines are coming, Americans still need to avoid large gatherings and remain masked. President-elect Joe Biden continues to fill positions within his administration. He'll be announcing several more this afternoon. Among them is his choice for Director of White House Domestic Policy Council, Susan Rice, who served as President Obama's national security advisor. Global news, 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
You've probably heard.
What can give you a competitive edge in today's red-hot housing market? Rocket can. That's because Rocket Mortgage can give you a verified approval. It could help your offer stand out. Rocket Technology provides a rock-solid verification of your income, assets, and credit, giving sellers greater confidence in you. Go to rocketmortgage.com or call us today at 8338-ROCKET.
A verified approval is based on an underwriter's analysis of your individual financial information, appraisal, and title report. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender license in all 50 states and MLSConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
The Happy Honda Days sales event is here, and thousands of new Hondas are marked with clearance prices and payments. Well-qualified buyers can save thousands with financing as low as 0.9% on select 2020 Hondas. Every Honda model is clearance priced. Accords, Civics, HRVs, CRVs, Passports, Pilots, and more. Don't miss the Happy Honda Days sales event with thousands of new Hondas in stock with financing as low as 0.9%. Search your local Honda dealer today. See dealer for financing details. Offer ends 1/4/21.
This holiday season, shoot for the stars with sparkling gifts from Pandora Jewelry. When you shop December 7th through 14th, a sterling silver Moon and Stars open bangle is yours free with any purchase of $125 or more. Shop Pandora Jewelry today. Free bangle with purchase while supplies last at participating retailers. No substitutions. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Visit the Pandora store at Southland Mall, located off Florida's Turnpike on Southwest 205th Street and US 1. Pandora, Southland Mall.
Cozy up for the holidays with 60% off everything at Banana Republic Factory, including soft sweaters, comfy pajamas, must-have gifts, and more from $9.99. Find your nearest store now, only at Banana Republic Factory. Get 50 through 70% off almost everything at Gap Factory and gapfactory.com. Plus, shop new doorbusters for the family, including outerwear, jeans, and our Gap logo crew neck sweatshirt. Find it all at Gap Factory or gapfactory.com through December 14th.
At the Home Depot, we improve things. This holiday season, we've improved holiday shopping. We've made it easy to order online, right from our app, right from your couch. We can have it ready and waiting the same day for faster pickup to save time and stress. Or if you can't make it to the store, rest easy. We'll deliver. Holiday shopping, improved. This year, make the most of your holidays with a little help from the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Hi, it's Jamie, Progressive #1, #2 employee. Leave a message at the... Hey, Jamie, it's me, Jamie. This is your daily pep talk. I know it's been rough going ever since people found out about your a cappella group, Mad Harmony, but you will bounce back. I mean, you're the guy always helping people find coverage options with the Name Your Price tool. It should be you giving me the pep talk. Now get out there, hit that high note, and take Mad Harmony all the way to nationals this year! Sorry, it's pitchy.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
It's our holiday extravaganza on the Kelly Clarkson Show.
Ho, ho, ho!
What's up, Santa? All week we're decking the halls with some very special guests. Garth Brooks.
Did you guys dress up for me?
Plus Whitney Cummings and Gwen Stefani.
Feliz Navidad.
With performances by Carrie Underwood, Meghan Trainor, and country star Brett Eldridge.
All I want for Christmas is a duet partner.
Your wish is my command.
Happy holidays, y'all.
Weekdays at 2 on NBC6.
Nothing, not even the Grinch, can steal our holidays this year. Come ride flying motorbikes and sip hot butterbeer. Make mischief with minions, get wrapped up with raptors. Come sing and maybe scream. The holidays at Universal Orlando Resort are here, now through January 3rd.
Ah, hoobug.
Florida residents save up to $100 on select passes. Purchased by December 17th. Blackout dates and restrictions apply. Visit universalorlando.com for details and important safety guidelines.
Headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. A volatile session, a turnaround for the Dow. Higher now, the S&P, NASDAQ, they're both lower. Stocks, though, have paired losses as lawmakers pass a stopgap spending bill to avert a government shutdown, but gave no signals of an imminent stimulus deal. S&P down 10 points now, a drop of 0.3%. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 63, a drop there of 0.5%. Dow Industrials up 25, a gain there of 0.1%. The Walt Disney Company surging 15.3%, climbing to a record after issuing a bold forecast for its new streaming services. 10-year up 4/30 seconds, 10-year yield 0.89%. Gold up 0.2%, 18.39 the ounce, higher by $2.85. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.5%, down 25 cents a barrel at 46.53. I'm Charlie Pellet, Bloomberg Business Flash.
It is indeed. All right, Charlie, thank you so much. So top business and definitely top stock story today is the Walt Disney Company, because, man, it is up 15%.
It's amazing.
A record.
It's amazing. It's been completely upended by the pandemic, too, right? Parks are closed.
Right.
Movie theaters are closed.
Right. Exactly. So many parts of their business. And they're like, you know what? We're going to ramp it up when it comes to streaming. And investors like it. So let's get into it. We did get a bunch of headlines late yesterday, and that's why we're seeing such strong stock reaction. Let's do a deep dive into the company. Chris Palmieri is LA Bureau Chief for Bloomberg News. He's on the phone in Los Angeles. Also, Bloomberg Opinion columnist Tara LaChapelle. She covers the business of entertainment, telecommunications, and the deals world. She's on the phone in New Jersey. Chris, I want to kick it off with you. Whoa, the stock is up. It's all about streaming.
Yeah, it's like, to your point, if, you said at the beginning of the year there was going to be a global pandemic that would shut, theme parks and cruise lines and movie theaters and live sports, and, should you sell Disney? Of course you would say yes, and yet here it is continuing to hit new highs for a couple of weeks now. It's all about streaming. They happened to launch this product, Disney Plus, a year ago in November, right before the pandemic, and everybody's now focused on home entertainment and what can I do with the family at home, and school's out, and so subscription surge all around the world. And why Wall Street loves this is because it's a recurring subscription business. Everybody's paying their monthly Disney Plus bill, right, and so they can project those subscribers out ad infinitum. So it's a lot more reassuring than trying to get a movie sold this weekend.
It's great visibility, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it really is. And I want to bring Tara in here because she has a new column out today called Disney's New Streaming Star is Netflix.
You guys talked earlier on Quick Take.
We talked earlier on Quick Take, and it's all about Star and what Star is doing and how Disney is positioning Star internationally. Tara, take us through this because it didn't get a lot of attention when Disney first acquired Star, but now it's kind of become center stage, right?
Especially when Bob Chapek is sitting up in front of a big screen and you see the Disney Plus and then you see Star behind it, the logos, Tara.
Right, that's what was so telling. Hulu was moved to the side, and right behind Chapek or whoever was speaking last night, you saw Disney Plus and Star, and that was definitely new. And what I love about it is, covering mergers and acquisitions, when you see deals the size of the one Disney did for Fox, $85 billion, what often happens is there are businesses that are bought part of those deals that the acquirer doesn't really want, some smaller units or brands that they get because they kind of have to because they're buying the company. But with Star, I think it was a little overlooked at the time when the deal closed. People said, well, it's an Indian TV brand. Yeah, there's growth there, but it's going to stay kind of a smaller piece of Disney. And instead, Disney is putting it front and center and building this brand into an international streaming powerhouse. It's going to be their global version of Netflix, the brand with all the sort of adult programming beyond the stuff that's on Disney Plus. And it just makes a whole lot of sense. It's kind of filling a hole that Disney Plus had. And I think people are going to like it. It's going to make it a really compelling offering vis-a-vis Netflix.
Tara, we won't see it here in the U.S., though, right? We'll see Hulu instead.
Right. So they're only doing it outside the U.S. with Star. And in the U.S., it seems like, at least for now, they're sticking with this bundle for $13 a month where you can get Disney Plus, Hulu if you want some more, adult programming, and ESPN Plus if you're a sports fan. I think the U.S. offering is a little bit messy. They need to figure it out a little bit more, but the global offerings are really compelling.
Well, and, Chris, come on back in on this conversation. Global, right? There's U.S. growth and growing in the U.S. market, but global and the opportunities there for Disney, they've always thought about beyond the U.S.
Well, if you look at the projections they made yesterday, 350 million worldwide subscribers by 2024. That's bigger than, Netflix right now is at 195 million, but even our consensus forecast on Bloomberg is for Netflix around 312 million by 2024. So they're basically saying we're going to be bigger than Netflix. They have an advantage, which is they have these 4 streaming services. So you can, if you're a Netflix customer, you're only getting one. They have different plans. You could have with ads or without, but you're not subscribing to both. With Disney, you can easily have 3 different services, so the one customer, 3, plans. So they have that advantage. They're tailoring these for different markets. As Tara said, sports for Latin American customers, streaming. In Europe, the sort of FX content and the more adult Fox films are going to be bundled in with Disney Plus for a higher fee. So they're trying all these different strategies.
So Tara, if you're Netflix right now, what are you thinking? Because Netflix was the company that invented direct-to-consumer streaming. Is it threatened by Disney's power now?
Yeah, it's funny. Netflix will say that they welcome the competition. That's kind of been their motto.
That's what they always say.
Yeah, they do.
They always say that. But I think it what it means is that, Netflix isn't standing still. Like, they are growing. They're constantly creating new content. So they're going to have more competition. But I think what it means is they kind of try to step that up a little bit, maybe the quality of the stuff they're putting on their service, maybe more kids stuff so that they can try to compete head-on with Disney the way Disney is trying to do with Netflix. But, as a consumer, this is a good time. Everyone's always trying to figure out who's going to be the Netflix killer, who's going to be left standing at the end of the streaming wars. But for consumers, it's important to remember competition is a good thing. It keeps prices low. It keeps the value proposition up. So more companies that are fighting for our dollars, the better.
All right. Listen, we're going to continue this conversation. I know, Tara, we're going to lose you, but I highly recommend that everybody check out her column. We'll put it out on Twitter, but go to Bloomberg.com, or if you're on the Bloomberg, check it out for more details about Star and the streaming strategy. But Chris is going to stick around because I want to dig a little bit deeper into this company and the role of Bob Iger versus Bob Chapek.
Yeah, you're just getting spin-off after spin-off after spin-off from Disney right now.
It's pretty remarkable, right? And they just continue. Like, this pivot is humongous.
We're going to get the Baby Yoda's own show.
I hope. All right, you're listening to Bloomberg.
This is a Bloom.
With Metro and the best deal in wireless, you can rule your day. Get 2 lines with 5G access included for just $35 a month per line. Period. With taxes and regulatory fees included every month. All on America's largest 5G network at no extra charge. Metro by T-Mobile, empowering you to rule your day. Requires auto pay. First month is $40 per line for 2 lines. 5G access requires capable device. Coverage not available in some areas. See metrobytmobile.com or store for details.
This holiday season, shoot for the stars with sparkling gifts from Pandora Jewelry. When you shop December 7th through 14th, a sterling silver Moon and Stars open bangle is yours free with any purchase of $125 or more. Shop Pandora Jewelry today. Free bangle with purchase while supplies last at participating retailers. No substitutions. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Visit the Pandora store at Southland Mall, located off Florida's Turnpike on Southwest 205th Street and US 1. Pandora, Southland Mall.
What can give you a competitive edge in today's red-hot housing market? Rocket can. That's because Rocket Mortgage can give you a verified approval. It could help your offer stand out. Rocket Technology provides a rock-solid verification of your income, assets, and credit, giving sellers greater confidence in you. Go to rocketmortgage.com or call us today at 8338-ROCKET.
A verified approval is based on an underwriter's analysis of your individual financial information, appraisal, and title report. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender license in all 50 states and MLS Consumer Access.org number 3030.
The Happy Honda Days sales event is here, and thousands of new Hondas are marked with clearance prices and payments. Well-qualified buyers can save thousands with financing as low as 0.9% on select 2020 Hondas. Every Honda model is clearance priced. Accords, Civics, HRVs, CRVs, Passports, Pilots, and more. Don't miss the Happy Honda Days sales event with thousands of new Hondas in stock with financing as low as 0.9%. Search your local Honda dealer today. See dealer for financing details. Offer ends 1/4/21.
Cozy up for the holidays with 60% off everything at Banana Republic Factory, including soft sweaters, comfy pajamas, must-have gifts, and more from $9.99. Find your nearest store now, only at Banana Republic Factory. Get 50 through 70% off almost everything at Gap Factory and gapfactory.com. Plus, shop new doorbusters for the family, including outerwear, jeans, and our Gap logo crew neck sweatshirt. Find it all at Gap Factory or gapfactory.com through December 14th.
As a professional painter, you know your customers want a flat finish, but don't want to pay the price of fighting dirt, grime, and scuffs. Use new Bare Ultra Scuff Defense from the Home Depot for a beautiful flat finish, plus stain and scuff defense. And that price starts at just $29.60 a gallon, and that's before the Pro Extra discount. A flat paint that's too tough to scuff. Bare Ultra Scuff Defense, only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Available online and in select stores.
Want to hear something amazing? Discover matches all the cash back you earn on your credit card at the end of your first year, automatically, dollar for dollar, with no limit on how much you can earn. Extra cash? Come on, how amazing is that? In fact, it's even more amazing when you realize all the places where Discover is accepted. 99% of places in the U.S. that take credit cards. So when it comes to Discover, get used to hearing yes more often. Learn more at discover.com/yes. 2020 Nielsen Report. Limitations apply.
Let's say you just bought a house. Bad news is, you're one step closer to becoming your parents. You'll proudly mow the lawn, ask if anybody noticed you mowed the lawn, tell people to stay off the lawn, compare it to your neighbor's lawn, and complain about having to mow the lawn again. Good news is, it's easy to bundle home and auto through Progressive and save on your car insurance, which, of course, will go right into the lawn. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Discount not available in all states or situations.
Before you drive the all-new Nissan Rogue, you gotta ask yourself, how rogue are you gonna go? We talking be one with nature in the desert rogue? Go snowshoeing in Alaska rogue? Or take the long way home just because kind of rogue? Just a question, but with 5 available drive modes, you're sure to find the answer.
Go rogue in the all-new, fiercely reimagined 2021 Nissan Rogue, now with the most standard safety features in its class. See Owner's Manual for important safety information. Auto Pacific segmentation. 2021 Nissan Rogue versus latest in market competitors. Base models compared.
Cozy up for the holidays with 60% off everything at Banana Republic Factory, including soft sweaters, comfy pajamas, must-have gifts, and more from $9.99. Find your nearest store now, only at Banana Republic Factory. Get 50 through 70% off almost everything at Gap Factory and gapfactory.com. Plus, shop new doorbusters for the family, including outerwear, jeans, and our Gap logo crew neck sweatshirt. Find it all at Gap Factory or gapfactory.com through December 14th.
At the Home Depot, we improve things. This holiday season, we've improved holiday shopping. We've made it easy to order online, right from our app, right from your couch. We can have it ready and waiting the same day for faster pickup to save time and stress. Or if you can't make it to the store, rest easy. We'll deliver. Holiday shopping, improved. This year, make the most of your holidays with a little help from the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 1061. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. It's Friday. I'm Carol Massar, along with my co-host Tim Stenovic of Bloomberg Quick Take. We're going to continue talking a little bit about Disney, still hovering near its highs of the session, up almost 16% at a record.
It's unbelievable.
It is unbelievable. And like you said, I think you were like spot on. Like, who would have thought that this would have happened, considering most of its businesses shut down earlier this year.
Right. So like with Airbnb yesterday and the huge IPO pop that we saw, there will be case studies written about how to successfully pivot during a pandemic.
Harvard's already writing it.
Right. I think you can probably include Disney in that one. Maybe it's too early, but I bet you could.
I feel Disney's been that way for, decades in terms of what they do. All right, let's get back to Charlie Pellet. Quick check on the markets. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there on a Friday. Looking at a mixed day right now. The Dow higher, S&P, NASDAQ lower. Right to the numbers. I'll give you the why in a moment here. S&P down 8, drop now of 0.2%. The Dow up 39, a lot of that having to do with Disney, up 0.1%. NASDAQ down 54, a drop of 0.4%. We've got the 10-year up 4/30 seconds, 10-year yield 0.89%, gold up 0.2%, 18.40 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 0.3%, 46.64 a barrel. Stocks paired losses as lawmakers passed a stopgap spending bill to avert a government shutdown, but gave no signals of an imminent stimulus deal. The Washington Post says the White House has told FDA Chief Stephen Hahn to quit today if Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine isn't authorized. The Food and Drug Administration says it is working toward rapid emergency use authorization of Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine that was backed yesterday by a panel of agency advisors. Pfizer shares, they're down 1.2%. BioNTech lower now by 1.75%. But until there is actual approval and distribution, Dr. Andrew Pekosh, a professor of molecular microbiology and immunology at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, says you cannot ignore the importance of masks.
We've seen record number of cases a week after Thanksgiving. 2 weeks after Thanksgiving, we're now seeing record numbers of deaths here in the United States. These are things that we knew were going to happen. These are things we know how to prevent. I think it really needs a much better commitment from top to bottom here in the United States, from the government levels down to personal responsibilities, to try to make a dent into this incredibly dangerous pandemic.
The Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. Airbnb, whose valuation skyrocketed in its trading debut yesterday, up again today, up by 1.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, got it, Charlie. Thank you so much. Charlie mentioned Disney. We've been talking about it. I want to continue the deep dive that we're doing. Still with us is Chris Palmieri. He's LA Bureau Chief for Bloomberg News, covers this company for us, and he's still with us on the phone from LA. So I do wonder, when we think about where this company was and where it's gone, how much of this, in terms of the emphasis on streaming, was the brainchild of Bob Iger, longtime CEO. Now I think he's executive chairman. And also, how much of it is Bob Chapek?
Well, there was this narrative earlier this year that, Bob Iger was still running the show. He's a powerful force, no doubt. Yeah. Certainly, Chapek listens to him. But, there were certainly hallmarks in yesterday of Chapek running the things. In fact, there was almost this disconnect where Bob Iger gets up to speak and he says, we're going to emphasize quality over quantity, and they announce 100 movies and TV shows, every retread you could possibly imagine, Sister Act 3, the dog from Up gets his own series. I mean,
we need content, Chris.
Baby Yoda joins the board.
Exactly.
Bob Chapek, sitting like at a portable table in the parking lot at Disney, just saying yes to a long line of people pitching him ideas. It was very much let's throw everything at the wall, and really just very different from Disney's film strategy under Iger. When he took over, they deliberately pared back all of those movies that were, the sports films, the, adult-oriented comedies, and they really focused deliberately on these big blockbuster superhero and Star Wars and Pixar movies that they could get more bang for the buck out of. And so, totally different strategy now.
This stuff is expensive to do, though. It's expensive to shoot. It's expensive to get the talent. Why do investors seem to be ignoring how much cash this is actually going to cost Disney?
Gets back to our earlier point about it's all about the subscriber numbers. And so if you can get to 300 million subscribers paying you $10 a month, it's just a huge surge in dependable revenue. So what Wall Street, it's not about the earnings right now. I mean, Disney is losing money, given the pandemic and everything. It's all about the future subscriber revenue.
I mean, this is Netflix's playbook. Netflix just burns cash, and they've been burning cash for years buying content.
It's almost any tech company, right?
Yeah.
It was the Amazon story, right? Way back when.
Exactly. How many long-term subscribers can you get, because subscribers stick around and it's predictable revenue. So the fact that they're spending more money, losing more money, Wall Street applauds.
So Chris, listen, you've been following this company for a long time. I mean, where does, things like Hulu fit into this? Where do those, big releases to the big screen, certainly after Warner Brothers kind of shocked the industry by saying, we're going to go straight to, streaming, or offer them in streaming and theater at the same time. Where does all of that fit into Disney's world? Because the big screen, it's important to Disney.
It is, and I think one of the takeaways from yesterday is they indicated that they were not going the Warner Brothers route, and in fact, some of the theater chain stocks are up quite a bit today as a result. So they're going to save the new Indiana Jones with Harrison Ford, the next Star Wars directed by Wonder Woman director Patty Jenkins. Those are going in theaters. They announced one movie, a new animated film, which was entirely new, Contact Zaya and the Last Dragon, is going to go up in theaters and on Disney Plus for a premium, a $30 purchase on the same day. So they're testing that model. They're putting a Tom Hanks Pinocchio movie direct to Disney Plus. So, they're trying a lot of different things, but they're very clearly not saying everything's going to the streaming service day and date with the movie release, theater release. So it's a different approach. It's more nuanced, and it gives the theaters some hope.
Yeah, exactly. Good stuff.
10 Star Wars series spinoffs and 10 Marvel series that will debut on Disney Plus.
I know, family members.
It's what we want.
I have a baby brother, man. He's just going to be all into that.
Look, as long as they continue to have The Mandalorian, I'm going to keep paying for Disney Plus.
You're going to be paying for it for a long time with your son, 2 years old.
Yeah.
You'll be paying for it for a long time. Chris Palmieri, thank you so much. LA Bureau Chief at Bloomberg News, on the phone from LA. Check him out at Chris Palmieri on Twitter. I mean, listen, the Disney story, I'm just fascinated by the company and the strategy.
Those acquisitions of Lucasfilm and Pixar and Marvel, I mean, those were brilliant then and even looking more brilliant now.
Yep, and they just kind of, the strategy, they just move it around the platforms. All right, let's get back to world and national news. Over to Nancy Lyons in our 99.1 newsroom in the nation's capital. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol. The FDA is reportedly intending to approve a coronavirus vaccine for emergency use by tonight. The New York Times cites sources who say regulators are rushing to finish the paperwork needed, including instructions to medical professionals on how to administer the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine. The Washington Post is also reporting that the FDA commissioner has been told if authorization does not come by tonight, he'll need to submit his resignation. The Senate has passed a stopgap spending bill to prevent a government shutdown at midnight. The deadline has now been pushed off to December 18th so they can attach a new stimulus proposal to that bill. But as Bloomberg's Irv Chapman reports, the lawmakers are still at odds on relief, specifically whether to shield companies from virus-related lawsuits.
Republican leader Mitch McConnell has insisted on such a provision through months of talks.
They're threatening to kill any compromise whatsoever unless Congress leaves small businesses, universities, and healthcare workers as sitting ducks for frivolous lawsuits.
Democratic leader Chuck Schumer.
The Republican leader has demanded a partisan poison pill, an unconscionable position. No relief for the American people unless corporations receive blanket immunity from lawsuits.
Schumer said there have been only 23 such lawsuits all year. In Washington, Irv Chapman, Bloomberg Radio.
President-elect Joe Biden this afternoon is introducing several more nominees for top positions in his administration. Dennis McDonough is his pick to be the Secretary of Veterans Affairs. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries.
It's our holiday extravaganza on the Kelly Clarkson Show.
Ho, ho, ho!
What's up, Santa? All week we're decking the halls with some very special guests. Garth Brooks.
Did you guys dress up for me?
Plus Whitney Cummings and Gwen Stefani.
Feliz Navidad.
With performances by Carrie Underwood, Meghan Trainor, and country star Brett Eldridge. All in one for Christmas is a duet partner.
Your wish is my command.
Happy holidays, y'all.
Weekdays at 2 on NBC6.
For the Jewish Communal Fund, Barbara Novick, investment professional and philanthropist.
I think JCF has one of the best funds out there. It's very reasonable in its pricing. It's very flexible in its investments. And I give them an A+ for client service.
A fund may be opened with a $5,000 contribution of cash or appreciated securities and can be used as an alternative to a private foundation. At any time, you may suggest which charities you would like to support and in what amounts. Choose from the menu of high-rated investment options, and your charitable fund can earn tax-free income.
It's a very client-centric organization. They have a very user-friendly website, and I find they make my life easier.
Let the Jewish Communal Fund be your personal connection to charitable giving. Open a JCF fund now to lock in a 2020 tax deduction. Call 212-752-8277, 212-752-8277, or visit jcfny.org.
This holiday season, shoot for the stars with sparkling gifts from Pandora Jewelry. When you shop December 7th through 14th, a sterling silver Moon and Stars open bangle is yours free with any purchase of $125 or more. Shop Pandora Jewelry today. Free bangle with purchase while supplies last at participating retailers. No substitutions. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Visit the Pandora store at Southland Mall, located off Florida's Turnpike on Southwest 205th Street and US 1. Pandora, Southland Mall.
The Happy Honda Days sales event is here, and thousands of new Hondas are marked with clearance prices and payments. Well-qualified buyers can save thousands with financing as low as 0.9% on select 2020 Hondas. Every Honda model is clearance priced. Accords, Civics, HRVs, CRVs, Passports, Pilots, and more. Don't miss the Happy Honda Days sales event with thousands of new Hondas in stock with financing as low as 0.9%. Search your local Honda dealer today. See dealer for financing details. Offer ends 1/4/21.
Cozy up for the holidays with 60% off everything at Banana Republic Factory, including soft sweaters, comfy pajamas, must-have gifts, and more from $9.99. Find your nearest store now, only at Banana Republic Factory. Get 50 through 70% off almost everything at Gap Factory and gapfactory.com. Plus, shop new doorbusters for the family, including outerwear, jeans, and our Gap logo crew neck sweatshirt. Find it all at Gap Factory or gapfactory.com through December 14th.
What can help you take advantage of today's low mortgage rates and save money? Rocket can. You could save hundreds of dollars every month by refinancing with Rocket Mortgage at today's near historic low rates. If your current rate is over 4%, with today's low rates, you could lower your payment by over $150 a month, saving thousands in interest every year. With a cash-out refinance from Rocket Mortgage, you could consolidate and pay off high-interest debt, tackle home improvements that could add value to your home, or even set aside cash for your child's future education. We've already helped over 1 million clients just like you reach their home financing goals this year alone. So remember this. What can give you the technology to refinance easily and save money? Rocket can. Call us today at 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com. That's 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Savings are based on quick loans, internal data. Points and fees may apply. Offer cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS-Consumer.org. Number 3030.
At the Home Depot, we improve things. This holiday season, we've improved holiday shopping. We've made it easy to order online, right from our app, right from your couch. We can have it ready and waiting the same day for faster pickup to save time and stress. Or if you can't make it to the store, rest easy. We'll deliver. Holiday shopping, improved. This year, make the most of your holidays with a little help from the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Want to hear something amazing? Discover matches all the cash back you earn on your credit card at the end of your first year, automatically, dollar for dollar, with no limit on how much you can earn. Extra cash? Come on, how amazing is that? In fact, it's even more amazing when you realize all the places where Discover is accepted. 99% of places in the U.S. that take credit cards. So when it comes to Discover, get used to hearing yes more often. Learn more at discover.com/yes. 2020 Nielsen Report. Limitations apply.
Progressive is proud to honor our veterans by donating vehicles to move their lives forward, especially in times of need. This year celebrates 8 years and more than 750 vehicles donated. Learn more about their Keys to Progress program and plans for 2020 at keystoprogress.com.
It's our holiday extravaganza. Santa's on the Kelly Clarkson Show.
Ho, ho, ho!
What's up, Santa? All week, we're decking the halls with some very special guests. Garth Brooks.
Did you guys dress up for me?
Plus Whitney Cummings and Gwen Stefani.
Feliz Navidad.
With performances by Carrie Underwood, Meghan Trainor, and country star Brett Eldridge.
All I want for Christmas is a duet partner.
Your wish is my command.
Happy holidays, y'all.
Weekdays at 2 on NBC6.
Headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Disney pushes the Dow higher, S&P lower, little change. NASDAQ down 44 now, a drop of 0.4%. Stocks have paired losses as lawmakers pass a stopgap spending bill to head off a federal government shutdown, but they gave no signals of an imminent stimulus deal. It has been a volatile session. The S&P down 6, down 0.2%. The Dow higher, as I mentioned, up 46 now, higher by just about 0.2%. It is back above the 30,000 level at 30,045. NASDAQ, though, down 43, down by 0.3%. The NASDAQ 100 index also down by 0.3%. 10-year up 3/30 seconds, 10-year yield 0.89%. Gold up 0.1%. At $18.38 the ounce. Crude West Texas Intermediate down 0.3%. 46.66 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Masser along with Tim Stanovic of Bloomberg Quick Take. And Tim, this story I noticed, it's been among the most read on the Bloomberg. It's about a group of guys, traders, who rode the crash in oil prices, and as a result, they made hundreds of millions of dollars. Not too shabby.
It's all about what happened on April 20th. I remember that day where I was, because this was just mind-bending what happened, right?
Because oil prices went negative.
Oil prices crashing, going to negative, essentially requiring that people pay you to take oil off your hands. Or you paid people, rather.
Right.
To take the oil off your hands.
Right. It just didn't make sense for anybody who's been following the financial markets. This story is reported for Bloomberg Business Week, and here to tell us about the guys and the ride is Bloomberg Business Week editor Joel Weber on the Access line in Brooklyn. It's written by Liam Vaughn, senior reporter at Bloomberg News. And Joel, let's kick it off with you. This is like one of those stories that I feel like, again, you could make a movie out of it.
Yeah, well, it's what we try to do. And this was one that, Liam has been close to for a while. And, we reported in Business Week back over the summer, actually, when we found out the details of the trade. And it was more than $500 million, and now it turns out it's even more than that. It's $660 million profit. And what we've also learned in that time is what makes this story so special. And it becomes almost a character portrait of the group of guys who were behind the trade. And we know very little about them, but what we do know is all in the story. And it's this little group of guys in Essex, England.
Paul Cummins. I mean, I feel like it's just, like, as I said, you could just kind of, you just want to pull out his story because it sounds like he was
him by his name, his real name, which is part of the joy of the story, is that the cast of characters, it's almost like a Guy Ritchie film, and they have... It's a really tight-knit crew, and the character that you mentioned, it goes by Cuddles, or that's how he's affectionately known within the group.
Somehow I feel like he's not cuddly.
Can't make this stuff up.
Well, and then there's another guy named Dog, right?
Yep, Dog. And, that was part of the charm of the story, was like, we as we found out a little bit about the details, we tried to kind of bring them all to light. And the fact that, the other element of the story that I just find totally fascinating is Cuddles actually really does know oil. He's been in the trenches for decades now. Yeah. But some of these other people don't. They're in their 20s. Yeah. And basically it's this ring of characters who sort of know each other, and that's all they know. And they've kind of grown up with each other and have learned the oil trade, and that's kind of, they're almost like novices in that they probably don't have that much experience, and yet they had a heck of a day on April 20th.
Well, and this is one of those stories, like, as Tim was talking about, Joel, like when it happened, we're all thinking, okay, first of all, this makes no sense. Negative, we're all getting used to negative rates, but this whole idea of negative oil prices and what it meant. And the thing is, it happened and then it went away. But as people wanted to kind of understand the trade that day and how it happened, that's where investigators in the U.S. and I guess elsewhere really started looking into to try and understand how did this happen, and that's what really led them to this Gang of Nine.
Yeah, we don't really have visibility into where any sort of investigation or where that stuff could go. But what we do know is that the trade is, some of these details were ones that we were able to report on earlier, but then even learn a little bit more of for this story. It comes down to TAS, T-A-S, right. And it's also known as quote unquote banging the close.
Right.
And
trade at settlement, right? Trade at settlement.
Trade at settlement, exactly.
Yeah.
And there is a little bit of understanding within the community that this is not anything nefarious or illegal. It's been practiced for years, especially back in the commodities glory days, and that's kind of where Cuddles, as he goes by, perfected this. And so we think that they basically were able to do that during the close, really take advantages of the price going negative. There is some speculation or interest in it, whether or not they actually pushed it negative just through their own trading activity, but that's not for us to say. But yeah, when you look back on the course of this year, we've seen so many incredible things, so many weird circumstances. So true. That even that day, a negative oil remains one of the weirdest things, and yet this crew is responsible for perhaps maybe the trade of the year, I think.
Yeah, and I guess my question would be, even though it was such an anomaly to see oil do this and crash like this in a day, is this trade still possible in the future, or by shining a light on it like this, does it sort of decrease the opportunity that people can do this?
It's hard to know. I think in many ways this was a perfect alignment where we had a coronavirus and supply and demand things. So we had oil already come down, and then all of this coincided basically with this one day that happens every month with oil where the contracts roll over. Mm-hmm. So, we even thought maybe the following month there could be a repeat because we were still on lockdown right then and demand had evaporated. So who knows? I do think, one thing we know about finance is that weird things happen. There are glitches. No one thought the prices could ever go negative until there were started to be warnings like days before that it was possible. So I think it took a special alignment, and when you kind of actually read the story closely, it seems like they knew what they were doing and everything happened to align just right.
Well, and to be fair and to be fully transparent, no authorities have accused Vega Capital or any of the traders referenced in this story on doing anything illegal. And I love the law firm, I guess, that represents 8 of the 9 traders in this group, Joel. The quote is, each of our clients regularly puts his own money at risk to try to make a profit. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And Liam even includes in his story that, if they'd made maybe $7 million that day, nobody would have maybe really, okay, whatever. But it was just, they made almost $700 million. And so authorities, they had to take a look.
And maybe they don't need to do this trade again.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think, that last note of the story is another trader who says, look, if it was BP or Goldman Sachs, nobody would be saying anything. But the fact that these are, working class lads in a neighborhood like Essex, which is basically the equivalent of New Jersey for Americans.
Hey! All right, close this
There you go. That's your attention. So there you go.
But maybe it was just a great trade. Maybe it was just a great trade.
Exactly. So that's what got people talking about it. The fact that it's not a firm that everybody knows. It's just some guys who had a great day.
God, I liked you up to then, Joel Weber. Have a good weekend. You told it well. Everybody should check it out. Joel Weber, editor of Bloomberg Business Week, on the remote access from Brooklyn, giving some shade.
Yeah, you're not going to forget about that comment come Monday, are you?
Liked him, really, up to that point. All right, for those of you listening in New York, D.C., and San Francisco, watching on YouTube, Bloomberg Business Week, we're going to continue. If you're listening on Bloomberg 106.1 in Boston, Bay State Business is coming up next. Check out the magazine. Incredible stories. You can find it on newsstands, on the Bloomberg, and online at Bloomberg.com. This is Bloomberg.
Tech Trend.
This is Derek's O'Reilly Auto Parts story.
After the third time jump-starting my car, I finally realized my battery was dying. So I stopped by O'Reilly to have it checked. They tested it right there in the parking lot. It was bad, real bad. But they helped me find the right battery for my car and even installed it for free. Now my car starts like new.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Jody Schwartz, noted tax attorney, tells us why she recommends Jewish Communal Fund.
I recommend the JCF to my clients, to my colleagues, to really anyone who asks a question about charitable giving because it's convenient. It allows you the maximum tax deductions permitted by law, and it just makes your life easier, organized, and simple. Another aspect for clients and for other colleagues who don't want their identities to be known or don't want to talk about the property that they're giving away to charity, I found JCF's confidentiality, its aggregate reporting to be very attractive to people.
JCF can help you and your clients organize your charitable giving with a donor-advised fund. A fund can be established with a tax-deductible contribution of $5,000 or more. Contributions to JCF qualify for the highest tax deduction allowed by law. Visit jcfny.org or call 212-752-8277.
This holiday season, shoot for the stars with sparkling gifts from Pandora Jewelry. When you shop December 7th through 14th, a sterling silver Moon and Stars open bangle is yours free with any purchase of $125 or more. Shop Pandora Jewelry today. Free bangle with purchase while supplies last at participating retailers. No substitutions. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Visit the Pandora store at Southland Mall, located off Florida's Turnpike on Southwest 205th Street and US 1. Pandora, Southland Mall.
The Happy Honda Day sales event is here, and thousands of new Hondas are marked with clearance prices and payments. Well-qualified buyers can save thousands with financing as low as 0.9% on select 2020 Hondas. Every Honda model is clearance priced. Accords, Civics, HRVs, CRVs, Passports, Pilots, and more. Don't miss the Happy Honda Day sales event with thousands of new Hondas in stock with financing as low as 0.9%. Search your local Honda dealer today. See dealer for financing details. Offer ends 1/4/21.
Economics.
All this doom and gloom was out there.
Finance.
Do you see this as a technical correction?
Investment.
What are you looking at to give you some sort of compass through this period?
The Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast.
Lots and lots of talk about what the Fed should and shouldn't do.
Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and the names that shape the world's markets.
We speak with Professor Schiller of Yale University.
Bloomberg Surveillance. Listen today at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, or subscribe on Apple Podcasts. Capital of the world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We move into the final hour of trading on this Friday, December 11th. Volatile session, mixed day, little change right now for the Dow. It is up by less than 0.1%. Right to the numbers, I'll give you the why in a moment here. We have got the S&P lower by 9, down 0.3%. NASDAQ is now down 52 points, a drop there of 0.4%. Bottom line has been a choppy session. Stocks have paired losses as lawmakers pass a stopgap spending bill to avert a federal government shutdown, but gave no signals of an imminent stimulus deal. Again, we've got the S&P lower by 0.3%. 10-year up 430 seconds. 10-year yield now is 0.89%. Gold up 0.1%, 18.38 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.4%. WTI 46.60 a barrel. Brent, by the way, back above $50 a barrel, barely 50.01 right now on Brent. Well, as for the economic outlook globally and here in the United States, Frances Donald is Global Chief Economist at Manulife Asset Management. She was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
We are heading into a very soft patch,
something that looks like a double dip on the services component of the economy. I agree with Bloomberg Economics. There is a better than likely chance that we see a negative print on the December payroll.
Deutsche Bank has downgraded its view on airline stocks, writing that while it still had a bullish view of the group over the long term, the sector looks fairly valued following a recent rally. We're seeing a sell-off in the group today. UAL down 2.5%, American Airlines lower by 5%, Southwest Airlines down 2.2%, and Delta lower now by 2.2%. A day after its IPO, Airbnb now lower by 4%. We've got DoorDash down today by 7.2%. Stephen Hahn, head of the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, is disputing a report that he'd been told to step down if the agency doesn't authorize Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine today, saying the regulator is working quickly on the clearance. Pfizer down 1.5%. Recapping, S&P down 0.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, so tough story once again of our day, of our week, of our year, no doubt about it, is everything and anything to do with the coronavirus and vaccine. Charlie Pellet just talking about the story that we've seen came out of the Washington Post that the White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows telling Stephen Hahn, the commissioner of the FDA, to submit his recognition, but Hahn saying, no, that's not likely, right? Or not happening.
Yeah, that's what Hahn is responding. And look, I think it raises, if this story indeed turns out to be true, I mean, it's a Washington Post story.
Correct.
It doesn't help confidence in the vaccine.
No.
At a time when Americans are concerned that it's been rushed through.
Exactly. And let's get into that with our next guest, Dr. Ian Lustbader, with us as he is always every Friday. He's Clinical Associate Professor of Medicine at NYU Langone Medical Center, on the phone in New York on a day when global cases exceed 69.7 million, deaths surpassing 1.59 million. Dr. Lustbader, nice to have you back with Tim and myself. How are you?
Okay, doing well. Thank you, Carol and Tim. Happy Friday.
Yeah, you sound a little tired.
Well, it's been a long week. It's been a busy week, and but I think we have good news coming. I think within the next few days, I think we are going to get FDA approval.
Yeah.
The Vaccine Advisory Committee, 17-4, voted, to approve this authorization. And I think literally within the next few days, we'll get the full FDA committee to approve it.
Hey, Ian, hang on. I want to get to that, but I do want to get to that headline that it looks like the Washington Post was, or they were reporting that the White House was threatening the FDA chief to basically leave
approve it or else.
Yeah.
Right.
No way to mincemeat here.
Else.
So, what does that do? And Tim brought up a really good point. What does that do to confidence in the process, especially for the American public, when there are still many out there, it's safe to say, that are a little nervous about taking the vaccine?
There are, and even some physicians I know are a little hesitant. I don't think politically or scientifically that was good. I mean, you have to let the FDA evaluate it, which they did. The vaccine data is very good in terms of efficacy and hopefully lives to be saved. And side effects are low, not zero. So to me, it's certainly unnecessary to threaten or cajole the FDA, and we really should sort of stay out of that scientific realm. So I think that was an error in judgment, and I think unnecessary because the FDA is going to do, no matter what, the right thing. I don't think they're really subject to political pressure anyway, because these are committees and they're composed of infectious disease specialists and heads of departments and
people who know what they're doing.
Well, Doctor, what would you say to someone who is seeing the news from the UK this week and understanding that people in the UK are already getting shots of Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine, an American company, Pfizer at least, and not getting shots here in the US? I mean, what light can you shed on the FDA approval process as to why it is taking a few more days to get it approved here?
Well, it is really just a difference of a few days, and I think this is not like the space race where you have to be the first one on the moon. I think we've had an amazing under a year to get a vaccine is really unheard of. I think Warp Speed did an amazing job. And I think the FDA, or at least the way we work here, is that it goes through several committees. And it was 8 hours plus of discussion on the vaccine advisory committee. They had lots of different opinions. You can listen to it if you want on YouTube. I think it's a long series, and they really weighed out the pros and cons. That's just how we do it here, and I think people should feel confident about that because really leading experts reviewed the data. They went over it. This was not a rush judgment in any way. I'm not saying the UK was a rush judgment.
Yeah.
Maybe their committees work faster. Maybe they started a few days earlier. But I think we're going to start giving out the first vaccines. My bet is later next week.
Wow. And that's when you anticipate coming to NYU Langone that you guys start to get it?
I do. Yeah. I think the FDA sometime in the next 2, 3 days, 4 days will formally approve it, I think, based on all the data. And I think it will be ready to ship by midweek if all goes well. And I think the first vaccines probably will be later next week or early the week after is my guess. I have no inside information, but that's my guess as to the timeline.
Do you think the rollout from the recommendations from the CDC about making sure frontline workers, healthcare workers, and those who are most at risk, this is the right way to distribute the vaccine?
I do. Unfortunately, we literally see multiple COVID patients every day. Fortunately, the volume in the hospital, at least in our area, is ticking up, but not massively. And I think the frontline healthcare workers are the most at risk, elderly at the most at risk, and then the rest of the population. And I think once some people see that we took it and that we're doing fine, they'll be more encouraged to take it as well.
That's a really good point.
Yeah.
When they see the doctors taking it.
Totally, right? And what I do wonder, too, is Sanofi and GlaxoSmithKline, they delayed some advanced trials of their experimental COVID-19 shot. I guess it didn't produce a strong enough response in some older people. So that their drugs are being pushed out maybe in terms of availability to the end of next year. I mean, Ian, this is what we're going to see, but that does complicate potentially getting vaccines to the entire world, correct? We need all of these companies to have success.
We do. Manufacturing vaccines is not easy. There are a lot of limiting steps, and I think we need multiple vaccines. Again, the data that I've seen preliminarily, at least with Pfizer, Moderna, AstraZeneca, is that, again, playing with a dose a little bit, that we're getting into the 90% efficacy, which is great. Again, flu shots, not even that strong, and they're mandatory in many medical institutions. They may be 20, 30, 40% effective.
Right.
So we do need a lot of companies. And then when you start getting out into Africa or other countries where they don't have infrastructure, you really need vaccines that need to be transported without such critical conditions of, minus sub-zero temperatures. So in a way, it's good that perhaps more Western countries who have the technology are getting it first.
Right.
It's great that Pfizer's coming out, but we need all those companies.
Yeah, sit tight for a second, Ian. We're going to come back to you in just a second. Dr. Ian Lustbader, Clinical Associate Professor of Medicine at NYU Langone Medical Center. We'll get back to him. He's on the phone here in New York City. Right now, though, we do need to get back to world and national news. For that, once again, Nancy Lyons in our 99.1 newsroom in D.C. Hi, Nancy.
Hey, Carol. FDA Commissioner Stephen Hahn is denying a Washington Post report that he was asked to resign if the Pfizer vaccine does not receive FDA approval by tonight. He will only say he was asked to continue working expeditiously. U.S. Marshals are standing by to protect shipments of the Pfizer vaccine once it does get approval from the FDA. Health and Human Services Secretary Alex Azar tells Good Morning America people could start getting the vaccine as soon as next week.
The FDA informed Pfizer that they do intend to proceed towards an authorization for their vaccine. So in the next couple of days, probably, as we work to negotiate with Pfizer the information doctors need to prescribe it appropriately, we should be seeing the authorization of this first vaccine.
Those overseeing the deployment of vaccines say the pace of inoculations may reach 20 million people in December, rising to 30 million in January, 50 million in February. No deal yet on more coronavirus relief funding following a new offer from Republicans this morning. Majority Leader Mitch McConnell is now offering to compromise on the Republican push for protecting businesses and schools from lawsuits over COVID outbreaks. That's if Democrats budge on their push for aid to states. Minority Leader Chuck Schumer is poking holes in that offer.
There is broad bipartisan support for state and local aid. It's not a Democratic demand. Many Republicans support it too.
The two sides are closing in on an agreement for a $900 billion figure for the next round, but there's still no sign they can reach a deal on other measures anytime soon. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
It's not every day you have to replace a water heater, more like every 10 years. The Home Depot can help with a wide selection of the latest models from Rheem and a helpful online water heater buying guide to help make choosing the right Rheem easy. From gas to electric, tankless, even smart models that can spot a leak before it happens. Water heaters have come a long way. You don't have to. Go to HomeDepot.com to find the latest Rheem water heaters and helpful answers and advice from our water heater buying guide. Only from the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
This holiday season, shoot for the stars with sparkling gifts from Pandora Jewelry. When you shop December 7th through 14th, a sterling silver Moon and Stars open bangle is yours free with any purchase of $125 or more. Shop Pandora Jewelry today. Free bangle with purchase while supplies last at participating retailers. No substitutions. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Visit the Pandora store at Southland Mall, located off Florida's Turnpike on Southwest 205th Street and US 1. Pandora, Southland Mall.
The Happy Honda Day sales event is here, and thousands of new Hondas are marked with clearance prices and payments. Well-qualified buyers can save thousands with financing as low as 0.9% on select 2020 Hondas. Every Honda model is clearance priced. Accords, Civics, HRVs, CRVs, Passports, Pilots, and more. Don't miss the Happy Honda Day sales event with thousands of new Hondas in stock with financing as low as 0.9%. Search your local Honda dealer today. See dealer for financing details. Offer ends 1/4/21.
Cozy up for the holidays with 60% off everything at Banana Republic Factory, including soft sweaters, comfy pajamas, must-have gifts, and more from $9.99. Find your nearest store now, only at Banana Republic Factory. Get 50 through 70% off almost everything at Gap Factory and gapfactory.com. Plus, shop new doorbusters for the family, including outerwear, jeans, and our Gap logo crew neck sweatshirt. Find it all at Gap Factory or gapfactory.com through December 14th.
Hi, it's Jamie, Progressive's Employee of the Month, 2 months in a row. Leave a message at the... Hi, Jamie. It's me, Jamie. I just had a new idea for our song about the Name Your Price tool. So when it's like, tell us what you want to pay, hey, 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 and the trombone goes, blah, 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 and you say, we'll help you find coverage options to fit your budget. Then we just all do finger snaps while a choir goes, statements coming at ya, statements coming at ya. Yes? No? Maybe? Anyway, see your practice tonight. I got new lyrics for the rap break.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
What can give you a competitive edge in today's red-hot housing market? Rocket can. That's because Rocket Mortgage can give you a verified approval. It could help your offer stand out. Rocket Technology provides a rock-solid verification of your income, assets, and credit, giving sellers greater confidence in you. Go to rocketmortgage.com or call us today at 8338-ROCKET.
A verified approval is based on an underwriter's analysis of your individual financial information, appraisal, and title report. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender license in all 50 states and MLSConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
With Metro and the best deal in wireless, you can rule your day. Get 2 lines with 5G access included for just $35 a month per line, period. With taxes and regulatory fees included every month. All on America's largest 5G network at no extra charge. Metro by T-Mobile, empowering you to rule your day. Requires auto pay. First month is $40 per line for 2 lines. 5G access requires capable device. Coverage not available in some areas. See metrobytmobile.com or store for details.
It's our holiday extravaganza on the Kelly Clarkson Show.
Ho, ho, ho!
What's up, Santa? All week we're decking the halls with some very special guests. Garth Brooks.
Did you guys dress up for me?
Plus Whitney Cummings and Gwen Stefani.
Feliz Navidad.
With performances by Carrie Underwood, Megan Trainor, and country star Brett Eldridge. All I want for Christmas is a duet partner.
Your wish is my command.
Happy holidays, y'all.
Weekdays at 2 on NBC6.
Cozy up for the holidays with 60% off everything at Banana Republic Factory, including soft sweaters, comfy pajamas, must-have gifts, and more from $9.99. Find your nearest store now, only at Banana Republic Factory. Get 50 through 70% off almost everything at Gap Factory and gapfactory.com. Plus, shop new doorbusters for the family, including outerwear, jeans, and our Gap logo crew neck sweatshirt. Find it all at Gap Factory or gapfactory.com through December 14th.
As a professional painter, you know your customers want a flat finish, but don't want to pay the price of fighting dirt, grime, and scuffs. Use new Bare Ultra Scuff Defense from the Home Depot for a beautiful flat finish, plus stain and scuff defense. And that price starts at just $29.60 a gallon. And that's before the Pro Extra discount. A flat paint that's too tough to scuff. Bare Ultra Scuff Defense. Only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Available online and in select stores.
This is Derek's O'Reilly Auto Parts story.
After the third time jump-starting my car, I finally realized my battery was dying. So I stopped by O'Reilly to have it checked. They tested it right there in the parking lot. It was bad, real bad. But they helped me find the right battery for my car and even installed it for free. Now my car starts like new.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. 1, 2, 3, go.
DoorDash presents Art for Foodies, available at artforfoodies2020.com. From Wednesday, December 2nd through Sunday, December 6th, DoorDash is bringing art to your door to support Miami restaurants and artists. Order empanadas, ceviche, patacones, arepas, tacos, yuca frita, or ropa vieja using the DoorDash app, and the person with the most orders will be the owner of a unique Latino piece of art. Learn more at artforfoodies2020.com.
Headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. 43 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. Disney leads the Dow higher, S&P, NASDAQ, both in retreat. Choppy session. Let's get right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. And here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. U.S. stocks trading well off of session lows. And like you said, Disney driving the gains in the Dow. Dow's currently up 57 points. S&Ps are down 3. NASDAQ declines by 32. The U.S. 10-year yield at 0.9%. Gold and oil are both little changed. Transports are also little changed. And among the main 11 SV sectors, telecom, consumer staples, and industrials were in the green, while financials and energy are under pressure. Leaders to the upside in the Dow, Disney gained 14% to a record after giving streaming guidance. Goldman Sachs and American Express led to the downside. After earnings, Lululemon fell 7%. And in other news, McConnell said Democrats should stop insisting on state aid, and Azar sees enough vaccines for every American in the second quarter. In deal news, State Street is set to weigh options for its asset management unit. And wrapping things up, Qualcomm plunged 8% amid reports Apple plans its own modem. Live from the First Breaking News Desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie.
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill. He covered it all. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg type squawk, SQUAWK on your terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right. Thank you to Charlie Pellet. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week Radio. I'm Tim Stenbeck, joined by Carol Masser. And let's get back to our guest, Dr. Ian Lustbader. He's a clinical associate professor of medicine at NYU Langone Medical Center. He joins us now on the phone from here in New York City. Doctor, I want to get to this news that we learned earlier today from Governor Cuomo, saying that indoor dining here in New York City is set to close on Monday. Is this, in your opinion, the right move?
Well, that's a good question. You know, I think everyone is trying to make their best judgments all the way around. We do expect a bit of a bump, a surge in cases after Thanksgiving, and probably, around the holidays in December as well. Certainly, we know outdoor dining is fine. I think it's a tough call to really restrict indoor dining. I think what happened is that it was hard to that 25% is a reasonable number, but I think there have been a number of infections people have had from dining out. So I can understand it. The poor restaurants have been under strain. The whole industries are under strain. But I think I have to agree, at least temporarily, for a short window, to perhaps let case volume drop a bit. I think it should be reevaluated probably on a weekly basis, because if positivity rates come down, they should be reopened. I can tell you it's a tough time. By next summer, we are not going to be wearing masks. Most Americans will have a vaccine, and we will look back on this. But it is going to be a rough few weeks.
I wish we could take a time machine and get there.
Yeah, and move ahead.
Yeah.
Hey, there's a headline out from ABC that Dr. Anthony Fauci says he will get vaccinated publicly. So Charlie Pellet just sharing that with me. So yeah, I mean, listen, I think he understands. So many people understand. And we were talking, Ian, that, by you and other members of the medical community getting the vaccine, I think that is going to really provide incredible reassurances to the mass public.
I'm hoping by next Friday when we do another medical segment that I will have had it by then.
Yeah.
So I will let you know if I did and how I feel.
Well, and look forward to, go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I want to know is what it feels like to get a shot of something that's stored at negative 70 degrees into your arm, right? I mean, that's got it. You can feel that, right?
For sure. It's a deep IM injection. It's got these lipid particles that protect the messenger RNA. Yeah, it's a unique vaccine. It's a new vaccine. I'll let you know how it feels if I get it before Friday.
Well, we look forward to that. Hey, Ian, I do want to ask you, too, what are you seeing when it comes to COVID cases in New York City?
We're definitely seeing a slight increase.
Okay.
The hospitals are also seeing an increase, nowhere near March. I suspect part of what we're seeing is the positivity. In other words, we're estimating at 20 or over 20%, at least of the New York City population, has antibodies. So I think that may be moderating it a bit. Right. And when the vaccine starts rolling out, there is some protection after the first shot. We don't really know how much, and we certainly know many vaccines, like the shingles vaccine, pneumonia vaccine, you really need 2 shots for optimal antibodies. But I think there's some data that there will be protection after 1 shot. So I really think in the next few weeks we will at least have some good news coming along. But cases are up a little bit, and I think that probably factored into Governor Cuomo's decision about restaurants. But we got to hang in there a few more weeks, and I think we'll begin to see a little more daylight.
Yeah, fingers crossed here. The other thing, though, that is still tricky, right, that you can get the vaccine, and so you are essentially protected, but you still don't know. You can still, though, potentially spread the virus. Is that correct? Help me understand that.
Well, yeah, you're a very good point. You're on the cutting edge with nuances. So there's some rationale about people who've had it wearing a mask. In other words, you've had antibodies, you had COVID, you survived. Should you wear a mask? And, we feel that it does make sense for a while. And that's probably true of the vaccine. There may be some carriage of the virus in nasal passages. I think that's a relatively low risk. And I think it's not going to be meaningful. I think most physicians plan to wear masks even after they get the vaccine, as they're seeing patients really for a few months until we really see a drop in cases. And I think part of that is cosmetic. I think it looks good. And probably there's some protection. But once you have antibodies, generally they will go everywhere, including to the nose where there's a virus. There's some thought that there'll be fewer antibodies in the nose and you could harbor it or potentially infect other people. I think it's a theoretical risk, but a relatively low risk.
Doctor, we don't have much time left, but what message do you have for people who may be putting off going to the doctor because they're worried about being exposed to the virus? Are medical offices doing a safe, are protecting people?
Great point, Kim. Thank you. Great point. People need to come in for their screening, testing, colonoscopy, mammograms, vaccines, flu shots. The offices are safe. There's social distancing. Everyone wears masks. Many offices have air purifiers. I just went to my dentist, and they have ultraviolet air purifiers. So we need to be less afraid. Get out there and get your baseline health care done. And avoid crowds inside. You may need to take a little break from restaurants, but I think the doctor's offices are relatively safe, and it's important to get your screening health care. Thank you, Tim.
I got to say, I got a root canal. I've been in and out of doctor's offices doing
I got to go to the dentist.
Screening. They have been incredible. So, yes, you do need to go to the dentist.
Right,
I mean, not for anything else, but you just got to take care of your teeth.
What are you telling me?
All right, Dr. Ian Lustbader, stay safe, be well, Clinical Associate Professor of Medicine, NYU Langone. This is Bloomberg.
This is a Bloomberg.
Nothing, not even the Grinch, can steal our holidays this year.
Come ride flying motorbikes and sip hot butterbeer. Make mischief with minions, get wrapped up with raptors. Come sing and maybe scream. The holidays at Universal Orlando Resort are here, now through January 3rd.
Bug.
Florida residents save up to $100 on select passes. Purchased by December 17th. Lockout dates and restrictions apply. Visit universalorlando.com for details and important safety guidelines.
This holiday season, shoot for the stars with sparkling gifts from Pandora Jewelry. When you shop December 7th through 14th, a sterling silver Moon and Stars open bangle is yours free with any purchase of $125 or more. Shop Pandora Jewelry today. Free bangle with purchase while supplies last at participating retailers. No substitutions. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Visit the Pandora store at Southland Mall, located off Florida's Turnpike on Southwest 205th Street and US 1. Pandora, Southland Mall.
The Happy Honda Day sales event is here, and thousands of new Hondas are marked with clearance prices and payments. Well-qualified buyers can save thousands with financing as low as 0.9% on select 2020 Hondas. Every Honda model is clearance priced. Accords, Civics, HRVs, CRVs, Passports, Pilots, and more. Don't miss the Happy Honda Day sales event with thousands of new Hondas in stock with financing as low as 0.9%. Search your local Honda dealer today. See dealer for financing details. Offer ends 1/4/21.
Cozy up for the holidays with 60% off everything at Banana Republic Factory, including soft sweaters, comfy pajamas, must-have gifts, and more from $9.99. Find your nearest store now, only at Banana Republic Factory. Get 50 through 70% off almost everything at Gap Factory and gapfactory.com. Plus, shop new doorbusters for the family, including outerwear, jeans, and our Gap logo crew neck sweatshirt. Find it all at Gap Factory or gapfactory.com through December 14th.
Professional painters know waiting between coats for trim, doors, and cabinets to dry is time out of your day and money out of your pocket. Bare Premium Cabinet and Trim Enamel from the Home Depot lets you finish faster. With excellent flow and leveling, it dries to the touch in 1 hour, and less dry time means less downtime. Bare Premium Cabinet and Trim Enamel, just $39.98 a gallon, and that's before the Pro Extra discount. Only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Available in-store and online.
What can give you a competitive edge in today's red-hot housing market? Rocket can. That's because Rocket Mortgage can give you a verified approval. It could help your offer stand out. Rocket Technology provides a rock-solid verification of your income, assets, and credit, giving sellers greater confidence in you. Go to rocketmortgage.com or call us today at 8338-ROCKET.
A verified approval is based on an underwriter's analysis of your individual financial information, appraisal, and title report. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender license in all 50 states and MLSconsumeraccess.org number 3030.
It's your apartment speaking, and I need some favors. When you're singing in the shower, just try going up a key. You're trying to be an alto when really you're a soprano. Oh, and if you could bundle your renters and car insurance with Geico, it's easy to do online and we could save money. And then when you read your murder mysteries at night, could you read out loud? But skip the murder parts because I get scared.
Geico. For bundling made easy, go to geico.com today.
It's our holiday extravaganza on the Kelly Clarkson Show.
Ho, ho, ho!
What's up, Santa? All week we're decking the halls with some very special guests. Garth Brooks.
Did you guys dress up for me?
Plus Whitney Cummings and Gwen Stefani.
Feliz Navidad.
With performances by Carrie Underwood, Meghan Trainor, and country star Brett Eldridge. All I want for Christmas is a duet partner.
Your wish is my command.
Happy holidays, y'all.
Weekdays at 2 on NBC6.
O'Reilly. This is Derek's O'Reilly Auto Parts story.
After the third time jump-starting my car, I finally realized my battery was dying. So I stopped by O'Reilly to have it checked. They tested it right there in the parking lot. It was bad, real bad. But they helped me find the right battery for my car and even installed it for free. Now my car starts like new.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This holiday season, shoot for the stars with sparkling gifts from Pandora Jewelry. When you shop December 7th through 14th, a sterling silver Moon and Stars open bangle is yours free with any purchase of $125 or more. Shop Pandora Jewelry today. Free bangle with purchase while supplies last at participating retailers. No substitutions. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Visit the Pandora store at Southland Mall, located off Florida's Turnpike on Southwest 205th Street and US 1. Pandora, Southland Mall.
Cozy up for the holidays with 60% off everything at Banana Republic Factory, including soft sweaters, comfy pajamas, must-have gifts, and more from $9.99. Find your nearest store now, only at Banana Republic Factory. Get 50 through 70% off almost everything at Gap Factory and gapfactory.com. Plus, shop new doorbusters for the family, including outerwear, jeans, and our Gap logo crew neck sweatshirt. Find it all at Gap Factory or gapfactory.com through December 14th.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 106.1. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
I need a song that says, I'm done, because I am.
Are you? Even though it's not quite time to go?
There's 2.5 hours at least for me to go.
Yeah, that's true.
But we are going to get a song from Dave Wilson. We're also going to get the chart of the day, so we'll see what we get.
It's like
you're doing better. You're doing better.
Okay, well, people who are listening are like getting in touch with me, telling me I'm pathetic. But
baby steps.
Baby steps. That's right.
All right, let's get back to Charlie Pellet with a check on that trading day. 29 minutes to go, and then we wrap up the week, Charlie.
Exactly, and we are looking at a mixed Friday right here, on track for a losing week, Carol. But the S&P down 6 now, a drop there of 0.2%. The Dow advancing 33 points. A lot of that has to do with the Walt Disney Company. Disney shares, by the way, surging to a record. This on more streaming. We've got Disney up now by 13.9%. For the Dow, it represents a gain today of 0.1%. NASDAQ, though, slumping 35, down 0.3%. The NASDAQ 100 index also down by 0.3%. Dow Transports higher, little changed, up by less than 0.1%. We've got the 10-year up 430 seconds. 10-year yield 0.89% this Friday afternoon. Gold up 0.1%, 18.38 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude retreating by 0.4%, 46.60 a barrel. Stocks have pared losses as lawmakers pass a stopgap spending bill to avert a federal government slowdown that gave no signals of an imminent stimulus deal. Bottom line, though, volatile session again. Recapping here, S&P down 4, a drop now of 0.1%. The FDA says it is working toward rapid emergency use authorization of Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine that was backed yesterday by a panel of agency advisors. Dr. Andrew Pekosh is a professor of molecular microbiology and immunology at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, and he was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Television.
The FDA hearing yesterday went extremely well. They plan to roll out the vaccine in frontline healthcare workers and in residents, elderly residents in communities, is all in place. But the vaccine supply is going to come through in a measured manner, and it really won't be widespread distribution for some time now. We have to do something now to make a dent in the cases. We can't wait for the vaccine to come by and do that.
And Pekosh says that something now is wearing masks. The Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. Pfizer shares down 1.4%. BioNTech, it is trading lower now by 1.7%. Again, recapping, equities trading mixed. S&P down 5, a drop there of 0.2%. Bring on the song of the day, because that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much, Charlie. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week, and this is Bloomberg Radio. Linda Ronstadt.
Right.
Sorry, Tim.
That's good.
I wasn't going to wait.
Thanks for saving
me. It's like
me.
there was a buzzer.
Hey,
like,
you know what?
We haven't gotten to the title yet.
Oh, wait, okay. Long time?
Indeed.
It's nice on a Friday.
It is nice on a Friday. Linda Ronstadt, man, and she's dealing with some really rough health issues, so she's really
absolutely hasn't
anymore.
been able to perform for years because of her Parkinson's.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. One of the morning shows did like a piece on her, and it's really, really harsh.
But, I figured yesterday, Bruce, Tim got what he wanted.
Did you know Linda
Ronstadt? For Linda.
Yeah, I know of Linda Ronstadt.
Would you have guessed that?
No. Okay. But at least I'm being honest.
I'm not trying to be hard on you.
At least I'm being honest, right?
Yes, I like honesty. We all like honesty. All right, Dave, so make the connection for us.
Well, it's a long, long time when it comes to looking at earnings and S&P 500 valuation. I came across this chart earlier in the week that Jeff Gunlack over at Double Line Capital included in one of his investor presentations, which he does periodically. And it got my attention because it was something that I hadn't really thought about before. You know, usually when we talk about what are called forward earnings, you look ahead 12 months, see what the analysts are predicting, and then you can come up with the valuation from there, you know, a forward price earnings ratio, if you will. Now, what he focused on in this particular chart was a 24-month ratio. So in other words, looking ahead 2 years, and you know, the calculation involves what's called a blending. So you get a little bit of the first year, a little bit of the second year, and you use that as an alternative in order to figure out whether stocks are cheap or expensive. Now, he kind of poo-pooed the indicator because, you know, analysts have trouble coming up with reasonable estimates for a quarter. How can you go out 2 years? Nonetheless, what I found interesting is that, you know, if you look at where we are now or have been lately in a historical context, it makes stocks look even more expensive in relative terms. Here's what I mean.
Right.
At beginning of September, we saw the S&P 500 at 27.2 times 24-month forward earnings, and it had never been that high, at least in our 3 decades of data. You go back to the late 90s, it was right around 27 at its peak, and here we are now, it's at something like 26. Now, you know, people will differ on the exact numbers, but the message is something that you don't get out of looking at just 12 months worth of earnings estimates, nor do you get it out of looking at historical earnings. So either way, we're not quite at the peaks that we were in the late 90s going into 2000.
Is there going to be a test on this when we're done? I'm getting a little nervous, Dave.
Why is that?
I don't know, because you're being very methodical and going through it, and I'm afraid that there's going to be a test when I'm done, like the Bloomberg quiz that comes out on Thursdays.
No, hardly. You know, the quiz is done once we get through the song, all right? I mean,
all right.
This is more a matter of just kind of understanding where we are.
Okay.
And that's really where Gunlack kind of, you know, came from in terms of including this indicator.
Yep.
He's concerned that stocks are expensive. So if you want to know more, folks, send me an email. I'll get you the chart, the explanation that goes with it, and everything I do going forward. The email address is dwilson@bloomberg.net. That's dwilson@bloomberg.net.
I just guess, you know, it just depends, Dave, right? What kind of year we ultimately get. If we start to see growth take off, like maybe some of these valuations for the S&P ultimately make sense. Because I do feel like 1990 is always one of those things that sets off an alarm that it was very different, Tim, right, in terms of what we saw in the market.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you see IPOs like we saw this week, everyone loves to compare to what we saw in the 90s, but they say it's different.
Dave, it's different?
Well, it is and it isn't. I mean, You're dealing with bigger companies and not quite the magnitude of the gains that you saw back then. But as far as where we are now, I mean, one thing you got to keep in mind is, you know, the economy could do a whole lot better than analysts are anticipating, and earnings could be higher, and therefore that would bring the ratio down.
Exactly. Favorite Linda Ronstadt song?
Oh, God, there's so many choices. You know, long time. I do kind of like that one. For sure.
I like I Can't Let Go. It's a great little song.
Yeah.
Tim, you got a favorite?
Not right now.
All right.
I'll think about it during the break. How's that?
He's going to get back to us. Dave Wilson's going to also get back to us a little bit later on. He's got his stock of the day. That's coming up in just about 20 minutes time. All right. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Let's get back to world and national news, and let's get back to Nancy Lyons in D.C. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol. President-elect Joe Biden says he is thankful a vaccine is coming, but the nation is in the teeth of a coronavirus pandemic and needs a leader.
This nation needs presidential leadership right now. Presidential leadership that is willing to model the steps we should be taking to save our own lives and lives of our families.
Biden noted with daily death rates now of 3,000, we're seeing more people die every day than 9/11 or Pearl Harbor. The Texas lawsuit asking the U.S. Supreme Court to invalidate President-elect Biden's victory has quickly become a conservative litmus test. So far, 126 members of Congress and multiple state attorneys general have signed on to the case, though many court watchers say it's likely to fail. Texas wants the justices to invalidate votes cast by electors in the swing states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, Georgia, and Wisconsin. Today, House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy added his name to a friend of the court brief. The Trump campaign has already lost dozens of court cases. Manhattan's district attorney is said to be ramping up his investigation of President Trump. Bloomberg's Nathan Hager reports.
Sources tell the New York Times state prosecutors have interviewed several employees of President Trump's lender, Deutsche Bank, and insurance broker Aon in recent weeks. It's part of District Attorney Cyrus Vance Jr.'s months-long effort to obtain President Trump's personal and corporate tax returns. It's unclear if Vance will ultimately bring charges, but any state action would be beyond the reach of federal pardons. In Washington, I'm Nathan Hager, Bloomberg Radio.
More money is going to victims of Ponzi schemer Bernie Madoff. The Department of Justice says it has recovered another $488 million and will hand that off to some of the victims. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries.
For the Jewish community.
At the Home Depot, we improve things. This holiday season, we've improved holiday shopping. We've made it easy to order online, right from our app, right from your couch. We can have it ready and waiting the same day for faster pickup to save time and stress. Or if you can't make it to the store, rest easy. We'll deliver. Holiday shopping improved. This year, make the most of your holidays with a little help from the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
This holiday season, shoot for the stars with sparkling gifts from Pandora Jewelry. When you shop December 7th through 14th, a sterling silver Moon and Stars open bangle is yours free with any purchase of $125 or more. Shop Pandora Jewelry today. Free bangle with purchase while supplies last at participating retailers. No substitutions. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Visit the Pandora store at Southland Mall, located off Florida's Turnpike on Southwest 205th Street and US 1. Pandora, Southland Mall.
The Happy Honda Days sales event is here, and thousands of new Hondas are marked with clearance prices and payments. Well-qualified buyers can save thousands with financing as low as 0.9% on select 2020 Hondas. Every Honda model is clearance priced. Accords, Civics, HRVs, CRVs, Passports, Pilots, and more. Don't miss the Happy Honda Days sales event with thousands of new Hondas in stock with financing as low as 0.9%. Search your local Honda dealer today. See dealer for financing details. Offer ends 1/4/21.
Cozy up for the holidays with 60% off everything at Banana Republic Factory, including soft sweaters, comfy pajamas, must-have gifts, and more from $9.99. Find your nearest store now, only at Banana Republic Factory. Get 50 through 70% off almost everything at Gap Factory and gapfactory.com. Plus, shop new doorbusters for the family, including outerwear, jeans, and our Gap logo crew neck sweatshirt. Find it all at Gap Factory or gapfactory.com through December 14th.
Let's say you just bought a house. Bad news is, you're one step closer to becoming your parents. You'll proudly mow the lawn. Ask if anybody noticed you mowed the lawn. Tell people to stay off the lawn. Compare it to your neighbor's lawn. And complain about having to mow the lawn again. Good news is, it's easy to bundle home and auto through Progressive and save on your car insurance, which, of course, will go right into the lawn. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Discount not available in all states or situations.
What can give you a competitive edge in today's red-hot housing market? Rocket can. That's because Rocket Mortgage can give you a verified approval. It could help your offer stand out. Rocket Technology provides a rock-solid verification of your income, assets, and credit, giving sellers greater confidence in you. Go to rocketmortgage.com or call us today at 8338-ROCKET.
A verified approval is based on an underwriter's analysis of your individual financial information, appraisal, and title report. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender license in all 50 states and MLSConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
It's our holiday extravaganza on the Kelly Clarkson Show.
Ho, ho, ho!
What's up, Santa? All week we're decking the halls with some very special guests. Garth Brooks.
Did you guys dress up for me?
Plus Whitney Cummings and Gwen Stefani.
Feliz Navidad.
With performances by Carrie Underwood, Megan Trainor, and country star Brett Eldridge. All I want for Christmas is a duet partner.
Your wish is my command.
Happy holidays, y'all.
Weekdays at 2 on NBC6.
Move over, flour. There's a new tortilla in town. Introducing new Egg Life Wraps. Made with egg whites and a few simple ingredients, we've created the perfect way to keep carbs away. Egg Life Wraps have the fresh taste you love and the nutrition you need with no more than 1 gram of carbs and 30 calories, plus 5 grams of protein. So say goodbye to flour and hello to Egg Life, the perfect wrap. You'll find us chillin' in the refrigerated section.
What can help you take advantage of today's low mortgage rates and save money? Rocket can. You could save hundreds of dollars every month by refinancing with Rocket Mortgage at today's near historic low rates. If your current rate is over 4%, with today's low rates, you could lower your payment by over $150 a month, saving thousands in interest every year. With a cash-out refinance from Rocket Mortgage, you could consolidate and pay off high-interest debt, tackle home improvements that could add value to your home, or even set aside cash for your child's future education. We've already helped over 1 million clients just like you reach their home financing goals this year alone. So remember this. What can give you the technology to refinance easily and save money? Rocket can. Call us today at 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com. That's 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Savings are based on quick loans, internal data. Points and fees may apply. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS number 3030.
For the Jewish Communal Fund, past president Noel Spiegel.
People often ask me why it's important to use JCF for their charitable giving. I tell them that JCF has a profound impact on our community. Thanks to the revenue generated from our funds, JCF makes an annual $2 million grant to UJA Federation of New York and makes grants from our endowment, the Special Gifts Fund. This year, we proudly granted more than $800,000 to support a kosher food pantry at Mid-Island YJCC, Jewish daycare at the Ed Alliance, a renovation at Camp Oakhurst, and an intergenerational Holocaust program at Ramaz. I'd like you to hear about our impact from a past Special Gifts Fund recipient.
Plaza Jewish Community Chapel is most grateful to JCF for supplying seed money to start the organization. Almost 10,000 families have relied on Plaza to provide an affordable yet dignified Jewish funeral.
Let JCF maximize your impact. Visit jcfny.org or call 212-752-8277.
Headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business
From
Flash.
Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. 13 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. S&P on track for a losing week. Looks like it'll be a loss of just about 1% this week. Has been a volatile Friday, though. Stocks pairing losses as lawmakers passed that stopgap spending bill to avert a federal government shutdown, but gave no signals of an imminent stimulus deal. S&P down 8. That's a drop of 0.2%. We've got NASDAQ lower by 53 now, a drop there of 0.4%. Disney lifting the Dow. Disney shares trading at a record, up right now by 13.7% after talking about its streaming prospects. The Dow up 30, a gain now of 0.1%. 10 years up 5/32, 10-year yield 0.88%. Gold up 0.1%, 18.38 the ounce. A down Friday for crude. West Texas Intermediate down 0.4%, 46.58 a barrel, and Brent is at 49.97, lower today by 0.6%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home?
Honey, please, I'll do the driving.
Drive on.
Excuse me, I want to drive.
Just drive, baby.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, folks, we've just got about 11 minutes left in today's trading session. It is time for the drive to the close. Getting ready to wrap up this trading week. We're off our lows big time when you take a look at the trading day, Tim. It's been kind of a funny day. Like, we kind of sold off a little bit, but not dramatically. But we've definitely bounced back here. But we're kind of overall a little changed.
Yeah, and I think investors taking a step back and thinking about stimulus or lack thereof, and when is that going to happen, if ever?
Like a little bit of a breather, and we'll see what happens over the weekend.
Except for those Disney investors.
Except for those Disney investors. Or or if you happen to hit one of the IPOs this week.
Yeah.
So let's
very
get
true.
right. So let's get into it with Ryan Dietrich. He's chief market strategist over at LPL Financial. They've got $810 billion in assets under management. He joins us once again on the phone from Charlotte, North Carolina. Hey, Ryan, nice to have you back with us here on Bloomberg. So Tim and I are watching the markets. It's kind of a little bit of a mellow day, but it's been an interesting week. But I think we are on track for some losses for the week overall when it comes to the broader market in the S&P 500. How do you see the market environment right now? Are there any technicals kind of, jumping out at you at this point?
Yeah, Carol, thanks for having me back. But you're right. I guess markets, they don't go up forever, right? We're having a little pullback now. I mean, let's not forget, we had over a 10% rally in equities just in November. And if you look at the market technical seasonality, the first half of December historically is actually kind of flat for stocks. Most people think, Santa Claus comes to town, December is always strong. The majority of the strength in the month of December tends to take place the second half of the month, and that's, kind of where obviously we're heading here fairly soon. But the technicals are strong. I've been coming on with you guys for a while, saying there's a lot of participation. Technicals are strong. The one thing that gets me, I consider kind of market sentiment part of market technicals. Sentiment's awfully frothy. I know you guys have talked about all the big IPOs, the excitement that comes with those.
Right.
Puts to call ratios, and here's the lowest levels they've been in decades. If you look at like the 5-day CBOE put to call ratio, investor sentiment polls, we can go on and on. Markets can keep going up when sentiment's optimistic, but that does set a much higher bar for maybe a little bit of disappointment. And markets finally can pull back as people are a little too optimistic. We think that makes sense as we head into sometime early next year.
What is the political risk here? I mean, what are you watching for in terms of from Washington? It does seem like that there will be some sort of bill passed, but it's going to be smaller than I think the Democrats want. I mean, that's pretty much guaranteed. But what does it mean for what you're watching?
Right. Well, first off, Tim, nice to talk with you. But you're right. I mean, that's pretty priced in at this point, right? Some type of fifth stimulus bill is extremely priced in. I mean, we think it's going to happen, right? I mean, honestly, guys, we were talking about on August 6th, the summer recess, right? That's when we thought we were going to have this stimulus bill. Now here we are in the middle of December still talking about it. So it's going to happen. I mean, at the same time, it is politics. We're waiting on the runoff in Georgia, the makeup of Congress. At the end of the day, the truth of the matter is the Fed is still a major backstop. Fiscal stimulus is coming. The economy, obviously, the vaccine news is great, right? Economy's opening up. So all these things are playing in there. And just the fact that earnings are likely going to increase more than 20% in the U.S., 30% in emerging markets next year. Fiscal stimulus matters near term, but bigger picture, there's just a lot of tailwinds that do say, hey, things are still looking pretty good next year.
Hey, Ryan, I want to go back to Dave Wilson and his chart of the day because he talked about earnings estimates for the next couple of years, making U.S. stocks look more costly in historical terms than just 1 year's worth of projections or even past results. And he said S&P 500 closing yesterday at 26 times earnings. And he goes, it's close to the September 2nd ratio of 27.2. That was the highest since we saw some data being compiled by us here at Bloomberg, which goes back into 1990. So when you look at the valuation of the market, are you concerned when you look at next year's earnings estimates?
We're not super concerned. Is it something that we think, this is like 1999, market's extremely overvalued?
Right.
We don't think so here, Carol. But I'll tell you what, look at emerging markets. I mentioned them a second ago. They're extremely cheap relative to the U.S. And you know what? Emerging markets are not above where they were in 2018. Emerging markets aren't even above where they were in 2007. You want to talk about a long base and a long time to kind of consolidate. We like the U.S. still, don't get me wrong, but in the models that we run for our more than 17,000 advisors, emerging markets are an area that we really think next year from a globally diversified portfolio point of view, that could be an area that you really start to see some strength and outperformance, honestly, led by China. Nobody trusts Chinese data. I get that. But I'll tell you, there's a lot of positives. South Korea, Taiwan, China, there are some really good things happening, and that's places we're looking for investments next year. That are cheap, to be honest.
What does the recovery here look like? It doesn't look like this V shape. We're not going to have that. We know that. What do you look at?
Yeah, I mean, everyone wants the shape, right? We've been seeing a swoosh-shaped recovery where it's easy off the initial surge. We saw that the last couple of months. Now it's getting tougher. Look at initial claims just yesterday. There's going to be some sticky points here, but the truth of the matter is we just released our 2021 outlook. We called it Powering Through here at LPL Research. We think the U.S. can grow about 4% next year. Globally, probably 5%. Or again, earnings in the S&P can gain maybe about 20%, which would get us to a 165 multiple. And we've got a fair value target on the S&P of 3,900. Now, I know that's a little lower than what a lot of people have been laying out there, but honestly, I've been coming on with you guys where we've been bullish pretty much this whole time. And we think maybe now that everyone's starting to get optimistic here, that inner contrarian in it says, well, maybe let's pull it back a little bit.
Right.
But again, globally, my goodness gracious, the emerging markets are an area that, like I said earlier, is a lot of opportunity for investors.
All right, we're going to leave it on that note. Ryan, thank you so much. Have a good weekend. Ryan Dietrich, Chief Market Strategist at LPL Financial, on the phone from Charlotte, North Carolina. So kind of laying out his metrics and what he's watching. But I think it is a week, and I think you said it well, that it just feels like a day where we're going to just take a break a little bit, and maybe the week, because it does look like we're going to end lower for the week overall. I think investors are just kind of waiting to see if we pull something out of D.C. potentially that gives us some optimism that kind of helps shore up the economy, essentially.
Yeah, and I think like Ryan was saying, that is kind of priced in right now. I think the big surprise would be if we continued not to get something as the end of the year gets closer and closer.
Yeah, exactly. I think that would certainly create some disappointment. I'm just going over to Airbnb and DoorDash because I wanted to see how these stocks are trading. So Airbnb, which was finishing up about 113% yesterday. It's down about 2.5%, so not a big deal. DoorDash, which was up almost 86% in its first day of trading on Wednesday, lost about 2% yesterday, and it's down about 6% today, which is to be expected considering the run. But it'll be fun and interesting to watch what the trend line will be.
Yeah, the hard work is ahead for these companies. They have to live up to the expectations,
Totally.
and these expectations got lofty this week.
Yeah, and listen, both of them are pandemic plays, and I think some think that maybe we'll see who has the longer term play post-pandemic, ultimately.
I don't know who it's going to be.
Yeah, I don't know. People have been saying, I think, DoorDash, because they're so, in terms of market share and cemented in food delivery, but who knows?
Yeah, I mean, maybe people are going to be traveling and living in different places. Airbnb could benefit.
Exactly. All right, stick around, folks. We've got just about 3.5 minutes left in today's trading day.
Everything's
Cozy up for the holidays with 60% off everything at Banana Republic Factory, including soft sweaters, comfy pajamas, must-have gifts, and more from $9.99. Find your nearest store now, only at Banana Republic Factory. Get 50 through 70% off almost everything at Gap Factory and gapfactory.com. Plus, shop new doorbusters for the family, including outerwear, jeans, and our Gap logo crew neck sweatshirt. Find it all at Gap Factory or gapfactory.com through December 14th.
This holiday season, shoot for the stars with sparkling gifts from Pandora Jewelry. When you shop December 7th through 14th, a sterling silver Moon and Stars open bangle is yours free with any purchase of $125 or more. Shop Pandora Jewelry today. Free bangle with purchase while supplies last at participating retailers. No substitutions. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Visit the Pandora store at Southland Mall, located off Florida's Turnpike on Southwest 205th Street and US 1. Pandora, Southland Mall.
At the Home Depot, we improve things. This holiday season, we've improved holiday shopping. We've made it easy to order online, right from our app, right from your couch. We can have it ready and waiting the same day for faster pickup to save time and stress. Or if you can't make it to the store, rest easy. We'll deliver. Holiday shopping, improved. This year, make the most of your holidays with a little help from the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
The Happy Honda Days sales event is here, and thousands of new Hondas are marked with clearance prices and payments. Well-qualified buyers can save thousands with financing as low as 0.9% on select 2020 Hondas. Every Honda model is clearance priced. Accords, Civics, HRVs, CRVs, Passports, Pilots, and more. Don't miss the Happy Honda Days sales event with thousands of new Hondas in stock with financing as low as 0.9%. Search your local Honda dealer today. See dealer for financing details. Offer ends 1/4/21.
Want to hear something amazing? Discover matches all the cash back you earn on your credit card at the end of your first year, automatically, dollar for dollar, with no limit on how much you can earn. Extra cash? Come on, how amazing is that? In fact, it's even more amazing when you realize all the places where Discover is accepted. 99% of places in the U.S. that take credit cards. So when it comes to Discover, get used to hearing yes more often. Learn more at discover.com/yes. 2020 Nielsen Report. Limitations apply.
Hi, it's Jamie, Progressive #1, #2 employee. Leave a message at the... Hey, Jamie, it's me, Jamie. This is your daily pep talk. I know it's been rough going ever since people found out about your a cappella group, Mad Harmony, but you will bounce back. I mean, you're the guy always helping people find coverage options with the Name Your Price tool. It should be you giving me the pep talk. Now get out there, hit that high note, and take Mad Harmony all the way to nationals this year! Sorry, it's pitchy.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Capital of the world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is Bloomberg Radio. Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. There you have it, sound of the closing bell at the New York Stock Exchange as we wrap up trading on this Friday, December 11th, and it is on to the weekend. Also on to the second half of December. Folks from Infosys Systems virtually ringing that closing bell. A volatile day, mixed session, the Dow higher, S&P, NASDAQ both lower. Stocks paired losses as lawmakers passed a stopgap spending bill to avert a federal government shutdown, but gave no signals of an imminent stimulus deal. Right to the numbers, S&P down 4, a drop today of 0.1%. Losing week, by the way, the Dow up 46, higher by 0.2%. NASDAQ down 27, a drop there of 0.2%. 10 years up 5/30 seconds. 10-year yield 0.88% this Friday. Gold up 2.59 the ounce, up 0.1% to 18.39. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.4%, 46.59 a barrel. So turned out to be a losing day for the S&P 500 index. As for the calendar and as for the market backdrop, Ryan Dietrich is chief market strategist at LPL Financial. He was our guest moments ago right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
The first half of December historically is actually kind of flat for stocks. Most people think, Santa Claus comes to town, December is always strong. The majority of the strength in the month of December tends to take place the second half of the month, and that's, kind of where obviously we're heading here fairly soon. But technicals are strong. I've been coming up with you guys for a while, saying there's a lot of participation. Technicals are strong.
After yesterday's surge, a down day for Airbnb, spent much of the session higher but ended the day down 3.8%. DoorDash, which also went public this week, lower today by 5.9%. Disney shares at a record after issuing a bold forecast for its new streaming services, lifting the Dow. Today, the Walt Disney Company up by 13.6%. Again, recapping equities mixed. S&P down 4, lower by 0.1%. NASDAQ down 0.2%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average and up Friday, up 46, up 0.2. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Whoa, yeah, what I say.
Nobody move a muscle.
Bloomberg Business Week. Movers and shakers.
Damn, Stiffy, you got some move.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everyone, let's take a little bit of a deeper dive. Charlie breaking down those closing numbers. Carol Massar along with Tim Stenovic here on this Friday. So S&P 500, Tim, a little bit of a more risk-off trade today. 191 names in the S&P 500 higher today, 309 lower, 5 unchanged. If I look at the 11 major industry groups, 7 were higher. Oh, wait, this is wrong. This is a year-to-date. Hang on. One day. Okay, here we go. So 4 were higher. That makes more sense. Communication services atop that list, up about 1.2%. Bottom of the pack, energy down about 1.2%. But it was a wild week where we know Disney today, or you take a look at some of those IPOs where you saw some really mega outperformers.
Yeah, some familiar names in the best performing stocks today. Disney up more than 13%, finishing the day there. Yeah. Etsy higher by 2.7%. UPS higher by 2.5%.
Yeah, which is really, kind of impressive. Let's bring in Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter, Sarah Ponczek. She's on the phone in New York City. So, Sarah, where should we begin?
What a week it was. But it's interesting because we talk about still the optimism, the sentiment that we are feeling in the markets. However, if you look at your major benchmarks, you still saw the S&P, the NASDAQ finishing lower on the week. One benchmark, though, that did continue its gain was the Russell 2000, higher for a 6th straight week. And not just higher for a 6th straight week, which would be the biggest winning streak since early 2019. But this comes after November, which was the best month ever for small cap stocks by way of the Russell 2000. So pretty staggering that we continue to see that. But still this discrepancy. When you look at the major benchmarks, taking a break, a calmer week, you would say, at the headline level this week, but you look underneath the surface with Airbnb and DoorDash, you name it, Disney today, unbelievable. The surge that we saw at 14%. I mean, it's interesting to call it the least.
What do you make of Disney's move today?
So when you look at Disney's move, I'm not sure some would say that you look at the forecast they gave in streaming and would say it warrants possibly 14% move in a company that is already was about a $300 billion company when it comes to market cap. And I was just doing a little bit digging on the terminal. I'm able to look at options trading volume in the stock. And just to give you a sense, today we saw 944,000 Disney call options trade. Now, the average over the last 20 days was 82,000. So we saw 12 times the number of the average number of call options that have traded over the past 20 days trade today. So we talk about, some would call it froth in the market, this extremely active options market. Just before Thanksgiving, we saw record call options over the past 20 days leading up to then. We had seen the highest 20-day average of call options trading. Well, it doesn't seem as though it's quieted down, and you see that really asserting itself in Disney shares today.
Does it indicate that investors to you are still more bullish on Disney as a result of what they heard late last night?
It would seem so. Yeah. I mean, if you're buying a call option, you're betting that Disney stock's going to rise into the future. So that's not 944,000 people, but it's people buying 944,000 calls. Right. It really is incredible to see, especially ahead of next week, which is going to be a very busy week, although I feel like we all have a different meaning of busy now in the year of 2020. But we have a
Aren't they
Fed
all
meeting.
Busy?
They're all busy. They are. Every
but you're right. We do have
like a year in itself.
That's a good point, though, Sarah. Looking ahead to next week, we do have that Fed meeting.
We have a Fed meeting, which is very largely anticipated, just whether or not the Fed is going to say anything or do anything by way of its asset purchases and WAM, weighted average maturities, if they're going to move further out on the yield curve. In addition to that, on Friday, we've got a quadruple witching, and we've got the rebalancing of the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. Today, at 5:15, we're supposed to get the announcement of which company is going to replace Tesla, even though there is a lot more than one company that is going to be going on in this reshuffling. Mm-hmm. But there's a lot to look forward to next Friday as well.
Yeah. Here's my question.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I mean, here's my question, because if we're talking about a busy week, do lawmakers, are they really considered busy if they're not actually getting anything done in terms of stimulus?
And just got about 30 seconds here, Sarah.
I'll keep it quick. Well, I'm not so sure when I say busy. I wasn't even thinking of the odds of a fiscal package or fiscal stimulus. At this point, the will they, won't they argument, the back and forth, yes, there have been hopes of a fiscal deal, but there have been hopes of a fiscal deal for months now. So what's a couple more days? What's a couple more weeks?
Unless you're one of those people who needs the aid, right? Sarah Ponczak, I hope you're feeling well. Take care of yourself. Sarah Ponczak, Bloomberg News, cross-asset reporter. Sarah Ponczak on the phone in New York. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Dave, you're up.
Hi, my name is Dave.
Wilson, where are you? Wilson!
Just what do you think you're doing, Dave?
We're going for a price on Wilson.
Open up the door, it's Dave! Who? Dave!
Hey, Mr. Wilson! Hey, Mr. Wilson. Stock of the day. Ticker is Jout. Jout. What do you got for us, Dave?
I've got Johnson Outdoors, Carol. It's a maker of equipment used by campers, boaters, fishers, and divers. The company was founded in 1970, went public in 1987. Now, those shares with that ticker JOUT set a record in August 2018 and have been up and down since then. Johnson Outdoors is overlooked by analysts, kind of like yesterday's stock, StoneX Group. Data compiled by Bloomberg on Johnson Outdoors shows no more than 2 firms have covered the company since 2003. Now there's only one, Sidoti & Company. So today, Johnson Outdoors released fiscal fourth quarter results. Earnings amounted to $1.53 a share. Sidoti only expected 80 cents. And revenue rose 58%, thanks largely to coronavirus-driven growth in demand. Johnson Outdoors said in a statement that its fourth quarter usually comes in, quote, a ramp-down period for its industry. Not this year. And as a result, Johnson Outdoors rose as much as 13.5% to its highest price since September 2018. And the shares closed with a gain of 5.8%.
Yeah, that makes sense. Have you been buying a lot of outdoor
sense.
equipment and stuff, or what?
We haven't because I think we have such a young kid, and we're not sort of spending time outdoors.
You're not climbing mountains with your son?
No, we're not.
yet.
But we would be if it were a different time in our lives.
Yeah, exactly. No, listen, it's just interesting to see the trends that come out, right, of the pandemic. Dave Wilson, first of all, thank you so much. Have a good and safe weekend. And I'm going to say goodbye to you. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. You too.
Have a good one. We'll see you Monday.
I'll be back on Monday.
It's been a good week. Really good week. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Tim Stanovic of Bloomberg Quick Take. Right now, though, we do want to do some world and national news. For that, over to Denise Pellegrini in our New York newsroom. Hey, Denise.
Hey, Carol. Thank you. Well, final approval of Pfizer's coronavirus vaccine could happen any minute now, or maybe not. According to a source, the White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows says Commissioner Stephen Hahn's job could be on the line if he doesn't do it soon. Dr. Ian Lustbader is Chief Professor of Medicine at NYU Langone Medical Center, and he told us earlier today pressure from the White House is not a positive.
You have to let the FDA evaluate it, which they did. The vaccine data is very good in terms of efficacy and hopefully lives to be saved. And side effects are low, not zero. So to me, it's certainly unnecessary to threaten or cajole the FDA.
President-elect Joe Biden weighing in on all this. He says the White House should be doing more to protect people.
This week marked another tragic milestone in our fight against COVID-19. More than 3,000 deaths in one single day, the highest single death count during this pandemic. We're in the teeth of a crisis right now, and this nation needs presidential leadership right now. Presidential leadership that is willing to model the steps we should be taking to save our own lives and lives of our families.
And indoor dining is being banned again in New York City. Now, that is effective Monday as COVID cases rise. And sources say prosecutors from the office of Manhattan DA Cyrus Vance have interviewed employees of Deutsche Bank and insurance broker Aon. This is in connection with their investigation of the Trump Organization. I'm Denise Pellegrini. This is Bloomberg.
You've probably heard.
This is Derek's O'Reilly Auto Parts story.
After the third time jump-starting my car, I finally realized my battery was dying. So I stopped by O'Reilly to have it checked. They tested it right there in the parking lot. It was bad, real bad. But they helped me find the right battery for my car and even installed it for free. Now my car starts like new.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This holiday season, shoot for the stars with sparkling gifts from Pandora Jewelry. When you shop December 7th through 14th, a sterling silver Moon and Stars open bangle is yours free with any purchase of $125 or more. Shop Pandora Jewelry today. Free bangle with purchase while supplies last at participating retailers. No substitutions. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Visit the Pandora store at Southland Mall, located off Florida's Turnpike on Southwest 205th Street and US 1. Pandora, Southland Mall.
The Happy Honda Day sales event is here, and thousands of new Hondas are marked with clearance prices and payments. Well-qualified buyers can save thousands with financing as low as 0.9% on select 2020 Hondas. Every Honda model is clearance priced. Accords, Civics, HRVs, CRVs, Passports, Pilots, and more. Don't miss the Happy Honda Day sales event with thousands of new Hondas in stock with financing as low as 0.9%. Search your local Honda dealer today. See dealer for financing details. Offer ends 1/4/21.
Professional painters know waiting between coats for trim, doors, and cabinets to dry is time out of your day and money out of your pocket. Bare Premium Cabinet and Trim Enamel from the Home Depot lets you finish faster. With excellent flow and leveling, it dries to the touch in 1 hour, and less dry time means less downtime. Bare Premium Cabinet and Trim Enamel, just $39.98 a gallon, and that's before the Pro Extra discount, only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Available in-store and online.
Cozy up for the holidays with 60% off everything at Banana Republic Factory, including soft sweaters, comfy pajamas, must-have gifts, and more from $9.99. Find your nearest store now, only at Banana Republic Factory. Get 50 through 70% off almost everything at Gap Factory and gapfactory.com. Plus, shop new doorbusters for the family, including outerwear, jeans, and our Gap logo crew neck sweatshirt. Find it all at Gap Factory or gapfactory.com through December 14th.
Hi, Hi, it's Jamie, Progressive #1, #2 employee. Leave a message at the... Hey, Jamie, it's me, Jamie. This is your daily pep talk. I know it's been rough going ever since people found out about your a cappella group, Mad Harmony, but you will bounce back. I mean, you're the guy always helping people find coverage options with the Name Your Price tool. It should be you giving me the pep talk. Now get out there, hit that high note, and take Mad Harmony all the way to nationals this year! Sorry, it's pitchy.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
What can give you a competitive edge in today's red-hot housing market? Rocket can. That's because Rocket Mortgage can give you a verified approval. It could help your offer stand out. Rocket Technology provides a rock-solid verification of your income, assets, and credit, giving sellers greater confidence in you. Go to rocketmortgage.com or call us today at 8338-ROCKET.
A verified approval is based on an underwriter's analysis of your individual financial information, appraisal, and title report. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender license in all 50 states and MLSConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
DoorDash presents Art for Foodies, available at artforfoodies2020.com. From Wednesday, December 2nd through Sunday, December 6th, DoorDash is bringing art to your door to support Miami restaurants and artists. Order empanadas, ceviche, patacones, arepas, tacos, yuca frita, or ropa vieja using the DoorDash app, and the person with the most orders will be the owner of a unique Latino piece of art. Learn more at artforfoodies2020.com.
This is Derek's O'Reilly Auto Parts story.
After the third time jump-starting my car, I finally realized my battery was dying. So I stopped by O'Reilly to have it checked. They tested it right there in the parking lot. It was bad, real bad. But they helped me find the right battery for my car and even installed it for free. Now my car starts like new.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
If you're looking to make an impact, there's no better place to do that than the U.S. Army. Whether your goal is to fight and cure deadly diseases, develop technologies, or seek adventure across the globe, the Army is where all of that can happen and so much more. The Army is a team of 1 million individuals working together to take on the most complex problems in the nation and the world and to win. Ask yourself, what's your warrior? And go to GoArmy.com to find out. Join us for a virtual career fair. Click the banner to register.
Cozy up for the holidays with 60% off everything at Banana Republic Factory, including soft sweaters, comfy pajamas, must-have gifts, and more from $9.99. Find your nearest store now, only at Banana Republic Factory. Get 50 through 70% off almost everything at Gap Factory and gapfactory.com. Plus, shop new doorbusters for the family, including outerwear, jeans, and our Gap logo crew neck sweatshirt. Find it all at Gap Factory or gapfactory.com through December 14th.
Professional painters know waiting between coats for trim, doors, and cabinets to dry is time out of your day and money out of your pocket. Bare Premium Cabinet and Trim Enamel from the Home Depot lets you finish faster. With excellent flow and leveling, it dries to the touch in 1 hour, and less dry time means less downtime. Bare Premium Cabinet and Trim Enamel, just $39.98 a gallon, and that's before the Pro Extra discount, only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Available in-store and online.
Headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business
From
Flash.
Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet, developing Story, a group that includes private equity firms Apollo Global Management and Blackstone Group is in talks to acquire Wells Fargo's student loan portfolio. This according to sources. Wells Fargo shares down today by 1.4%. It was a down Friday here, losing week as well. S&P on the week down 1%. Stocks paired losses today as lawmakers passed a stopgap spending bill to avert a federal government shutdown, but gave no details of an imminent stimulus deal. Volatile session with the S&P down 4, pairing losses down 0.1%. Nasdaq down 27, a drop of 0.2%. Dow had an up day. Disney lifting the Dow. Walt Disney shares, by the way, at a record today. The Walt Disney Company up 13.6%. The Dow up 47, a gain there of 0.2%. 10-year up 430 seconds, 10-year yield 0.89%. Gold up 0.1%, $18.39 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.5%, $46.56 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It is indeed. All right, Charlie, thank you so much. So we've been keeping an eye on Apple. Stock was a little bit lower today. It is, though, on quite a run this year. It's up about 67% here in 2020. We had a lot of Apple news this week. We talked about the new headphones, and if you're only finding out about it today, probably too late late to order and get before the holidays. Meantime, on the Bloomberg online, also at Bloomberg.com, story about Apple CEO Tim Cook and what he's saying about his company's staff and about working from home. There's a lot of news. So let's get to it. For all things Apple, we turn always to Bloomberg News technology reporter Mark Gurman. He is back with us on the phone from LA. It's been a busy, busy week with Apple news. Is it always?
Apple, yes, it is. It is always. This is a 7-day-a-week, 24-hour gig, to tell you the truth. But yeah, it's a busy week. We started off with these headphones. We had a scoop on Monday about Apple developing new processors for next year's Macs that are going to outpace the highest end of Intel's offerings. And then yesterday, we broke the news that Tim Cook and the executive team held a town hall company-wide meeting with the employees where they discussed a number of things, including their plans for new cellular modems, which I'm sure we'll discuss, as well as the return to work schedule for next year.
Well, let's talk about it. Let's just go right to the obvious, since we've talked a little bit about we've talked a lot about the virus today. Working from home, they're going to be there till next year.
They're going to be there till next year. So what he told employees was most people are going to not return to the office before June 2021 in most major offices, including their Cupertino headquarters next year.
But he wants people back ultimately, correct? I mean, I'm just thinking about that massive new headquarters that they just built. I mean, and the culture of Apple, I'm assuming ultimately he wants people back.
Yeah, they spent billions on this headquarters. They have a lot of their company at stake in terms of their secrecy and, the in-person collaboration, right? What he did say, however, is there's some things they've learned from working from home that they're going to be able to take with them. So my bet would be they don't move to sort of a permanent work setup, a permanent remote work setup that Facebook and others are going to try over the next 5 to 10 years, as they announced. But they're going to offer a little bit more flexibility, perhaps, to be able to put in a work from home day, once in a little while, or a little bit more flexibility there. But I don't think the overall company will change.
What about, though, I do think about the guys who are engineering and working on products. Do they, what are we hearing about that? I'm assuming that those guys, it's a lot easier when you're working on some of this stuff when you're back at Apple headquarters. Because, man, Apple is leaning in bigger and bigger, the story about the modems, the story about new processors. I mean, they are just leaning into all of this big time.
In terms of the engineering work, they weren't there when things really kicked off with coronavirus into March and April, because everything was so uncertain.
Right.
But in terms of, at this point, they've been back for a number of months now. They don't come in every day. They have certain people coming in at some days, right? So maybe you're working Monday, Wednesday, Fridays in the office, and Tuesdays and Thursdays from home. So they've sort of balanced it out, sort of maybe like an A team and a B team and a C team. They're coming in at different times, so you don't overlap with other groups, right? So there's going to be some people that only come in at the same time consistently as another group of people. So if someone has the virus, it's sort of a contained group of people that that you were exposed to.
Right.
So they are taking every precaution in that sense.
But talk to us a little bit about, though, some of the stuff on the engineering and design side when it comes to, you mentioned the story that you and Ian put out earlier in the week, a Bloomberg exclusive. It was great about Apple planning a series of new Mac processors. And I guess they're expecting for it to come out as early as next year. And it's really aimed, as you guys wrote, at outperforming Intel's fastest. I mean, they've been talking about this, working on this for a while, but it sounds like it's getting a little bit more real.
These are chips that were designed upwards of, 1 to 2 to 3 years ago at this point, right? Yeah. And so we're at the point where they basically just need to put these things in production. Personally, I don't think we're going to see the true full impact of the coronavirus on Apple's product development schedule for at least, 1 to 2 years from now.
Okay, so not for a couple more years. What about this modem, their own cellular modem? What's the significance of that?
So the cellular modem is arguably the most important piece of technology in any phone or device that connects to cellular networks. It is the chip that allows you to make phone calls and receive phone calls and connect to the internet when you're not on Wi-Fi. It's the chip that allows us to be having this conversation right now. Mm-hmm. And so Apple sources that part currently from Qualcomm, and what Johnny Srouji, the head of chips for Apple, told staff in the all hands yesterday was that they have started development of that chip this year, and they're on track to do that key transition in the future.
So really interesting. So of all the news that was here this week, what stands out for you that you think investors need to take the biggest notice of?
Well, I mean, I think the investor reaction so far has been the strongest on that modem, right? I mean, Qualcomm shares dipped nearly 8% today after dipping 6% after hours yesterday. So clearly Qualcomm investors are sweating a little bit about this. I think the processors is also significant. It certainly made, Intel investors sweat too. The stock went down a few percentage points then as well.
Yeah.
And the AirPods Max, new AirPods headphones, I mean, it's just another, piece of evidence that Apple's trying to create sort of this empire of accessories that could hurt other audio makers and, strengthen their ecosystem. But of course, we can talk about this another time, but $500 plus is a lot for a pair of earphones.
Well, just got 20 seconds. You try them. Do you like them? Real quickly?
So they don't ship till next week.
Oh, so you
I don't have much to say on them yet, but let's talk again next week and I'll give you all my feedback.
All right, deal. We'll look forward to it. Hey, Mark Gurman, thank you so much. I know it's been a crazy, crazy week for you. They're always crazy. He's got so much going on when he's covering Apple. Tech reporter at Bloomberg News on the phone from Los Angeles. Check him out on Twitter at Mark Gurman. All right, for those of you listening in New York and San Francisco, also watching on YouTube, Bloomberg Business Week, we're going to come back. If you are listening on Bloomberg 99.1 in D.C., Sound On with Kevin Cirilli is coming up next, summing up all of the day's big news out of the nation's capital. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Carol Masser, and this is Bloomberg Radio.
This is a Bloomberg.
It's our holiday extravaganza on the Kelly Clarkson Show.
Ho, ho, ho!
What's up, Santa? All week we're decking the halls with some very special guests. Garth Brooks.
Did you guys dress up for me?
Plus Whitney Cummings and Gwen Stefani.
Feliz Navidad.
With performances by Carrie Underwood, Meghan Trainor, and country star Brett Eldridge.
All I want for Christmas is a duet partner.
Your wish is my command.
Happy holidays, y'all.
Weekdays at 2 on NBC6.
This holiday season, shoot for the stars with sparkling gifts from Pandora Jewelry. When you shop December 7th through 14th, a sterling silver Moon and Stars open bangle is yours free with any purchase of $125 or more. Shop Pandora Jewelry today. Free bangle with purchase while supplies last at participating retailers. No substitutions. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Visit the Pandora store at Southland Mall, located off Florida's Turnpike on Southwest 205th Street and US 1. Pandora, Southland Mall.
The Happy Honda Days sales event is here, and thousands of new Hondas are marked with clearance prices and payments. Well-qualified buyers can save thousands with financing as low as 0.9% on select 2020 Hondas. Every Honda model is clearance priced. Accords, Civics, HRVs, CRVs, Passports, Pilots, and more. Don't miss the Happy Honda Days sales event with thousands of new Hondas in stock with financing as low as 0.9%. Search your local Honda dealer today. See dealer for financing details. Offer ends 1/4/21.
What can give you a competitive edge in today's red-hot housing market? Rocket can. That's because Rocket Mortgage can give you a verified approval. It could help your offer stand out. Rocket Technology provides a rock-solid verification of your income, assets, and credit, giving sellers greater confidence in you. Go to rocketmortgage.com or call us today at 8338-ROCKET.
A verified approval is based on an underwriter's analysis of your individual financial information, appraisal, and title report. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender license in all 50 states and MLSConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Doris Market has some experience pairing wine and cheeses, and we're ready to help pair you with the perfect combination from our collection of high-quality wines and cheeses, including the hand-stretched mozzarella made by the Doris cheesemaker each day. Whether you're looking to impress your guests or enjoy a solo afternoon snack, Doris Markets have what you're looking for. Doris Italian Market. Stop by to experience gourmet shopping without the gourmet prices.
It's not every day you have to replace a water heater, more like every 10 years. The Home Depot can help with a wide selection of the latest models from Rheem and a helpful online water heater buying guide to help make choosing the right Rheem easy. From gas to electric, tankless, even smart models that can spot a leak before it happens. Water heaters have come a long way. You don't have to. Go to HomeDepot.com to find the latest Rheem water heaters and helpful answers and advice from our water heater buying guide. Only from the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Cozy up for the holidays with 60% off everything at Banana Republic Factory, including soft sweaters, comfy pajamas, must-have gifts, and more from $9.99. Find your nearest store now, only at Banana Republic Factory. Get 50 through 70% off almost everything at Gap Factory and gapfactory.com. Plus, shop new doorbusters for the family, including outerwear, jeans, and our Gap logo crew neck sweatshirt. Find it all at Gap Factory or gapfactory.com through December 14th.
Hi, it's Jamie, Progressive #1, #2 employee. Leave a message at the... Hey, Jamie, it's me, Jamie. This is your daily pep talk. I know it's been rough going ever since people found out about your a cappella group, Mad Harmony, but you will bounce back. I mean, you're the guy always helping people find coverage options with the Name Your Price tool. It should be you giving me the pep talk. Now get out there, hit that high note, and take Mad Harmony all the way to nationals this year! Sorry, it's pitchy.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
O'Reilly.
This is Derek's O'Reilly Auto Parts story.
After the third time jump-starting my car, I finally realized my battery was dying. So I stopped by O'Reilly to have it checked. They tested it right there in the parking lot. It was bad, real bad. But they helped me find the right battery for my car and even installed it for free. Now my car starts like new.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
What can give you a competitive edge in today's red-hot housing market? Rocket can. That's because Rocket Mortgage can give you a verified approval. It could help your offer stand out. Rocket Technology provides a rock-solid verification of your income, assets, and credit, giving sellers greater confidence in you. Go to rocketmortgage.com or call us today at 8338-ROCKET.
A verified approval is based on an underwriter's analysis of your individual financial information, appraisal, and title report. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender license in all 50 states and MLSConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Want to hear something amazing? Discover matches all the cash back you earn on your credit card at the end of your first year, automatically, dollar for dollar, with no limit on how much you can earn. Extra cash? Come on, how amazing is that? In fact, it's even more amazing when you realize all the places where Discover is accepted. 99% of places in the U.S. that take credit cards. So when it comes to Discover, get used to hearing yes more often. Learn more at discover.com/yes. 2020 Nielsen Report. Limitations apply.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 106.1. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Carol Masser at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City. So listen, we know nurses, healthcare workers, they've all been taking care of all of us during this pandemic. We need to make sure that they are cared for, both their physical and mental well-being. We're going to talk about that with the CEO and co-founder at Incredible Health. She's back with us, Dr. Iman Abu-Zaid. So we'll get to her in just a second. First up, though, some of your top stories on this Friday. Here is Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much. Do want to begin with a headline from the Bloomberg Professional Service relating to vaccines. The U.S. government exercising an option for an additional 100 million doses of Moderna's vaccine. Shares of Moderna after hours, they are advancing now. Checking the stock, it is up now by 3.4% on that word. Stocks losing Friday, losing week as well. Stocks did pair losses as lawmakers passed a stopgap spending bill to avert a federal government shutdown, but gave no signals of an imminent stimulus deal. A volatile session today, but the S&P ended the day down 4, a drop of just about 0.1%. Nasdaq down 27, a drop there of 0.2%. Dow Industrials getting a big lift from the Walt Disney Company. Disney shares surging today. They are at a record, up by 13.6% on its streaming outlook. The Dow up 47, higher by 0.2%. 10-year yield is 8.89%, up 4/30 seconds. Gold up 0.1%, 18.39 the ounce. And crude West Texas Intermediate down 0.4%, 46.58 a barrel. Well, as for what has been driving markets, Christina Hooper is Chief Global Market Strategist at Invesco Advisors, and she was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
If we think about the key drivers for this environment and the key drivers for equities, it's certainly the Fed, but it is also that we have an effective set of vaccines in the offing that are going to be broadly distributed in 2021.
Tesla shares lower today. Tesla moving lower by just about 2.7% after being downgraded to a hold from a buy at Jefferies, which wrote that the electric vehicle maker is, quote, in a league of its own, but that it won't be able to dominate the auto industry given its structure and politics. Apple has started building its own cellular modem for future devices, a move that would replace components from Qualcomm. That, according to Apple's top chip executive. Apple shares down today by 0.7%. Recapping, S&P down this week by 1%, lower today by 4 points, down 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Charlie Pellet with a Bloomberg Business News Flash. I do want to get back to the virus and what members of our healthcare community are seeing to deal with it and how they are also taking care of their own members. Great to have back with us Dr. Iman Abu-Zaid. She is CEO and co-founder at Incredible Health. And just a reminder, her company connects hospitals with nurses and other healthcare workers. So they have been on the front lines from day one of this health pandemic. She joins us once again on the phone in San Francisco. Dr. Abu-Zaid, nice to have you back with us. How are you doing?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Yeah. I'm pandemic good.
You're pandemic good, I know. Well, but San Francisco has been in lockdown for a while here still.
It has, yeah.
Yeah. Tell us about your teams and what you're seeing right now in terms of COVID cases and how they're dealing with it. Because it's one thing to have to go through this once, but now that we're dealing with, second and multiple waves here, it becomes really difficult for everyone involved.
Yeah, so we have a rapidly growing career marketplace for healthcare workers, and what that means is, the hospitals that are using our platform to hire permanent nurses, as well as the nurses that are using the hiring platform, as well as our many additional services, they're in the eye of the storm, right? Like they're in the middle of the COVID pandemic, and they are certainly on the front lines of it. And what we're seeing it's actually evolved since March and April. So on the hospital, in terms of hospital leadership and hospital executives, seem to have gotten more of a handle actually on how to cope and manage through COVID. A lot of them have resolved the personal protective equipment shortages. A lot of them have infection control protocols in place, and are trying to do whatever they can to support their employees. And then on the nurse side, it's just the burnout and the stress is really starting to set in now. As you know, nursing is a profession that has an intense amount of burnout and work even before the pandemic, and the pandemic has just really exacerbated that.
Yeah.
And so we are seeing quite a bit of fatigue out there.
Well, so how are you dealing with that specifically? Because I do wonder, is that fatigue leading to workers who cannot work, or is it with some support that they are able to continue? There is a point where I'm sure that you guys look at your teams and say, you got to take a break. You just have to.
Yeah, absolutely. So, there was a very interesting study done by the team at New York Presbyterian. And this was a published study that was done in April 2020 when New York was going through its big peaks. And it showed that the nurses were expressing some of the highest levels of stress. 64% of them were reporting symptoms of acute stress, which ranges from, nightmares and inability to stop thinking about the virus. So this is pretty challenging mentally to cope with COVID. And what the impact that's having is, certainly burnout and stress, and then also the retention rates are dropping at some hospitals. Like in other words, hospitals are losing nurses, right? Just simply from burnout, and which is making the staffing shortages even more challenging. It's a pretty tough time right now.
Well, and I think that was one of the concerns, right? That as we start to see numbers increase, that there was concerns about, first and foremost, healthcare workers getting sick and once again exposed to the virus. And then there's, this burnout concern and then ultimately concerns that there wouldn't be enough people to take care of those that were in hospitals. Are we seeing anything approach that levels or not yet?
We are. So even before the pandemic, the U.S. was already in a nursing shortage, right? And a healthcare worker shortage. Because our demand for healthcare as a country keeps going up, our population is aging, and we just simply don't have enough workers in the system. Now, the pandemic certainly added stress to that system in terms of shortages. And in the early days of the pandemic, when, COVID was, for example, only focused on the Northeast,
Yeah.
There was an ability to move staff around, and there was some flexibility there. But now, now December 2020, where COVID is impacting almost every single state in the country, is seeing community spread. You don't have that option of moving nurses around the country anymore, and nearly everyone we are working with has reported a pretty significant staff shortages.
Wow, that's a real difference. And I don't know that we've heard that before, but yeah, certainly if you look at the numbers or if you look at a map and you're reminded that, you're right, it's very different from what we saw in the spring where it was very concentrated here, certainly in the New York metro and the Northeast overall. But you're right, the cases are all over. And so it's really pushing and straining healthcare systems all around the country. Iman, wait, just hold on for a second. I've got to do a little bit of news, but I do want to come back to you because I am curious about, from what I understand, you guys are announcing some products that are really helping support nurses and certainly those that are feeling some strains and stresses. So we'll get into that in just a moment. We'll come back to the CEO and co-founder at Incredible Health. Right now, though, another check on world and national news. And right now, back over to Denise Pellegrini. Hi, Denise.
Hey, Carol. Thank you. Well, California just reporting a record 35,468 new COVID cases. That's in the latest 24-hour period. We're waiting for possible final approval from the FDA of that Pfizer coronavirus vaccine. The decision could be imminent, or it could take a bit longer. A vaccine is widely believed to get approval, but we'll see. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker reminding people even when the vaccine does arrive, those first shipments will be prioritized.
We're only able right in these early weeks to service and provide the vaccine for healthcare workers and for those in long-term care facilities.
Oregon Governor Kate Brown says they're standing by to start administering vaccines.
By the end of December, Oregon expects to receive 147,000 doses of the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines.
Now, in Australia, they are halting production of a locally made COVID-19 vaccine there. Australia 10 says that's after volunteers in the trial falsely tested positive for HIV. And they attribute that to antibodies caused by the coronavirus vaccine. President-elect Joe Biden continuing to piece together the cabinet that'll staff his White House, officially nominating several key players to posts, including Ways and Means attorney Catherine Tai to be U.S. Trade Representative.
A trusted trade expert, a dedicated public servant who knows government, and who spent her career leveling the playing field for American workers and their families.
And here in New York, Governor Cuomo banning indoor dining again at New York City restaurants. I'm Denise Pellegrini, and this is Bloomberg.
All right.
The following is...
It's our holiday extravaganza on the Kelly Clarkson Show. Ho, ho, ho! What's up, Santa? All week we're decking the halls with some very special guests. Garth Brooks.
Did you guys dress up for me?
Plus Whitney Cummings and Gwen Stefani.
Feliz Navidad.
With performances by Carrie Underwood, Meghan Trainor, and country star Brett Eldridge. All I want for Christmas is a duet partner.
Your wish is my command.
Happy holidays, y'all.
Weekdays at 2 on NBC6.
The world's financial decision makers connect on the Bloomberg Terminal. The buy side and the sell side together, collaborating across markets and countries in real time, sharing ideas, negotiating trades, and forming an influential network of over 325,000 financial professionals that helps power global markets. Isn't it time you join them? Request a demo at Bloomberg.com/professional.
How long will it take for the economy to recover?
How many of them have remained on the job throughout this?
People are not going to be in public transportation.
Nobody knows.
You have received £600 million from the UK.
But we can promise the most complete information and the most detailed analysis.
The question is, what kind of recovery will it be?
Through every twist and turn.
Would you be wary of investment in China at this point?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
A message from PGIM.
Welcome to Outsea in 60, Perspectives from PGIM Thought Leaders. Here's Lisa Davis, Impact Investing Portfolio Manager at PGIM Real Estate.
I think we used to believe in ESG circles that climate change was the great systemic risk to financial markets that we needed to find a way to account for. And the challenge was to connect the individual investments that we were making to addressing climate risk at a systemic level. I think the challenge now that I see is that inequality around the globe is an equally important systemic risk, often connected to climate risk, that we have to address in financial markets.
Hear more PGIM perspectives at pgim.com. That's PGIM.com. Partner with PGIM, the investment management business of Prudential. These statements are not intended to be investment advice and should not be used as the basis for any investment decision.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology, makes innovation happen. NJIT faculty mentored Christoph Camacho when he was a student, helping him co-found a startup and patent a device that uses drone technology for reforestation and to collect valuable data for land management.
I founded Paratrees back in 2016, taking what I learned from my research at NJIT and migrating it to a startup. Our technology is to really enhance land management operations, so we work very closely with land management companies. So we have a drone that performs precision reforestation, and we do storm damage assessment, having access to drones that can collect data, so it's much faster. And what is more important, we help them drive management decisions. NJIT has been there every step of the way, going full force with my company.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
Are you interested in a challenging and exciting career? One where you can be part of solving complex challenges across industries and geographies? Bloomberg's ever-expanding technology, data, news, and media services foster innovation, empower clients, and offer nearly limitless opportunities for career growth. Visit Bloomberg.com/careers today to view our current job opportunities. Bloomberg LP is an equal opportunity employer. The address once again is Bloomberg.com/careers.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their businesses strategically, yet the most competitive managers in the market know with the right partner and a flexible operating system, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
I'm Steve Meyer, president of SEI's Investment Manager Services. At SEI, we understand the emerging forces that will define success for asset managers and what firms will need to compete tomorrow. That's why we continually optimize SEI's global operating platform. If your business requires greater agility, our advanced technology, integrated best-in-class systems, and multi-asset expertise can be your catalyst for business transformation.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at SEIC.com/seize change.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Jelly. Jelly adjective. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org, brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Imagine being denied an apartment because of your religion, or your race, or because you have children, or a disability.
It's so wrong. Yes, but who has the power to stop this?
You do. Each of us has the power. The law is on your side. It's illegal for landlords to discriminate because of race, color, religion, sex, national origin, disability, or familial status. If you suspect that you have experienced housing discrimination, file a complaint with HUD immediately so we can investigate it. Fair housing is your right.
Use it.
To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. That's HUD.gov/fairhousing. Or call 1-800-669-9777. 1-800-669-9777. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
How are financial services firms managing in this new reality? Claire Santaniello, Managing Director at BNY Mellon's Pershing, explains.
If the current times have taught us anything, it's the critical role that technology plays in client relationships. Global conditions have created a business imperative for firms to digitally transform the way they meet client needs and the way they work. Pershing's industry-leading technology enables you to adapt to the evolving ways your clients want to do business, now and in the future, and can help you build an even stronger digital client experience in a simpler, smarter, and safer environment. We have worked with clients of every size to transform their business. Pershing gives you the foundation to stand on, plus our unique perspective, to help you run your business even during the most uncertain of times. We help you consider everything.
To learn more about how Pershing can help you transform your business, visit Pershing.com. Pershing LLC, member FINRA, NYSE, SIPC.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Developing story, Oracle says it is moving its headquarters to Austin, Texas, from its home state of California to give employees more flexibility on where they do the jobs. The move to Austin from Redwood City, quote, means that many of our employees can choose their office location as well as continue to work from home part-time or all of the time. That statement today from Oracle. So Oracle saying goodbye California, hello Texas. You recall recently Elon Musk said he's heading to Texas. Stocks paired losses as lawmakers passed a stopgap spending bill to head off a federal government shutdown, but gave no signals on an imminent stimulus deal. Volatile day with the S&P down 4, a drop there of 0.1%. The Dow up 47, higher by 0.2%. Disney lifting the Dow. Disney at a record, up by 13.6%. NASDAQ slumped 27, lower by 0.2%. 10-year up 4/30 seconds. 10-year yield 0.89%. Gold up 0.2%, $18.39 the ounce. And crude, West Texas Intermediate down 0.4%, $46.58 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Do want to get right back to our guest, Dr. Iman Abuzaid. She's CEO and co-founder at Incredible Health, still with us on the phone from San Francisco. So we talked about some of the stresses, Dr. Abuzaid, that you're seeing on nurses and healthcare workers right now. So what are, and you know, it's interesting. I think we've talked about it before, and we certainly have had on a fair amount of guests and other CEOs who just talk about workers in general have seen, I think it was one of the unexpected outcomes of the pandemic, right? We understood the health impact, but also the mental impact and the importance of our mental well-being. I feel like it has just escalated in terms of conversations and actions and understanding that we need to make sure that this is a priority really in our entire society. But I am curious about what you guys have done to support the healthcare workers and nurses in your community.
Yeah, so, you know, our mission at Incredible Health is to help healthcare professionals live better lives and help them find and do their best work. And, you know, Incredible Health is not just the place where they find, a permanent job in 20 days or less, but it's also the place where they manage their career and are able to interact with their peers. And so what we've built and just announced earlier this week is the Incredible Health Nurse Community. And what that is a free online community built exclusively for nurses. Where they are, and it's a safe place where they can support each other and give each other advice. And, you know, and that's on many topics, everything from what we've seen in there is, you know, transitioning between specialties, dealing with workplace stress, and even fun topics like, you know, what are your favorite scrubs brands? The unique thing about it is that they can even post anonymously too. And it's just a place for them to really, give each other advice and support. And there is no safe place for them to do that online today. And so we wanted to create that.
That's really interesting. So almost like a blog or a place to go, as you said, to talk about some really serious issues, but also just talk about, you know, whether, you know, just ways of kind of getting by and doing your job in this kind of environment.
Exactly. It's a social network. And then the other thing that we added is a digital journaling feature, right? So studies show that when nurses do written reflection at the end of their day, it can have a positive impact on their ability to handle stress, burnout, trauma, fatigue. And so we were like, okay, let's digitize this. So they can use the Incredible Health iOS, Android, and web app, and basically document and take an inventory of their emotions in these structured daily prompts. And that's to help them, process stress more effectively. And so both of those features are 100% free. They're available to every single nurse in the country, and available in our apps and on our website too.
How much activity are you already seeing on both of them?
Quite a lot, actually. I mean,
Yeah.
I think there's been thousands of nurses that have used the Incredible Health nurse community, the social network. It has been live for many, many months, and we've just publicly announced it a few days ago.
Well, what do you think in terms of some of the longer term trends or realizations or thinkings about kind of the healthcare sector? What stays with us, you think, post-pandemic?
I think, look, healthcare workers pre-pandemic were overworked, underappreciated. I don't think the overworking is going away anytime soon, but I would hope the appreciation for them does increase. There's been a lot of visibility on them during the pandemic, and I hope we just don't forget this. This is a group of workers that is critical to our economy and critical to our country, and we should be doing whatever we can to give them as much appreciation and support as possible.
Yeah, I just do think about, whether there's procedures, processes that make it kind of easier so that healthcare workers, can just focus on, caring for patients and others, and I just wonder what are the things we're learning about that. I mean, and we've talked about, I think, telemedicine and telehealth. Like, I do feel like that's here to stay.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we've seen a few specific examples in our area is, during the pandemic, we launched this pandemic hiring suite, and, every hospital is now embracing remote interviewing, right? And remote onboarding and automatically scheduling interviews. And that has accelerated the hiring process on our platform from an average of 25 days before the pandemic to just 12 days today. And I don't see that going back to what it was. I think they have embraced these new workflows that are driven by technology in order to operate more efficiently.
Yeah, as everybody says, once you start doing something for several months in a row, it's a habit that's going to be hard. And this is too for consumer trends. Like, these habits aren't just going to go away. Hey, you guys have been growing amid all of this, and you've entered into some new markets or health systems, I think in Florida, Maryland, Colorado, Nevada. So you've been, amid all of this, expanding the business. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, we have been. Our home state's California, and then we had added. We've expanded in Texas and Florida, and just announced a few days ago launching in Florida, Louisiana, Maryland, Iowa, Colorado, and Nevada. I'm very excited about our geographic expansion because we want to bring the Incredible Health, vision and the career platform and enable hospitals and health systems to hire permanent nurses as rapidly as they can. We wanted to make sure that we had a whole variety of states that we expand in. This is not just a platform that's for the coasts, right?
Right.
We wanted to include the middle of the country as well. We want to include the South. And we're hoping, and our geographic expansion will continue over the next 12 months.
Well, and it's interesting. I mean, would you, is the expansion as a result of what's going on in the pandemic, and you just kind of stepped up some of your expansion plans? I'm just curious how that impacted it.
So we had raised our Series A, like over $17 million of capital in 2019. So there was always, expansion plans were always in the works. And yes, but the pandemic has accelerated it. Just because the shortage just keeps getting worse and more intense.
Yeah, and I do wonder too, you talk about the shortage, just got about a minute left here. I mean, what do we do to address this? Because, man, we're all going to need more healthcare workers going forward, especially as we have an older population, aging population, people are living longer.
Yeah, so we certainly need to educate more healthcare workers, right? So whatever it takes to make it as cheap and as free as possible to become educated as a health and trained as a healthcare worker is going to be critical. That's one of the reasons we offer free continuing education to every single nurse. The training needs to increase too. So even after nursing school is done, there needs to be an expansion of the training programs for nurses.
It's simple, but it's sometimes hard to get it all going, right? And just get more people kind of into the pipeline here. Iman, thank you so much. Dr. Iman Abu-Zaid, she's co-founder and chief executive officer of Incredible Health, joining us on the phone from San Francisco and really just talking about some of the strains and stresses that are certainly on our healthcare community and nursing community. And as she said, during March and April and the springtime, that with the pandemic so centered on the East Coast, that, healthcare professionals were able to kind of move around the country and go where those strained healthcare systems were to help out. But now you're seeing virus virus cases around the country, it's much more difficult, and that is really putting a strain on the availability of the necessary healthcare workers needed to really address the situation, the specific and current virus situation. All right, you're listening to Bloomberg.
Wherever there's
This holiday season, shoot for the stars with sparkling gifts from Pandora Jewelry. When you shop December 7th through 14th, a sterling silver Moon and Stars open bangle is yours free with any purchase of $125 or more. Shop Pandora Jewelry today. Free bangle with purchase while supplies last at participating retailers. No substitutions. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Visit the Pandora store at Southland Mall, located off Florida's Turnpike on Southwest 205th Street and US 1. Pandora, Southland Mall.
Jody Schwartz, noted tax attorney, tells us why she recommends Jewish Communal Fund.
I recommend the JCF to my clients, to my colleagues, to really anyone who asks a question about charitable giving because it's convenient. It allows you the maximum tax deductions permitted by law, and it just makes your life easier, organized, and simple. Another aspect for clients and for other colleagues who don't want their identities to be known or don't want to talk about the property that they're giving away to charity, I found JCF's confidentiality, its aggregate reporting to be very attractive to people.
JCF can help you and your clients organize your charitable giving with a donor-advised fund. A fund can be established with a tax-deductible contribution of $5,000 or more. Contributions to JCF qualify for the highest tax deduction allowed by law. Visit jcfny.org or call 212-752-8277.
Capital of the world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Oracle says it will move its headquarters to Austin, Texas from its home state of California to give employees more flexibility on where they do the jobs. The move to Austin from Redwood City, California, quote, means that many of our employees, this is a statement from Oracle, can choose their office location as well as to continue to work from home part-time or all of the time. The company says it will continue, quote, to support its other office locations in Santa Monica, California, Seattle, Denver, Orlando, and Burlington, Massachusetts, according to the filing. But again, repeating, Oracle moving its headquarters to Austin, Texas. It was a down day on Wall Street today, a volatile session. Stocks paired losses as lawmakers passed a stopgap spending bill to avert a federal government shutdown, but gave no signals of an imminent stimulus deal. S&P down 4 to 3663, a drop today of 0.1%. Dow Industrials up 47, a gain there of 0.2%, while NASDAQ declined 27 points, down 0.2%. 10-year up 3/32, 10-year yield 0.89%. Gold up 0.2%, 18.39 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.5%, 46.56 a barrel. Well, as for the market outlook, Mohamed El-Arian is chief economic advisor at Allianz, that is the parent company of PIMCO. He is also a Bloomberg opinion columnist.
This market has very strong technicals. Central bank support has provided if you like, an umbrella that has protected the financial markets from all sorts of things.
Deutsche Bank is downgrading its view on airline stocks, writing that while it still had a bullish view of the group over the long term, the sector looks fairly valued following a recent rally. Today we saw UAL lower today by 2.58%. American Airlines down 5.2%. Delta tumbled 2.1%. Southwest Airlines lower today by 1.1%. After the bell, news from Moderna says the U.S. government exercised its option to buy 100 million additional doses of the company's coronavirus vaccine, doubling the amount of the shot it initially committed to purchase. Stocks lower, S&P down 4, a drop of 0.1%. Gold up 0.2%, 18.39 the ounce. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser on Bloomberg Radio.
Just go on home.
So yeah, you know what that is. Clapton Unplugged. Eric Clapton actually calling out musician Chuck Leavell there. Something I know we have played many, many times in my home. And a new documentary, it's called The Tree Man, chronicles Chuck, who has spent half a century going around the world with some of the gods of rock as musical director for the Rolling Stones. He's toured and played with the Allman Brothers, Eric Clapton, so many more. He is on the phone in Bullard, Georgia. He's also founder of Mother Nature Network. It's a source for environmental news. Also with us and also acclaimed, Alan Farce, director, filmmaker, and contour photographer. He has covered the world of action sports, music, documentary films, so much. Alan is the founder of Niche Productions, and he's with us on the phone in Dayton, Ohio. So, gentlemen, welcome to Bloomberg Radio. I'm so delighted to have you here with us. And I want to start off with how this came together for the two of you. And Chuck, let me start with you.
Well, first of all, Carol, thank you so much for inviting us on.
Yeah.
Really appreciate it. It's an honor to be here. Alan and I had known each other for a number of years because he had asked me to play on a guitar player session that he was managing and promoting. And so I went up to Ohio for the session. Everything went fine. Then there was this long gap where I didn't really talk to Alan. And we had this concept to do a documentary. And we were in Las Vegas to do a show with the Rolling Stones, which unfortunately got canceled because Mick got laryngitis.
Yeah.
And Alan happened to be in Las Vegas, and out of the blue called me up and said, well, we can't do the show, but let's get together and say hey. And we talked about this documentary concept, and he said, man, is there any chance you'd let me consider me for the project? And I said, well, yeah, sure. So we talked about it. He convinced me that he really, really wanted it. And I'm so glad that we got together and did this. And we shot over 3.5 years.
Wow.
And he just did a masterful job, not only of shooting during all that time, but of weaving the stories together. So very, very pleased.
Well, let's talk about that, Alan, because, right at the top, there are the three storylines of Chuck's life, his musical life, his life as an environmentalist. And for our folks who are watching on YouTube, we're just seeing some of the environmental work that Chuck does, but also you wove in his personal life and his love for his wife. How did you think about weaving those stories together? Because it's really cool. You go from kind of making bacon to talking about the Allman Brothers. You go from talking Rolling Stones and seeing Mick, Keith, and Ronnie, and then talking about setting burns in forests. It's really wonderful how it's all woven together, Alan.
Oh, well, thank you, Carol. And thanks for having us on.
Yeah.
I think Chuck's story, I knew it from the outset, just when he was wanting to do this, and I really wanted to do it. I knew he had a great story to tell, and it was just it just needed to come out, and this opportunity, I wanted to take and make this film as unique as he is, and he is a salt of the earth kind of guy. He never takes more than what he needs, but he gives back way more than the common guy, and not only musically, but also with his forest life, and also his marriage kind of works the same way. I mean, it's a real testament to be in the rock and roll business and have a marriage of 47 years. You know what I mean? But
yeah.
And he also met her in a very unique way at Capricorn Records. So,
right.
Rose Lane worked there right when you walked in the doors, and he met her at such a young age, and they fell in love, and they've been together ever since, as the movie says,
Yeah, it actually, sets goals for all of us in a relationship. It's really lovely. Chuck, what did you think about, 3.5 years, as you said, the process of it? What was it that you hoped ultimately was shown as you worked with Alan on this?
My main motivation, Carol, was to wind up with a document for my family, for grandchildren, for future grandchildren, great-grandchildren, up the road, and not only of my life or, myself and my wife, Rose Lane, but also for the times, to have a document of what the touring was like with the Stones at this particular point in time, talk about some of the things we did in the past with the Allman Brothers Band and, some of the other musicians and artists that I've just been so privileged to work with. You had Eric there, and Eric, oh man, I had a great couple of years with him, and
I know.
David Gilmour and others. So really that was my motivation, was to have this document that would kind of show a picture of the times and something for the family.
Alan, we've got about a minute and then we're going to take a little bit of a break and then we'll come back and talk some more. But I imagine that there had to be some serious logistical issues during filming. I mean, how do you travel the world, record interviews with, I think, some 80 people during a lockdown?
Well, it was we kind of finished right before lockdown happened.
Okay.
But for those 3 years, yeah, you're right. We went Europe like 7-8 times and back and forth, and one day you're with Clapton, the next day you're with Gilmore. I mean, it was like living Chuck's life on warp speed, going back with all the people he had played with, which you were trying to bring that into the story, so. It's always a challenge when you're traveling with 3,000 pounds of gear on a smaller crew to try to save money, because we knew we were going to interview. Well, we could have potentially interviewed 80 people, and we really got them all. So we had to kind of stretch the budget out to make it happen. But that's kind of how we did it.
Well, and it's remarkable. Like I said, we're showing it up on our YouTube channel. Billy Bob Thornton, you had everybody from the Rolling Stones, you had Eric. I mean, it's really remarkable. Listen, I do have to do a little bit of news, folks, but we're going to come back and then we'll continue the conversation, because I do also want to dig a little bit, Chuck, into what it was like playing with the Stones, playing with the Allman Brothers. So we'll dig a little bit into that in just a moment. We are going to get back to Chuck Lavelle and Alan Forrest, the new documentary. It is called The Tree Man, and it's really fascinating. I've watched it, and it's just really wonderful just how they weave together Chuck's life and in really working on the environment. And we'll get to that as well in just a moment. Let's get back, though, to your world of national news. For that, it's back over to Denise Pellegrini. Hey, Denise.
Hey, Carol. We are still waiting to see if the FDA approves Pfizer's coronavirus vaccine. Now, that could happen any minute now, or maybe not. The New York Times is reporting it will happen tonight, though. And New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy says his state is standing by ready to deliver the coronavirus vaccine.
We anticipate the first shipments of this vaccine beginning to arrive in the next few days, and we will be ready to immediately begin putting our vaccine plan in place, starting with our frontline healthcare workers.
And Dr. Ian Lustbader, he's clinical professor of medicine at NYU Langone Medical Center, and he told us here on Bloomberg Business Week earlier today that things will be better soon, but getting there's not going to be easy.
By next summer, we are not going to be wearing masks. Most Americans will have a vaccine, and we will look back on this, but it is going to be a rough few weeks.
Another vaccine maker, Moderna, says the government's exercising option to buy 100 million more doses, doubling the number for the U.S. government, and that order will be delivered in the second half of next year. All this, of course, pending the FDA's approval of that vaccine.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And the Senate has approved a one-week extension of government funding, buying themselves 7 days to come up with a grand deal on government funding and COVID relief. Still talking, though, about what they disagree on, though, when it comes to pandemic relief. And Governor Cuomo banning indoor dining in New York City indefinitely starting on Monday. He's citing hospitalization rates that are continuing to climb, but he does say he will review things again in 2 weeks. And California Representative Devin Nunes says he has tested positive for COVID-19 antibodies. Global News 24 hours a day and on Bloomberg Quick Take. I'm Denise Pellegrini. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Denise, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Carol Masser at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City. Earlier this week, we caught up with one of the co-founders of Gotham Greens. You know who they are. They're an indoor ag operating company that runs high-tech greenhouses, and they're located across the United States. They did another capital raise. It was actually equity and debt capital. And I caught up with Viraj Puri. He's co-founder and CEO of Gotham Greens, and we talked about a lot, including his mission to transform how and where fresh produce is grown. Check out a little clip from the interview as he looks forward to 2021.
Given this sector that we're in, which is fresh food production, I think the outlook looks bright. I think the future is bright for our company, but also for our sector as a whole. I think the pandemic has really revealed a lot of, should I say, sort of, risks in the supply chain, right? And our entire model is built upon decentralizing the supply chain of highly perishable fresh produce and growing it in closer proximity to large supermarket retailers and institutional food service operators. So I think from the B2B side, the outlook is strong. There's a lot of headwinds in the incumbent supply chain, whether it's water-related issues out west, whether it's climate-related issues, the wildfires, farm labor issues. So I really do think that more and more fresh produce is going to be grown indoors. And then I think from the consumer standpoint, consumers are cooking at home a lot more, although obviously all of us are anxious to get back into restaurants and being out again. People are cooking more at home, and they want better quality ingredients, and they care more about where their produce is grown, and is it hygienic, is it clean, is it sustainably grown. So I do think on balance the prospects are certainly very promising.
And that's Viraj Puri, co-founder and CEO of Gotham Greens. You can catch more of that interview, the entire interview, on our weekend show on Bloomberg Radio and on our podcast feed at Bloomberg.com. They really are looking to decentralize food production and bring more fresh foods to people across the United States. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week, and this is Bloomberg Radio. And Bloomberg Business Week brought to you by the Jewish Communal Fund, JCF's donor advised fund. It is the smart choice to manage your philanthropy. Open a JCF fund now to lock in a 2020 tax deduction. Visit jcfny.org for more information.
Some business leaders rely on instinct. Others are masters of data. But to understand what they create, you need to think about how they work.
Why did Deutsche Bank decide to do this now?
Bloomberg Markets.
Give us the economics with these vaccines.
With Paul Sweeney and Vonnie Quinn.
Can China afford to be so generous?
We welcome thinkers.
How does that influence your outlook?
Weekday mornings at 10 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that our daughters have what they need to grow and learn. But that isn't the case for nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. that struggle with hunger.
Childhood hunger is a heartbreaking reality that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste and provides it to families and children in need.
You can help kids in need in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Jody Schwartz, noted tax attorney, tells us why she recommends Jewish Communal Fund.
I recommend the JCF to my clients, to my colleagues, to really anyone who asks a question about charitable giving because it's convenient. It allows you the maximum tax deductions permitted by law, and it just makes your life easier, organized, and simple. Another aspect for clients and for other colleagues who don't want their identities to be known or don't want to talk about the property that they're giving away to charity, I found JCF's confidentiality, its aggregate reporting to be very attractive to people.
JCF can help you and your clients organize your charitable giving with a donor-advised fund. A fund can be established with a tax-deductible contribution of $5,000 or more. Contributions to JCF qualify for the highest tax deduction allowed by law. Visit jcfny.org or call 212-752-8277.
There will be an end to this, and Bloomberg will be following every new development, from the medical
The company will start selling prescription drugs
to the financial
You still say that tech is eating the world.
and the political.
We've heard from President-elect Biden.
You will hear about every advance
Talk to us about quantum technology.
and setback
The market is concerned about the spike in virus cases.
right here on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. I came out in the 11th grade. Nobody was embracing you. The kids were cruel. It was very difficult to be gay. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma. The hard part was determining that I was going to do it, but I definitely didn't do it alone.
At age 30, with the help of her mentor, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
I have a mentor, Maria. She convinced me to continue my education and to finish what I started to get my diploma. Just never judges. She's a true role model. If you're even considering getting your high school diploma, go get it. You can do it.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business
From
Flash.
Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We knew Tesla was going into the S&P 500 index. Now we know who's going out. Tesla will replace apartment investment in the S&P 500 index. Tesla also joining the S&P 100. It will replace Occidental Petroleum. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, mixed Friday here, losing week for the S&P on the week, down 1%. Stocks paired losses in today's session as lawmakers passed a stopgap spending bill to head off a federal government shutdown, but gave no signals of an imminent stimulus deal. Volatile day with the S&P down 4, down 0.1%. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 27, a drop there of 0.2%. The Dow up 47, higher by 0.2%. The Dow getting a major boost from the Walt Disney Company. Disney at a record. Walt Disney surging today by 13.6%. 10-year yield 0.89%. Gold up 0.2%, $18.39 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.5%, $46.56 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. We are talking about the new documentary. It's called The Tree Man. It's about musician Chuck Leavell, his career, his love of the environment, and his wife. He is still with us from Bullard, Georgia, along with the director of the film, director, filmmaker, and photographer Alan Forrest. Alan on the phone from Dayton, Ohio. So, Chuck, I got to ask you, because as we talked about earlier, woven through the film is your love of the environment, and you talk about it a lot. Where did that all come from? And I know you talk about in the film when your wife inherited a farm, but just talk to us a little bit about this and what you're hoping, the message you're hoping to get out to people.
Yes, well, it is definitely all my wife's fault, Carol.
You guys always blame us. That's always what happens.
But, the fact is that Rose Lane's family has been connected to the land literally for generations as farmers, tending cattle and livestock, tending forest land and row cropping. And, when we first got together, and as we pointed out earlier, it's been 47 years now.
Yeah.
I began to get a feel for the passion, the love, the dedication of the land that this family had. And in 1981, she inherited some land from her grandmother, and it became our responsibility to carry on what I saw as a heritage of stewardship. And so I went on a little, journey, educational journey, going to the library, checking out books on land use and so forth. And the short of it is that I had kind of an aha moment when I realized, well, where does that thing that has given me so much joy and such a great career come from? The piano. Of course, it comes largely from the resource of wood, and as does most other musical instruments. So I had a personal connection, and I really wanted to study forestry and learn more about, long-term sustainable forestry and how and incredible gives us for those things.
Yeah. And it's certainly, I think we're losing your phone a little bit, so hopefully it comes back. It's certainly something very near and dear to all of us. And I think this year of 2020, dealing with the pandemic, dealing with inequities, but also, seeing the environment, what happens when the economy shuts down and the skies are blue again and you can see mountain ranges, but also watching those terrible fires in California. I mean, Alan, I feel like in so many ways, this film is just spot on.
Yeah, 4 years ago when we started it, we didn't really know that the California fires were going to take off and be so much in the news in the last year. And I think some of those practices that Chuck talks about with fire breaks and some of that stuff, I think, you're hoping that environmentalists can take maybe step back and look at some of those practices. And, you might have to give a little to keep a lot, sometimes. And I think that's kind of the message of the film. And, I think if your listeners want to check it out, they can find it on VOD now, which would put them into like iTunes, Apple iTunes or Amazon, and they can just search The Tree Man. But I think seeing Chuck's story and watching what he brings to the table with the environment is just a big piece of the movie that you don't really see coming. He has this just giant body of work that he's done, not only on hits and helping other bands, but then these other humongous bands he's been touring with and playing with, from the Allman Brothers to the Stones. It's just incredible because if you had just one of those in your career, it would have been a monumental career. But he's done this time and time again.
Yeah, and to hear all of them just talk about how great you are, Chuck, it's really, just a real person and really humble and just so appreciative of kind of what the world has brought your way. I want to do, because we're running out of time and hopefully we can get you guys back again in the future, I want to do a quick kind of word association with you, Chuck, if I can. Just briefly, if I say Rolling Stones, what comes to mind?
Fun.
I bet there are stories. Well, can I tell you, a colleague said to me that they once heard that Ronnie would start his day with 4 Guinnesses. Is that true?
Oh, no. Listen, Ronnie's been clean and sober for a long time now, and he's got a wonderful wife, Sally, and they have two beautiful twin daughters that are just adorable, and Ronnie has got it together. I mean, it's amazing. And don't forget, he's probably the most popular contemporary visual artist in the world today.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point as well. Allman Brothers, what comes to mind?
Oh, and Southern rock, paving the way for a new kind of music.
Clapton.
Oh, wow. Impeccable, gentleman, generous, and awesome.
Southern Yellow Pine.
Ooh, Southern Yellow Pine is everything to me. It's where I am, it's who I am, it's where I live.
And Rose Lane.
Love, love, and more love.
Well, I got to tell you, it's a great film, and I think, in a time when we're all feeling, first of all, we all want content, but just need something to maybe bring a smile to our face. It's just a great thing to watch, and the music in it is just incredible. Chuck, thank you so much. Alan, thank you so much. Stay safe, be well, and you're welcome back anytime, and I wish you good luck with the documentary and the film. Really appreciate it. Chuck Lavelle, singer, songwriter, musician, on the phone from Bullard, Georgia. Alan Forrest, director, filmmaker, and photographer. Check out their documentary. It is called The Tree Man, and it really is weaving together so many aspects of Chuck's life, including, of course, his great musical career, but also his love of his family, his wife, and then what he's been doing really when it comes to sustainability and sustainable farming in particular. Again, it's called The Tree Man. And we're going to go out with a song certainly familiar to Chuck, and I bet to all of our listeners, something he played on, Jessica, with the Allman Brothers. All right, folks, you're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Carol Masser, and this is Bloomberg Radio.
When we say Bloomberg brings you the latest financial and business news anywhere, we've actually given the matter quite a bit of thought.
Let's get now to our guest joining us from Bangkok.
She joins us on the phone from the Hudson Valley.
Bloomberg Radio. Bloomberg. The world is listening.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Not much action to close out the week. We do have a losing week for the main averages. The Dow up 47 points on the day, NASDAQ lower by 28, and the S&P off 5. Walmart, Costco, and other retailers are getting a little nervous as Christmas approaches. They're running out, not necessarily of toys or electronics, they're running out of Christmas decorations. They're selling out faster this year for some pretty obvious reasons, more than in other years. And in Walmart's case, the company had ordered more decorations when it did its ordering this year than last. Supplies are about a week ahead of where they were last year at this time. Your next new car may very well be electric. Dow Jones cites a Morgan Stanley analyst as saying 2021 looks like a critical year for electric vehicle purchases. The analyst says globally, electric car and truck sales will grow 50% or more, while traditional car and truck sales will go up by only 2 to 5%. Elisa Parenti, Bloomberg Radio.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky? Caring for my brother is far from easy. But he's a part of me, like my arms and legs, so I'll be his. No time for tired. Nothing can disable this love. He needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community. Support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
The following is a message from PGIM.
Welcome to Outsea in 60, Perspectives from PGIM Thought Leaders. Here's Lisa Davis, Impact Investing Portfolio Manager at PGIM Real Estate.
I think we used to believe in ESG circles that climate change was the great systemic risk to financial markets that we needed to find a way to account for. And the challenge was to connect the individual investments that we were making to addressing climate risk at a systemic level. I think the challenge now that I see is that inequality around the globe is an equally important systemic risk, often connected to climate risk, that we have to address in financial markets.
Hear more PGIM perspectives at pgim.com. That's PGIM.com. Partner with PGIM, the investment management business of Prudential. These statements are not intended to be investment advice and should not be used as the basis for any investment decision.
Economics.
All this doom and gloom was out there.
Finance.
Do you see this as a technical correction?
Investment.
What are you looking at to give you some sort of compass through this period?
The Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast.
Lots and lots of talk about what the Fed should and shouldn't do.
Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and the names that shape the world's markets.
I'm going to speak with Professor Schiller of Yale University.
Bloomberg Surveillance. Listen today at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, or subscribe on Apple Podcasts.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their business strategically. Yet, the most competitive managers in the market know, with the right partner and a flexible operating platform, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
Determination and operational strength are both essential factors for growth in asset management. I'm Steve Meyer, President, Head of SEI's Investment Manager Services Division. We know that disruptive forces create opportunities around the world. If you see potential in change, our industry specialists will maximize SEI's integrated platform of data and risk management, global investment operations, compliance support, and investor services to position your asset management business for success. Come grow with us.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at SEIC.com/seize change.
The effects of the 2020 election. You can see them and feel them already, but you're going to need actual information.
I've asked every single guest we've had.
Tom Keene.
Backward looking into the 19th century, is that where you're heading?
Jonathan Farrow.
What gives you that confidence?
And Lisa Abramowitz.
What does that mean as an investor? More cash now, looking for an entry point?
Bloomberg Surveillance. Weekday mornings at 7 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. And now watch us on Bloomberg Television.
Why do hedge funds and other alternative managers rely on Pershing for a highly personalized experience? Mark Alderati, a managing director at BNY Mellon's Pershing and head of Prime Services, shares how we help you consider everything.
In today's ever-evolving environment, the team at Pershing's Prime Services wants to know, what are you focused on now? Are you confident in the stability of your counterparty? Do you feel they can help you grow your business? When it comes to fundraising, do you have access to the mindset of the advisor or have what you need to navigate the ODD process? Exceptional service for our clients is at the core of what we do. Our award-winning team is just one of the benefits of working with BNY Mellon. Whether it's customized financing or securities lending solutions, BNY Mellon's Pershing is a prime broker who's committed to this business and dedicated to meeting your demands, so you can focus on growing your business and producing results for your clients.
To learn more about the unique and industry-leading solutions for hedge funds and other alternative managers, visit Pershing.com. Pershing LLC, member FINRA, NYSE SIPC.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 106.1. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. We're getting ready to wrap up our day and our week. We're going to talk with the founder and CEO of Planet FWD. It's an ag startup, and we'll find out what they're up to in just a moment. First up, though, back to your top business stories and a look at those closing trading numbers. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there. First, let's begin with some big news out of Oracle. Goodbye, Silicon Valley. Hello, Texas says it's moving its headquarters to Austin from its home state of California to give employees more flexibility on where they do the jobs. Tesla founder Elon Musk, you recall this week, said he has moved to Texas to focus on big projects underway for Tesla as well as space exploration technologies, which he also runs. Moderna says the U.S. government exercised its option to buy 100 million additional doses of the company's coronavirus vaccine, doubling the amount of the shot it initially committed to purchase. It turned out to be a mixed session on Wall Street, down day, a down week as well for the S&P 500 index. On the week, we saw the S&P 500 index fall by 1% today, down 4 points, down 0.1%, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average up 47, higher by 0.2%. 10-year up 3/32, 10-year yield 0.88%. NASDAQ, by the way, lower today by 0.2%. Gold up 0.2, 18.39 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.5, 46.56 a barrel. Day 2 of trading for Airbnb. Yesterday, Airbnb shares more than doubled in their trading debut, propelling the home rental company to about $100 billion valuation and one of the biggest first-day rallies on record. Today, though, Airbnb down 3.8%. Also going public this week, DoorDash, its shares lower today by 5.9%. Jeff Jordan is a managing partner at Andreessen Horowitz, and on Bloomberg Television, he told us all about the early days as being an initial investor of Airbnb, and says, yes, it has been quite a ride.
The U-turns in the business. Entering the year, we were super optimistic. We were planning for the IPO. The business was on fire. The pandemic hits, the business stops like a screeching halt. I think it dropped over 80% in just a few weeks. And then to emerge, 8-9 months later with this kind of opportunity, it has been quite a ride. Who would have thought you could take a global travel business public during a pandemic?
And again, Airbnb down by 3.8%. S&P Dow Jones Indices says it will remove apartment investment and management from its benchmark index to make way for electric vehicle maker Tesla. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It is indeed. All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Masser at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City. So the agriculture startup Planet FWD, they did announce a capital raise this week. It was about $2.5 million in additional seed funding. This is the company's rolling out its first product. It's a snack cracker. It is said to be carbon neutral in its manufacturing. The snack has a great name. It's called Moonshot. So let's get more on what they are doing and what their mission is and their growth plans. Julia Collins is with us, founder and CEO of Planet FWD. She joins us on the phone in San Francisco. Actually, it's Planet Forward, which makes sense. I just have a Friday brain at this point, Julia. Welcome to Bloomberg.
Hi, Carol. Thank you so much for having me. It's great to be here.
It's great to have you here. I love talking about these companies that are kind of disrupting our world, changing our world. And I feel like the world of agriculture, which is really the current way it's done, really impacts our environment and our climate in a negative way. We've got to think about how we can do it in a better way. So tell me a little bit about your company and your mission.
Absolutely. So, as you mentioned, agriculture is such an important sector and such an important lever in being able to address the biggest environmental issues facing humanity, including climate change. 25% of global greenhouse gas emissions come from our food system. And while there's no silver bullet solution to the climate crisis, with another billion people joining us as eaters on the planet in the next decade, addressing our food systems is a really good place to start.
And how
at Planet Forward? Yeah.
No. Well, and before we get a little bit more into what your company's doing, how tough is it? Because it's such an entrenched system right now.
It's incredible to think about the magnitude of the problem, but also the time that it took to get us here. Actually, when we think about the way that agriculture was managed, prior to 1940, we had a system that was relatively in balance with, nitrogen inputs and greenhouse gas emissions that were all under control. It was really the Green Revolution, this period between the 1940s and the 1970s, when we saw a massive change in the way that we farmed and the use of heavy equipment and nitrogen-based inputs in order to feed the world, which was the imperative of the time. So it's possible to undo what has been done. It's a really big job, but it is absolutely possible. And the truth of the matter is all the technology that we need to use our food systems as an agent for positive impact, all that technology already exists. Mm-hmm. What we're doing at Planet Forward is really just trying to make it easy for consumers and brands to take action.
Well, and so providing the platform, right, and the way to do it.
That's absolutely right. This all started when I had a kid, and I just became absolutely obsessed with the idea that I needed to take action on climate change in order to raise another human being. And I tried actually, Carol, initially to create a climate-friendly snack brand.
Yeah.
I was at home with my baby eating snacks all the time, and I thought, I'll try to create something that's climate-friendly for this little baby. And I realized that it was just so hard because it was very difficult to get transparency on ingredients. And so what we're doing at Planet Forward is really trying to improve supply chain transparency so that brands can source climate-friendly ingredients.
Yeah, I think that's such a big part of this. And I do feel like I've had a lot of conversations with CMOs at companies who are thinking about their brands and really listening to what consumers want. And they increasingly, I mean, I've got a 17-year-old daughter, like she's constantly looking at the back of things. I am too, in terms of I want to know what I'm eating. I want to know all the products that I use, what is in them. And I do think transparency goes a long way. Do we need the government to kind of get involved in that in terms of helping to provide some standards? Can the private sector do it effectively so that we really have an understanding of what a product is all about?
I'm an entrepreneur because I fundamentally believe in the power of the private sector to bring about the most sweeping and swift changes that we need. But certainly having the support of the administration at the federal, the state, at the local level can be a huge forcing function to cause more compliance and to cause some of the economic incentives that farmers really need in order to use these kind of practices.
Yeah, it's interesting too. And we caught up yesterday with the co-founder of Gotham Greens. I mean, they're doing a lot of hydroponic, but, building farms on top of roofs and really trying to create farming that is much more local too, so that, part of the climate impact is also, the transportation and moving everything around. We have to do a little bit of news, Julia, and then we'll come back and talk some more because I want to dig a little bit deeper into, what regenerative really means, so that our audience has a really understanding of it, and what's necessary to continue it moving forward. We are talking with Julia Collins. She's founder and chief executive officer of Planet Forward. She's with us on the phone from San Francisco, and this is one of the areas, ag, that I think a lot of people would say really needs to go through some disruption, innovation, and we're starting to see it with companies exactly like the one that Julia founded. All right, we'll get back to her in just a moment. Right now, though, let's get another check on world and national news over to Denise Pellegrini. Hi, Denise.
Hey, Carol. Thank you. Well, as we've been talking about, Pfizer could get that final FDA approval today for its coronavirus vaccine. The New York Times says that could happen tonight, but whether that'll really happen, it's not clear. And New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy says if that happens, New Jersey's first shipments of the vaccine could arrive in the coming days. Murphy calls it the opening scenes of the end of the pandemic.
It's not going to be overnight. It won't be a light switch, but we can finally begin to sense the end in real time.
A record number of new coronavirus cases in California, with more than 35,400 people reported positive today. One of them, by the way, Representative Devin Nunes, who says he's tested positive for the antibodies. LA County Health Director Barbara Ferrer says if the FDA grants this emergency use authorization for Pfizer's vaccine, her team will help administer the 83,000 doses if workers need it.
Our staff will be out there wherever there's not enough capacity at a skilled nursing facility.
The yeas are 84, the nays are 13, and the conference report is agreed to.
And with that, the Senate has passed a defense authorization bill. Next stop for that $40 billion bill is President Trump's desk. The Senate has also passed a one-week stopgap funding measure that, if signed, will avert a federal government shutdown. And indoor dining being banned again in New York City. That starts Monday as COVID hospitalizations rise in the city. Governor Cuomo says he'll review again in 2 weeks. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take. Powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Denise Pellegrini. This is Bloomberg.
Thank you so much, Denise Pellegrini. This is Bloomberg Business Week, and this week's Bloomberg Business Week Extra podcast, it's often a highlight from the week. It features our interview with BNP Paribas USA CEO, Jean-Yves Fillion, and we talked about a lot. He sees a lot as it, when it comes to the financial sector, but really the world at large. In this excerpt, Fillion talks about some of the things that he thinks will have a lasting impact post-pandemic. Check it out.
I see four trends really that I believe will definitely stay with us going forward. The first one is the one you just highlighted, which is the further digitalization of the economy, working from home. The second one is really around business traveling. I used to travel myself 3 weeks a month. It's going to be a very different dynamic, and I think the world will continue to be effective. The third one is I see a trend regarding commercial real estate in the large cities and companies basically reallocating their resources outside of the cities. And I think that's a trend that is going to be here to stay. And the fourth one, which I would like to spend maybe a little more time on, which is sustainability. I believe that COVID-19 has actually accelerated the trend in terms of sustainability, and more specifically the trend in ESG. And when I'm saying ESG, I'm more focusing on the S of ESG in terms of social bonds.
All right, and that was BNP Paribas, the head of BNP Paribas USA, Jean-Yves Filion, and you can hear that entire conversation. Just go to our podcast feed. You can find that at Bloomberg.com or wherever you download your podcast. But good to kind of check in, as we like to do here at Bloomberg, some of the big CEOs that are out there and what they're seeing in our world. We certainly have been covering about what folks think will stay with us post-pandemic, since a lot of things are certainly being impacted by the virus here in 2020. All right, check that out again, wherever you get your podcasts. This is Bloomberg. And Bloomberg Business Week brought to you by Withum, a forward-thinking advisory and accounting firm helping clients to be in a position of strength in the new reality of business. Learn about their innovative solutions by visiting Withum.com.
Hey, y'all, Jeff Foxworthy here. Now, if you've ever found yourself repeating the same thing over and over for 75 years, you might be Smokey Bear.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
That's why I'm filling in for Smokey to switch things up, because there's a lot more to say. And I should know because my grandfather was a firefighter. And one of the things he taught me is that the people that love the outdoors the most are often the ones accidentally starting wildfires, which means always BYOB. No, bring your own bucket to the campfire. And be extra careful with things like burning yard trimmings. Don't just walk away, or chances are you might be starting a wildfire. So for the love of the outdoors, go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
To buy your home, you became a house hunting ace, learned about loans, scoured neighborhoods, and asked the right questions. Now you're queen of your castle. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll feel empowered to own your retirement like you own your home. Go to aceyourretirement.org. Because when it comes to clearing financial hurdles, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Startups and research universities like New Jersey Institute of Technology are fueling the innovation economy. And few people are better positioned to see what's on the horizon in New Jersey than physicist and state representative Andrew Zwicker.
How technology is transforming our financial sector is revolutionary, and so much of that is in New Jersey. We are innovators when it comes to agriculture, and there is opportunity now for great transformation in how are we going to grow food in an ever-growing population, and how do we turn urban centers into agricultural centers. Autonomous vehicles is another one where we have some of the world's leading experts, and how this will transform how those who are either elderly or are visually impaired or mobilely impaired can start to use autonomous vehicles to transform their lives and have access to transportation they could have never had before.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu/research.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their businesses strategically. Yet the most competitive managers in the market know with the right partner and a flexible operating system, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
Determination and operational strength are both essential factors for growth in asset management. I'm Steve Meyer, President and Head of SEI's Investment Manager Services Division. We know that disruptive forces create opportunities around the world. If you see potential in change, our industry specialists will maximize SEI's integrated platform of data and risk management, global investment operations, compliance support, and investor services to position your asset management business for success. Come grow with us.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at SEIC.com/C's Change.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business
From
Flash.
Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. A mixed Friday. Down week. S&P fell by 1% this week. This update brought to you by Witham, a forward-thinking advisory and accounting firm helping clients to be in a position of strength in the new reality of business. Learn about their innovative solutions by visiting Witham.com. S&P Dow Jones Indices says it will remove apartment investment and management from its benchmark index to make way for electric vehicle maker